Hello, yo, that's the wrong. What's up with the camera? Preset 2 over here. Oh, hey, I'm over here. Tracking got a little weird there. Oh, I guess I did get up before I started the stream here. Hello, y'all. What this is, what we are doing tonight, is a Game of the Year recap. The Game of the Year refresher, as I think it's going to be called. Game of the Year 2023 refresher. Basically, um, before I make my list of games at the end of the year, my Game of the Year list, as everyone does, I like to revisit as many of those top entries as possible so as to, fight recency bias and to make sure that I'm comparing them like directly with as little like memory time degradation as possible, that I'm remembering them based off fresh experiences and fresh memories rather than just like thinking back going like, yeah, Zelda was the best thing of the year, right? Like nothing came close. Though I suspect we might come out of this with the impression that, yeah, Zelda was the best of them, huh? Right? That said, even if Zelda remains my favorite for Game of the Year coming out of this, I will say, and that seems quite likely, I will say there is a lot of stuff to consider as far as the down ticket games. I do like to make a full list of 10 after all, and, there's a lot of games to consider for that list. I'll tell you, like, I currently don't know what my number 10 is. Like, I don't have, like, 10 I'm sure about. I have, like, 8 or 9 that I'm sure about, and the 10th one is really up for grabs. Before I talk about some stuff other than like, you know, before we get into this and before I do some like upfront type stuff, ooh, sunrise, look at that. Don't look directly at it. Before I do that business, why don't I just read out like what I have here on my phone as far as my Game of the Year tier list that is not quite sorted, but is kind of sorted. Here's the order by which I see it. Now, I think the top entry is going to be Tears of the Kingdom. After that, I have written down Pikmin 4, Mario Wonder, Sea of Stars. After that, like a tier down maybe, I have listed A Space for the Unbound, Cocoon, and Pizza Tower. After that, like a tier down, I have written Vemba and Warioware. I think those two are great for the list. Vemba is like a smaller game, but I really loved every minute of it. Like, it was real damn good, and I think it probably earned a spot on the top 10 with that. I'll say as far as like games I'm considering for that 10th slot, which I believe, yes, everything else adds up to 9. For that 10th slot, I am most considering F-Zero 99, Armored Core 6, Super Mario RPG, Alan Wake 2, Diablo 4, Chants of Sennaar, Like a Dragon, Man Erases Name, and I also have written down here Humanity and Spider-Man 2. I don't know what those two are doing here. I was kind of disappointed by both of those games. They're not going to be number 10. I was just thinking like, well, maybe it's worth having like a 5-minute look at them and discussing how I feel, maybe towards the end. Some of these games will not get like really, really long, intensive like looks. Some of them will be more on the manner of like, yeah, let's just play for 10 minutes and we'll say like, yeah, this is how I feel about this one. I didn't finish it, or I finished it and I felt like I had to force my way through. This is why I'm sort of reticent to give it the nod, etc., etc. I feel like the 10th entry there's a lot of games that I'm reticent to give the nod, rather than a bunch of games that I am equally excited to give the nod. It's mostly a matter of like, which the one that I feel the least bad about honoring in this way? Whose issues weren't that big, etc. But, before we get to those, we got lots of good games to play that I liked without reservation that are in the top echelons of the year. And we'll be getting into that, shortly. while trying to open the Twitch app on my phone, so I can have that open. I always have that open while I do a stream. Let's go ahead and talk about a few things up front before we start. Just want to touch on a few things. First off, I got most of the parts for my new PC. Everything except the CPU and the copy of Windows, which are both arriving tomorrow. I talked about this before, and you can see here is like a all the different components that I am putting into there. You can just look down that list there. You can pause if you're watching the VOD later on. But important thing is it's a relatively beefy machine, and I'm pretty excited to put it together. I'm looking forward to having like no more stream performance issues, even when playing PC games of relative quality. I have here the case. Let me show you the case. Ooh. Here is the case. This is awkward. It has wooden slats at the top, at the front. Wooden slats. And is otherwise like, it's, you know, it sort of is a big vent, this whole front face, which is pretty cool. My other PC isn't quite that. It's more of a solid thing. But this is sort of has a solid look to it while also being somewhat classy. You can also see here I've gotten a it's not a window here. It's not a glass window on the side, but instead another mesh. So, you know, it's great for airflow, and you can see a little bit into the case, but also it is a little bit opaque. Slightly more opaque than a window would be, which I think is cool. Personally, I'm not one who likes to have my PC be glowing, so I am really happy with this as a somewhat classy case that is, you know, has wood on it. Like, what the hell? That's so cool. And it came highly recommended by the internet. A lot of videos out there of people, you know, like tech people, PC people, talking about this case and going like, ooh, I like it a lot. Oh, this might be the best case you ever dang seen. Like, look at it. It's so fancy. It has, like, bronze. You can't really see it. I got an image here, zoomed in a little bit, I got from the internet. You see there, the buttons are sort of bronzy. Isn't that nice? I'm going to build this weekend, this PC, once the rest of the parts arrive. That's going to be fun. I'm really looking forward to that. I will also say, next week is Christmas. And, you know, I'm really not sure about the schedule for next week. I would hazard a guess that there will not be a Monday stream. I'm going to be busy on Christmas. That is Christmas Day. And I'm thinking not any stream on Thursday. Maybe no stream on Thursday, but maybe a Friday stream for Mario Maker. And it could be Mario Maker and a little bit more, honestly. I got this new PC. It should be set up by then. Maybe we'll play like a really intensive PC game in addition to Mario Maker. I don't know. We'll see. I'll say on the Discord what plans are coming together for that. Finally, before we get into the games of the year that I am sure of, I would like to touch on one game that I tried out since the last stream. And I don't think it's quite making the game of the year list, but I did check out the Making of Karateka off stream. Really cool documentary game wherein it's basically a documentary about the making of Karateka, a very old game that is sort of very elaborate, cinematic, in a way that games in 1984 were typically not, and was very impressive for its era. The documentary sort of goes over like the production and like step by step, as well as like looking at all the notes and design docs that Mechner kept around, as well as there's like, you know, video of them like talking through each part, and also you can play the prototypes. There's like prototypes that exist, and you just get to play them, and also games that were unreleased that Mechner made, like before Karateka, which is really interesting. The problem is that Karateka is like very, very dated, and as a In 2023, it's hard to enjoy Karateka other than from a, oh, this is an interesting artifact of an era before Mario Brothers, before games were good. Like, imagine if they did this, but for a good game, like Mario Brothers or Zelda. You know, Ocarina of Time would be amazing if they were to do it like that. That was my takeaway from the making of Karateka, honestly, which means it's not gonna quite make the list, but it was worth a shot, worth a look. I thought, based on what people were saying about it, it could have been number 10, but, and certainly on some lists it will be, but not on mine. No. I have trouble with those older games. They just, yeah, honestly, I find most NES games to be not that fun to play. So, like, before that, the best you can hope for is, like, a fun novelty. You know, like a, huh, that's curious. They sold this for 40 bucks? Wow. That's, hell, man. You would be, this money was worth, I guess, less than, but still, though, that's a lot for what you're getting. All right. Without further ado, let's get into things with the first of these Game of the Year contenders. You know it. You love it. It is Tears of the Kingdom. It's a Zelda game, as you know, and it's sort of an open world type thing where you run around and you do shrines and you explore, and we all know this. Now, if you're wondering what the basic format of this stream is going to be, basically I want to, like, revisit, try to get, like, a good vertical slice of each game and experience, re-experience in some cases, some chunk of what make them good. Now, in some cases, it's fairly obvious what we should do, you know, like, oh, I got stuff left to do. I can look at my quest log and pick up a side quest that I didn't do. Are any of these ones people would recommend? Say so. Like, I never visited every stable. Maybe we should go do more stables. Shrine Crest, side quests. The Duchess Who Disappeared. We could find one of these side quests and see what's up. I will say I've done every shrine, but that won't stop us from, like, going into a shrine and doing something more if we so pleased. You know, that wouldn't be so weird, I think. That would be perfectly fine of a thing to do in this game. But I thought we would start off just, like, running around a little bit, doing stuff on the first island of the game, and, you know, going from there. I will say, I'm gonna keep my guys out, which, I don't know. Spoilers for, like, all of these games, by the way. That'd be a good tag to put on the Twitch. Potential spoilers. I'm gonna show them. I'm gonna go through what I like about them. In some cases, we'll end up playing a bit of, like, the best stuff. And, that may involve spoilers. This first arc, I think, you know, as far as Zelda goes, this first part on this island, probably one of the better parts of the game. I really love the whole process of going around this little island, going to each of these shrines in turn, and getting each one of the abilities. It just went very, very smoothly, and it's very, very fun to just, like, do each of the steps one at a time. Of course, you couldn't glide, so you had no choice about it. You had to do so much vehicle stuff just to get from one island to the other. It was fucking good. Yeah. Crossing rivers, doing things like just crossing rivers, getting from island to island. simple stuff like getting across this gap. It was hard the first time you did it, you know? Now, of course, you can glide, or you could just, obviously I have the Zora armor. That's a waterfall. That's a cool thing in this game, the Zora armor. We have, like, options now that we didn't back then. Hello, dude. Goodbye. I've been here before, my guy. I guess I didn't talk to you in particular. Idea of which one is it that makes a big fire? That would be, isn't it like a tumbleweed or something? It's like some sort of nuts. Pine cone. It's like a pine cone. Where the fuck are my pine cones? There they are. Oh, you have to go into a throw, and then you have to hit the thing. I'll say that still is somewhat unintuitive. That whole way that you activate stuff, or go to throw stuff. But that's fine. Little bit of unintuitiveness is easily forgiven in a game that is otherwise as immaculate as this. See what's up here. I never went up here, so it's probably just a single chest. I would hazard a guess. A Zonai charge. Not even a chest. Not every place can have everything, you know? It was extremely fun in this to just go and get every shrine. Each shrine I thought was really well put together. The like different vehicle challenges they made for each one kept them interesting throughout in a way that I didn't feel about Breath of the Wild by comparison. The whole depths, which I'm sure we'll get to, I'm sure we'll go to at some point here, was incredibly good and lovely to get around. I guess you could say, as far as like a potential criticism goes, you can sort of rob yourself of a lot of fun by making a single fan and stick design like this. Though I know that there's like 2 fan designs as well that people like. And like ones that are shaped more like bikes these days, I don't know. I like this design with the 3 fans. To me, that's really good. What was this shrine like? This was the fuse one, right? Yeah, it was. I wonder if these shrines can be broken with, like, later abilities that you get, like Ascend and stuff. I mean, obviously you wouldn't have Ascend going into this. Unless there's a way to do the other one first. Like, can we, rise this up? Rewind. Ascend. Yep. Okay. Kinda. That kinda almost works. If we had, like, one rock on top of that, this would work. Let's try that out. One of the things that's great about this game is how willing they are to let it be broken. You know, you could solve all sorts of puzzles in so many dumb-ass ways. The first time I realized in this game that, like, oh, you literally don't have to do something this smart. Just take a thing, put it above a place that you want to go, and take it down to your level, get on it, rewind it, and it just takes you up there. That was just an incredible moment where it felt like, oh my god, I've discovered a cheat code. I discovered a key to solving, like, half the shrines in this game. And, you know, that was like a few hours in. I still had like probably 100 hours of playtime left. Most of the shrines in the game, and they weren't ruined. They were still really fucking good. Why? Because, well, you're not playing for quite that reason, you know? You're not playing to, like, just get through puzzles as fast as you can. And if you do want to do that, that's fine too. That's great. They encourage it. They love it. Like, yeah, shit. You found a great way to solve puzzles? Go for it, man. We love it. Can't wait for this to be at GDQ, you know. That's gonna be a hell of a thing to behold. You know, this game, but broken like in a literal fashion. I bet that a all shrines run would be surprisingly good in this, though I wouldn't bet that it was like extraordinarily short. Hello, Paul, how's it going? I'm playing some of my favorite games of the year, starting with, you know, probably one of the favorites to win overall GOTY. Tears of the Kingdom. I run into this shrine, which is like one of the first ones, and I'm seeing if you can break it with stuff. Can you stand on these rocks? Oh, hang on. Let me just get on this rock. Will this work? Kinda no. This rock is too oddly shaped to stand on. Either that or I'm bad at jumping on rocks. Both are possible. Is there anything else I can stand on? What if I, hang on, fused multiple rocks together and formed a rock platform? Ooh, hey, hang on. This is kind of working. Take this rock platform, raise it up. This is a lot harder than the actual solution that you were intended to do. Ooh! Okay. Works, though. Obviously, we've been through this before. I'm just fucking around here. That's just, you know, I think part of what makes this game so extraordinary. There was this sort of stuff in Breath of the Wild, too, but it was just for pro users, where I feel like with the tools that they put into this game, anyone now can do the bullshit, you know? Oh, hey. That's a cave. I guess I didn't see that cave originally. Was this where you were intended to go, coming out of this first shrine into this cave? Oh, crap. Let's blow it up and see what's up, because I guess I just climbed over this mountain. Again, the magic of this game. You can do it in so many different ways. Where's a bomb? How you doing, Paul? What is... I'll say, hey, here's a question for y'all in chat or whatever. I'll use a time bomb. Question for y'all in chat or whatever. Oh, hey, it's a chest. What are y'all's game of the years? Where are you standing on it? Did you play that many games in this year? 2023, the current year? I guess there was just a chest in there, so it wasn't necessarily like the way forward or nothing. Oh, I guess that makes sense. You literally go left, and here's definitely the way that you went forward around this whole mountain range. This whole first area, I thought, was a lot better than the plateau. Like a huge step up over the plateau, and also just, you know, fun. Overall, though, the game is also fun, better than Breath of the Wild. So much stuff with the vehicles was fun. The shrines were phenomenal. I think this game is hard to beat for Game of the Year. I will say, one game I didn't play is Baldur's Gate, That very much looks like a game that's not for me. A game that would be very hard for me to get into as someone who doesn't know, like, the D&D minutia. And also one who, like, looks at all those menus and words and descriptions and goes, like, yeah, I don't know about that. What the hell is that? Why is it so regular? Hang on, let's land there, actually. Is that a well down there? Is that a Korok? I think that's a Korok. No, it's just bombs and rockets. Okay. There's multiple wells down there. Have I been down there before? I don't see any, like, cave markers, except for... Actually, I guess... There's one over here. Adrea Village Ruins East Well. Oddly placed rocket. Let me fuse it to my shield. Fusion... You know, I talked, I guess, about vehicles and stuff, but fusion, also rad, makes the disposable, like, the degradable weapons make a lot more sense, I think, in this game, compared to the first game, where it really felt like you were getting, like, just, oh, my weapon broke, I'll go find another that's exactly the same. In this game, it's like, no, man, you go and you make a weapon that's, like, different and new. Like, go put a bomb on the end of it, I don't know. Put some topaz on it, make it electric. Let's see what I got in my inventory. I got the President Hudson Guster. Another great thing. President Hudson, that sign guy. A fucking fucker. I got a honeycomb rod. Fucking fires bees. I got a rocket boomerang. Let's try this out. Does this work? Ah, just bees! Go away, bees. Bees, stop hitting me. Okay, does the rocket boomerang work? Well, it activated. What can we use to destroy that guy? You know what, we're gonna use electricity. Let me just put a electric thing on the end. I'll put some yellow choo-choo jelly and eat shit, guy. What is this? Even having gotten most of the all the shrines, and, you know, enough of the Sage's Will, which I will say, that is something I didn't do. I didn't do the Sage's Wills. And also, I'm pretty sure that, like, all the Sage's Wills I have are, like, to do are really hard and challenging. So I'm not, like, gonna, I think, go do any of those. Did y'all do the Sage's Wills? How do y'all feel about that? Partners are, like, such a minor part of the game, though I should turn them on. Let me turn them on, though. The last time I played the game, I did it on stream, so I turned them off on account of spoilers, but it's December. It's time now to not care about such things. Give me some ice. Okay, here we go. Open this chest. I didn't get, I guess, that much in the way of bow inventory. I need to do that more, I suppose. I must have been down here at some point because there's a shrine over there. Let's go see what it is. Just random shrine, sake of example. This was the C-Sub shrine. I'll say, by the way, of partners of dungeons, I thought the dungeons were pretty good. They were better than Breath of the Wild. Not as good as a traditional Zelda dungeon, but the rest of the game is so goddamn good. You really don't need it to be like on that level. This is just a loot one, you know, where the challenge was just getting to the shrine. I guess those ones are also pretty cool, I think, insofar as just, oh, they made a shrine where getting to it is the whole challenge. And is like an actual challenge, you know? The way that fusing makes getting resources more relevant, I think, is brilliant. There's so many things in this game that I think are brilliant, and it comes after a game that was already like one of the best games, you know, a brilliant Zelda. It's really remarkable how much they've improved just based on, like, you know, where it all started from. I want to go over to the plateau real fast and talk about the depths. Talk about the depths as a part of this game. I'll say the first time I went down to the depths, obviously I had no clue about light roots or anything of the sort. You know, I had no idea what the fuck. I just jumped into a hole that, you know, when you see them at first, maybe you're like, oh, these are deadly holes. I jumped into a hole and I went, holy fucking shit. It's so dark. It's what the hell? And I had no idea about not only about light roots, which if I saw them, I thought they were rather sinister. No idea about light roots, which if I saw them, I thought they were rather sinister. But also no idea about, like, the bloom seeds. So I had no idea that the way in which you typically navigate the depths make it visible. You know, these things, the bright blooms. Had no idea about these, that you could just throw them and they would, you know, set things up for you perfectly. No idea about that. I was just down there. It was dark, and I just sort of, like, was feeling my way around doing that eyeball quest. If y'all know the eyeball quest, it's the one where you bring eyeballs to the big dude. I think, if you're asking me, that was among my favorite moments of the year, among my favorite parts of this game. You know, just incredibly killer, incredibly, like, atmospheric, scary, frightening, to be just, like, groping around in darkness, carrying an eyeball, trying to find my way to a place I can't even fucking see. Just thinking, like, okay, this game is gonna be nice. You know, just thinking, like, okay, how do I get from here to there? There's, like, light paths. Okay. Well, maybe this one isn't so hard. They're just noticing how close the light route was. I had no, like I said, I had no idea what it was. If I saw it, I was probably like, ooh, that looks scary. I'm gonna stay away from that. I'm gonna steer clear. This one is maybe a bad example because how do you get? Is this one just a straight walk? To the abandoned central mine? Oh, the abandoned central mine is over there. How did I get from here to there? Trying to find the path. With a lot of the other places, it was actually like, with the other 4 holes, they were actually relatively easy because they sort of set themselves up to be like, hey, here's some mine tracks. These mine tracks lead you to where you need to go. So set up on a mine track, go on it. One of them was like, make a plane. You can see where you need to go from the plane place. Fly it down. There you go. Here, though, I don't know what's the intuitive way to get from here to there. As I revisit this area, I realize, like, oh, I probably was supposed to just do that light route. This is probably the hardest one if you don't do the light route, because there's no obvious path that, like, leads you the way. But I did have it on my map, so I probably just did something like, I don't know. I probably made a car out of these, if I had to guess. A sled. And some wheels. Simple enough. Alright, add one of these. The vehicle building is just so much goofy fun. I love it. The best way to make, like, a three-wheeled vehicle here. This is... I said, what's the best way? I don't think this is the best way. Just gonna go out on a limb here. I have a sneaking suspicion this isn't the best way. Okay. Tell you what, get rid of this one. That. Connect that there. Get rid of this. Yeah, that's a three-wheeled vehicle. Add, like, a light on top for fun, you know? Oh, that reminds me, I need to very quick, like, do something so that if anyone does any Pikmin, they're good. Quick setup thing. 1 second. Where's my... There it is. Remote. I just need to set an audio thing real fast with the PC just so that Pikmin are good. Recently had to do like a workaround for that. Hope y'all don't mind occasional Windows sounds, but that's you know, price of doing a workaround. You know what I mean? Sometimes things are funny like that. Okay, good. Let's drive this vehicle. Oh, the third wheel is attached to the side, not to the thing. There we go. Now it'll work. Now it's attached to the wheel is not attached to the pivot. It's attached to the... Well, that's too high. Okay, come on, wheel. Okay, that'll work. Oh yeah, we got a pretty sweet vehicle now. Maybe this is what I did. Just... just made a ridiculous vehicle and just drove blindly in the direction of the thing. You know, of the of home base. That's fine. We really don't need that. And keep in mind, it was dark then. You know, now it's all light and stuff. You can ignore that. Use your imagination. I'll say this game maybe is one of the harder ones to, like, quite revisit, you know. The mystery, the discovery is all over now. Everything's lit up underground. The shrines are all done. There are a few, like, optional things that I could go try my hand at, but I don't think we're gonna beat a Klingliok or something of the sort tonight. That's, ridiculous. Does anyone have any favorite shrines? If y'all have favorite shrines, I'm open to suggestions. I'll absolutely check out a really, really good shrine. That didn't quite work. I don't know how I did it. How I got that thing to here, but somehow I managed it. Just groping around in the dark, and I did so for the other three. And then there was this whole amazing, amazing boss fight over here. Like, goddamn, the boss fight in this area, fucking as good as the final boss, and, you know, that doesn't sound like that much of a compliment, but in this game, it's a goddamn compliment. The final boss in this was incredible. I guess we could go fight the final boss if we really wanted that to be part of the revisit. You know what? Why not? We've done no combats. We've done some shrines and stuff. Let's see. Do I have a warp point set in Hyrule in the end of the game? Yes, I do. Yeah, let's do the end of the game. Hey. Here's the Kingdom. End of game spoilers. Let's replay that. That'll be a good that'll be a good like way to get some combat in, get some of the best moments of the game. Obviously, exploration is like a huge part of it, you know. The depths, the sky, etc. Problem is, we've already done all that, so what am I to do? Should I go in with better items? Maybe. Tell you what, before we do this, let's go up to the sky somewhere. You know what? I'm gonna go to the Wind Temple, which was a pretty cool area, if you remember. You know, although I wanted to say water bubbles, but that doesn't make sense. That must be the water temple that had the water bubbles. But it had, like, some sort of low-gravity aspect to it. Right, it was a ship? It was a ship? Right, yes, that makes sense. More dungeon-like in this one. These dungeons. The Wind Temple. No, I was thinking of the, which one is higher here? I want to descend upon, like, one of those big, big blocky monsters and kill it so that we can get a good fusion material for our Master Sword. Just for this, like, final arc. That seems like a good idea to me. See if I can find one of those real fast. Speaking of boss fights, when you find in the depths, like, refights, isn't that just, like, one of the most amazing things? You have no idea, and you just run across actual goddamn boss of the game. I forget how I did this early. I think it was a while until I had, like, multiple articles of cold-resistant clothing. Maybe I just used fire or pills or stuff. You know what? I think I'm thinking of the Water Temple when it comes to there being a part where there was one of those big blocky guys, and I sort of went on my way to avoid it because I was kind of scared of those guys, you know? I did a lot of studious enemy avoiding going through some of these, like, some of these dungeons. Well, I guess, hang on, this is a pretty good guy to kill. Oopsie daisy. Oops. I froze myself, and that was enough to die. That was a mistake. Let's go somewhere else. You know, I don't know if I have enough weapons to take on... Well, let's try this again. I don't know if I have enough quality weapons to fuse as fusion material right now. Maybe it would be a bad idea to go into the finale again, you know, replaying it with this. Like, the best thing I got is like 22, and it's a Royal Claymore. That's not a very fast weapon for using, you know. I want stuff with higher numbers than that. And as for food, I got stuff, but not like tons of the best stuff, perhaps. These guys are tough. What do I want to use now? I'll try the bee wand. Why did it freeze them? Jesus Christ, that did a lot of hearts. That's right, there was a whole armor system that I did not make that much good use out of. I don't think the armor stuff that I have on now is particularly upgraded. Yeah, it's all right, but it's not great. I did a little bit of that. I didn't do a lot of that, I'll say. You know what we should do? Use our guys' abilities, which I do think are cool. If I had to say, though, I do think that there's like a clear hierarchy of like coolness. We're like, okay, our bird friend Tulin is the best. Our mech, our goddamn mech, which by the way, phenomenal part of the game, the mech portion of the game. Phenomenal chunk there, where you're fucking, you know, riding a goddamn mech around, or the part even before that, where you're, like, assembling the different parts of her. Like, that part is all extremely cool, and I think all real good reason why it's, part of reasons why this game stands out to me as the front runner overall. Yeah, we got a mighty sword. You know what? I'll just go ahead. You know what? I do have a lot of junk here. I bet. Sort by fuse power. Let's just fuse some powerful stuff based on what I got. Okay. use this. What about, I think the Traveler's Sword is pretty good. Let's, sorting by fuse attack power here. So let's just go in order then, I guess. Pretty cool. Oh, what the hell? Oh! Wait. Oh! Cold weather attack. Cold produces frost in low temperature environments. Oh, I thought that was just an attack up in cold environments. I totally never read that closely, I guess. Heh. That's pretty good. Actually pretty good. I don't think you can say enough good things about this game. To me, it is the clear frontrunner of this year. And, you know, definitely a strong contender for Game of the Year. A contender for Game of All Time, honestly. Let's go over to the Water Temple, which, come to think of it, I think was the first one that I tackled of the the first 4 temples. I want to go down and fight the guy who was on the way up that I skipped all that time ago because I was scared of him, you know, the whole like cube guy. You know, we all know cube guy and we all know now how to beat him. So let's fight that and get like a really good fusion out of it. And then I think dungeon? And then let's redo the end of the game just for fun. You know what, let me fuse up one of these using the auto build. My old trusty thing. You know, it's not as good at going downwards as going upwards. That's perhaps the one bad thing about it. And wouldn't you know it, we have to go downwards, so... Goodbye, Zonite. Wasn't that big a deal, anyhow. I'm fine losing that. Real quick, like, sort... Oopsie daisy. Sort by... Give me 2 of those. And, bah! Attach that as well. Don't punch it. I like how you give her, like, different fisty items that she can use. Another great application of fusion. Now, where was that, that punchy guy? I remember on the way up seeing a blocky guy. And I bet it's still here. Just like stealth attack these guys? Ooh. Well, yes, but no. Is a sturdy wooden stick better than what we got? I probably don't want to be using this against these chumps. Oh yeah, I want a soldier spear. I'm going to throw away the rusty claymore. Oh hey, I got a magic chest that... Again, I totally passed through this area just running through it the first time I came this way, so... There's probably a lot of stuff here. Ooh. Yeah, that's a good one for going. We could get rid of the star fragment chef. I don't think these star fragments were as good as the rarity might have suggested. I like how there was like a traversal, like exploration part to each temple, where you had to go through like a huge gauntlet of just, you know, typical traversal stuff before you could, you know, do the actual dungeon part of the dungeon. Another really smart decision and good use of this lovely... Good use of this lovely, lovely shit. I feel like these guys... Wow, those guys do a lot of damage, huh? When was the last save? Kind of look pretty far away from the thing. Don't tell me this is where I was fighting the guy. Oh, this is right where I was. Great, hey. This is a great video game. What can I tell you? Like, hey. Thank you for not dicking me over there, video game. Not everyone would have, been that good, you know? Been that cool with checkpointing, you know? Like, goddamn, they could have really done a number on us there. You know what? Let me just, where's the most used? I don't think... Maybe under most used. Here we go. Puff Shroom. That's pretty sweet. Puff Shrooms. Another great thing they added in this game. Really fun to just be able to just throw down a smoke screen and, yeah, kick some ass. There wasn't a sword on that guy. I guess all he had is this sturdy wooden stick. Hey, what are you doing here? Oh! Party base. Those cook into, aren't those the ones that cook into, the best shit in the game? The full revive shit? Ooh. I already got that one, I bet. I got all the, treasures down in the depths. You know, went around all those, so no map will have anything that'll tell me anything I don't already know. I'm just about ready to, honestly, I'm pretty satisfied with, this revisit. We could... I feel like we've now gotten a good amount of combats, a good amount of exploration, a good amount of sky, and enough depth to, like, sort of convey the appeal of the depths. Though, I do think part of the appeal of depths is lost when everything is lit up, but, that's just completion, baby. You know, that's just completing the game and having it all be lit up. Nothing to do about that. It's all just, you know, it is what it is. This one is, pretty easy. Just from, you know, knowing a few tricks. Think I can glide over there? Oopsie daisy. Yep. No problems at all. Whoa. Hello. That's pretty cool. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to attach this to that. And do the thing. The amount of stuff they got out of, like, all these different Zonai components, whether you're talking just, like, amazing builds or, like, someone, like, what is clearly the ultimate form of Breath of the Wild style puzzles, you know? Like, oh my god. Hey, my Master Sword's back. I think it's a hell of a thing, and clearly so many steps beyond Breath of the Wild, it's not even funny. You know, this game kind of removes kind of kicks the ass of Breath of the Wild, and you wouldn't think that be possible. Okay. Let me just do one more thing. I want to go... use the Moblin Horn for the Master Sword. That sounds fun. I feel like the best possible thing we can do here... you know what? This is likely to be my game of the year. Let's, I actually do want to go down to the depths and replay the ending of the game. I want to replay the end of the game. That will refresh me all the way in some of the best parts of this game. The ending. The final boss fight, which I think is, like, the best final boss fight any Zelda game has ever had. The best finale any Zelda game has ever had. Bar none. And in a series this large, I feel like you can take that to the fucking bank. Ooh, you know what I should do before we go in there? I need to make a portable... I don't need to make a fucking... We're already here. I want to cook up some meals. You know what? Who cares, man? I got like 40 of the fuckers. Let's go ahead and Let me see those hearty basses. Hearty basses are the ones that, yeah, if you when used while cooking. Okay, hold. For this, we just have to have a hearty bass and, like, anything else, right? So, like, hearty bass and some meat. Nice. Okay. This is really inefficient, but... So what? We're here? Okay. Hold. And also put in some of this. Let's not... I'm gonna put in a, just more meat. Full recovery, get another one of those. Take out 3 of them. Fuck it. One of these, some meat. Get another hearty bass. And some... Not a star fragment. That'll make it inedible. Just some salt. Very good. One more something. Let's just make something very, very tasty. Ah! Party truffle. Hey, that's a good one. Oh, you know what? What? One more, since I have one more hearty meal. Go ahead and cook that up. Where is the truffle? Here it is. And we'll just add like a truffle and some mushrooms. Where are the mushrooms? Hylian shroom. Why not? Okay. Eat some regular food. And we're gonna put on some clothes that are good. Sort by... Can I not sort by power? Okay. I'm gonna put on... like the basic, Link gear is my... Well, that's pretty good, but it doesn't add up. Let's go with that. Where's my highest pants? It doesn't add up to be higher than this shit, collectively. The sun heatstroke is my best, but I'm gonna wear the dark pants. Give me a little gloom resistance. And for the helmet, for the hat, I think my best is the Minna hat. Let's do it. Hey. Let me eat like one more thing to get myself back up to near full. Good enough. Hey, spoilers. We're gonna go do the final boss again. I want to do the final boss of the video game. I'm in the mood for such things. And, you know, this will be the end of the Tears of the Kingdom portion of the stream. I promise you, some of these other segments will be shorter than this one. But Tears of the Kingdom, it's, I didn't save after cooking. Okay, good. It saved for me. Okay. Okay. Tears of the Kingdom. It's like it's in the short list for Game of the Year overall. So we should give it the time of day. You know, give it the time it deserves. And I do believe having a look at this is a big part of like why this is as high as it is. As is everything else we've looked at. As are the shrines, the Zonai devices, Fuse, Ascend, everything. Rewind. It's all part of why this is, I think, a shoe-in for Game of the Year. I've obviously done this battle before, but, you know, doesn't save that. Oh, you can't skip. The guys appear. Your pals. Like the actual real ones, not like their ghosts. I just push these guys off the edge. Eat shit. That's pretty decent. Let me ride you. How's the volume, by the way, during this part? It's like, you know... It's like, fucking stop doing stuff. You know what? Maybe we should have gotten some, like, anti-gloom medication as well. It's occurring to me that a lot of the damage will be, not normal style. I love the mech. It's so good. Of course, there's like another couple of phases here. The gloom attacks. Gloom as like a damage type, it makes sense, and as a way to like, make for damage that's harder to heal. Fuck you. Stop that. I think it makes sense. I do think it is, more annoying than fun, if I had to say. But, it's fine. It's not like a problem with the game or nothing, I just, I believe, I prefer just taking regular damage and that you can heal with like anything you pick up, you know? But it is part of why the depths feel scary, even though, like, you know, outside of cases like this, you can always just very quickly do a thing. You can very quickly, like, you can very quickly We need to do elements, guys. There we go. You can very quickly, like, where are you? I forget what I was saying. I was distracted by these guys, these assholes. I'll say I do wish that all these, I do have some quibbles with the game, you know, like, hey, I wish that all the side guys had, like, shortcuts that made sense, you know? Like, oh, what if I held down shield and hit A to, like, activate the guy whose ability is a shield? You know? That would make sense, really. For arrow person, like, what if I hit A while drawing an arrow? I don't know. These things seem to make sense to me, and it would be, like, better shortcuts than, like, a better experience than just, like, hey, you have to wander up to them and hit the button. Need to wander up to them and hit the A button or whatever it is to, like, do their thing. Not a great experience, but, you know, nobody's perfect. And I also do think that these things are so side, you don't really need to depend on them so much, you know? They're minor things. Woo! Fun little boss thing. Mini boss. Of course, if you come here before finishing all 5 dungeons, you have to, like, do, like, a boss rush after that encounter thing. I do think that was smart, having one that you can't get rid of.
It means but one thing: the Demon King is there. Huh?
Which, I guess, you know, the idea is that they do appear, but if you have your partner who is from that dungeon, they take care of it.
More obstacles in our path, but our foe is mistaken if he thinks this will stop us.
I actually went here before getting the mech.
We are fated to fight these beasts. Don't worry about us.
I'm gonna take it down a notch. I actually went here before finishing, like, the 5th dungeon before finding the mech. So the first time I came here, I had to fight a mech after that thing, and I said, okay, I don't know how to fight this mech, and I died, and fuck, man. But coming back here the second time, I realized, like, oh, that was a punishment boss, turns out. Let's see now. I got a bunch of these ready to go. Ah. Let me just quickly, put out 3 pots real fast. And, let me see if I can't do some, I have some of the sunshine stuff, right? Let's see now. Sort by most used, I would guess. Guess source by type. Here we go. We have Sundelion. I have 2. Okay, that's not good. Some rice. And egg. Does 5. Okay, well, that's about what we can do with the amount we have on hand. You know what? I'm just going to be good. Let's make a fish and Sundelion. Where is that? That's not it. We'll leave that one behind. Let's fight Ganondorf, just to refresh ourselves on how Ganondorf went, because, hey, if you haven't seen Ganondorf, well, first off, like, maybe not this stream. Go play it yourself if you haven't, but it's fucking good. It's a fucking good...
Disappointing. This world should be shrouded in darkness, not bathed in insufferable light. All these weak, peace-loving cowards running rampant. It would have been more.
So he becomes a real boy. He becomes, like, hot Ganondorf. As you might have seen, people were hot for Ganondorf for a while. Well, he doesn't... Whoa, hey, how did my fan shield break? Oh! Well, right, it was fanning.
How about this? I've barely gotten started.
We gotta fucking start kicking this guy's ass. We really need is one of those, flurry rushes.
Fall.
Okay. One of the cool things people love about him is he has his own dodge thing, where when he dodges, it goes into slow-mo. It's cool. He has the same shit as we do. It's sort of a fun mirror match. Oh, he dodged. Okay, let's I'm gonna speed up. Okay. That would have gotten a thing. Here we go. And what happened when his health bar goes down? Well,
What a feeling.
he's all out of health. What's he gonna do?
Gotten the thrill of battle. That feeling as blood surges in my veins. And I am not even near the limits of my power.
I can't skip this. It's good. I mean, I can, but I'm not going to. Because look, his health bar fills up. It keeps on going. Funny in a cool way. He has a lot of health, basically.
These final moments. I will be taking far more than you're on this time.
I wish I had more gloom healing. Oh god, there's guys. Like his ghosts, he's got, I forgot about the part where he has ghosts. Ghost friends. Hey, buddy. Oh. Do your thing.
We settle this now, Ganondorf.
Let me, ride her. Now, I might be doing myself a disservice here. I'm just making myself a bigger target. Being on her back. Oh, get off. Let me get off. There we go. There we go. Ah! Yeah. Is my sword gonna break during any of this, or is it just invulnerable? Hopefully invulnerable. Okay, those guys are gone. What happens in this last phase? Maybe my partners are no longer part of it. Okay, yeah, my partners are down for the count. But his are too, so... It's hard to prepare that much in the way of health recovery items that, like, actually help you with this fight. So... So it keeps the tension up as a result. You know, I basically have as much health and as many healing items as, like, humanly possible, but this is a scary thing, regardless. Oh, fuck you. Okay. Is he destroying my health permanent style? Oh shit, I started off with like... He is destroying my health permanent style. I just realized I started out with like a lot more like total hearts. Not that I can unseal them, you know. I can only like do about this many. Oh! Okay. And I think one of the coolest twists in a Zelda game, you know, as far as like the final confrontation goes, is this whole thing where Ganondorf is defeated, And as this is happening, it's all set up, right? You're thinking like, oh, wait a minute. They have established the whole, like, with how Zelda, spoilers, but hey, we're in the final thing. Zelda turned herself into a dragon by eating a thing. We know that can be a thing, and now, of course, Ganondorf does it as well, and we just have a fucking dragon duel for the finale, the final thing. They've done, like, Ganondorf transforms into, like, a thing at the end twice before in Twilight Princess and Breath of the Wild, and I think this is, like, by far, I guess Ocarina of Time too, technically, if you think about it, and probably the 2D ones too. This is the coolest version of that, the most set up version of that. You know that transformations like this happen, and also, Zelda comes and fights with you, which again, hey, that's a thing that happens in these games. Zelda fights with you at the final battle, but in this case, she's not just, like, using a light arrow this time. You know, she's a dragon! Goddamn cool. We gotta finish this so we can move on to, Pikmin and the other games that I have on my docket. There are a lot of games that I played this year. Again, this is the presumptive game of the year. We gotta spend our time with it. We gotta play it. But, you know, other things as well after this. Let me beat this guy, and then we'll go to Pikmin 4 and talk about how cool that game is. Do some caves. Do some really good caves. I think I have it set up where we'll be doing, like, maybe one of the best caves in the game. And also we'll look at the Olimar mode, let's say. And other things in that game that are really dope. I think that sounds good for, like, what to do for Pikmin. I'll say, some of these games, they're gonna be really hard to, like, re-experience because after you beat them, they're basically just done. You know? You can't really go back and, do more. But, for some of them, we have a lot of options. Yeah. So, there's the dragon. Let's just skip over the cutscene. How about? Dragon's there. Zelda comes and picks us up. And, we're gonna face down with, we're facing off with, that fellow over there. With our good dragon. Which is cool, you know? They've always had these dragons. They had the dragons in Breath of the Wild, and they were, like, a optional thing you could do. Like, go fight them in a weird way by climbing on around their backs and doing stuff, but I never did anything of the sort, and let me heal. Do a full heal now that I have all my hearts back. How does this work, by the way? It's been a while. I have to, like, hit the things on his back, right? Not, like, do stuff in his mouth or anything. Where the hell is Tulin Ghost when you need him? Yeah, I see the weak points. Okay. Hell yeah. Okay, we can't just reboard. Moving too fast for that. We gotta go hitch a ride on Zelda and do it again. I think this is good, Zelda. Zelda, okay. There we go. You know, we didn't need any of the other weapons that we made other than the Master Sword. I guess, hey, that's the classic sword. And against Ganondorf, it should never break. Because it's sort of like the special weapon against him, you know? Well, I guess he did break it at the start of the game. That's like a whole thing. What was up with the connection between Calamity Ganon and Ganondorf? Since this is the real Ganondorf, he was sealed under the kingdom for 10,000 years. I guess that was sort of like his anger manifesting as a whole separate being. What was up with that? It doesn't matter. It's all, you know, stuff that I'm sure they thought about, like, long after they made the game. They're figuring things out as they go, and that's not a problem with Zelda. It's cooler that way, that each game can kind of be its own thing. And you don't really have to think about the lore, the timeline, or whatever. I'm very curious what they're doing next with Zelda after this one. They've said they're not doing another one of these. They've said that this is the end of Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. The map is gone. The next game will not be in this style. Which, hey, I think it'd be really hard to follow up on this one. Which, to be fair, I also thought it'd be really hard to follow up on Breath of the Wild, but they fucking did it. So, if they wanted to, you know, I trusted them to do it again. Or at the very least, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled it off again, but instead they're going to something new, and whether that is like a traditional Zelda-style game or something entirely new, I think that they have earned a bit of trust because, goddamn. Goddamn. This is, to me, the Game of the Year presumptive. Easily. We're gonna play Pikmin, and to me that is runner-up. Maybe it could... Maybe it's like as close as it could be, but at best I think it's close, and I don't think it quite rises to these heights, you know. Though it does have some cool stuff as well. Great boss fights. Pikmin 4 is the complete package, which we will see shortly. Goddamn cool boss fights. Final attack. There's like cutscenes from here, but we're not really here to finish, to you know, see cutscenes. We're here to replay and revisit my favorite games of the year, and that's Tears of the Kingdom. Again, my game of the year presumptive. We'll see how I feel after tonight, but yeah, I'm gonna hit skip, and moreover, you say goodbye to Raoul. What's his name? It's not Raoul. That's not it. God, what is his name? You say goodbye to him. Zelda gets turned back into a lady. All is well. Raoul, that's not his name. That would be a funny name for, like, a Zelda character, Raoul. That's just a regular, you know, Spanish Latino name. It's like, it's something. It's, what is Goat Daddy's name? I'm gonna search Goat Daddy's name. It's and Google's gonna tell me without any like clarification. Nope. Okay. Goat Daddy name did not give me the results I was looking for. Goat Daddy name Zelda. Rauru. Raoul was close. That's like two of the syllables are inverted there. Tears of the Kingdom. Hell of a game. I'm going to close it. Going now to the next game of tonight's Pikmin 4. We are going here Maybe could have spent a little less time on Zelda, but again, Game of the Year presumptive, that one. And this game here, hey, it's my runner-up presumptive. I am really strong, really big into... I am really strong on this game here. Pikmin 4. Goddamn. And I'll say, I have this clear game file, and I think we will pop into that to look at the Olimar mode, which is really cool. Slight spoilers. But I also have this older file, which originally I did as like a demo playthrough. I did the demo on stream, and I did a file called the Master DS, or Master DS. And then after I said, like, that's a weird name for a captain. I'm going to instead do another file where they're named Rookie and restart. And also do it a little bit better, and I did that off stream. And then I continued with this one and left this one, which, hey, this is perfect now, because this one is perfectly positioned to do some exploring in. Like, relatively fresh. You know what I mean? Like, the world will have treasure in it, the world will have monsters in it, and wouldn't you know it, I have gotten this file up to a point where it's about to go into the third area, and also there's some stuff in the store that I really need to buy. I checked this yesterday just to make sure, like, the other day I pulled it up and just, like, made sure it was a good place, got some resources, and just did a little bit to, you know, ignore that. There's Olimar's ship. This whole game is based around, like, a whole mystery where there's just a bunch of like, refugees, people who have crash-landed on this planet, and Olimar Sword drew them all in, and as a result, you are saving not just Olimar, not just, like, Hakotations, but, like, a bunch of random people like this person, who is Francois, a plant lover. Francois loves plants, and Francois gives us a weird quest that's just to grow more Pikmin. I do think the quest thing and just, like, they're all very basic. They're all just, like, basically achievements, with the exception of, like, a few of them, which are more specific. But it's basically an achievement system that requires you to run around and talk to, like, a dozen people to cash in your achievements, which is kind of more annoying than anything, I think, unfortunately. Kind of more annoying than anything. I will say, though, they do some great stuff here with, like, upgrades. You know, there's the whole Owachi thing where each like, guy that you recover, you can like, add more skills and teach Buffy or Owachi more things, like, he can carry more things, he can do more damage, he can swim better, he can pick Pikmin on his own, he can heal himself. A lot of good stuff here on the tech tree for Owachi, and, you know, building him up over time is just, really lovely. Meanwhile, over here, the lab, there's a lot of good stuff to invest in, and I think they've done a great job in this game in making it so that, like, oh, you know, there's so many little things you can get now. I think my favorite, absolute favorite, is the Idler's Alert, and that's what I'm going to buy here. I didn't know I loved it at the time of, like, the, doing the demo, you know, on account of the game was just coming out. But I will grab that and the headlamp. And, demo nor the first stream, I didn't know that I loved it, but I love it. I do think the prototype things are weird, and you can, like, invest your material into, like, one-use weapons. Kind of powerful. I do think, if I had a criticism of the game, I would say, like, well, you never need to use it if you're any good at the game at all. And I don't think there's difficulty modes. So, you know, there's not, like, a hard mode where those things are absolutely required, you know? Anyway. Let's do some exploration. We got this new area, and I got this file that has, like, 2 colors on my onion. In this area, there'll be, like, the blue onion. So it'll add a third color. You could also get the blue onion in sun-speckled Terrence if you did it right, or if you like got lucky with it. I'll say in this file it's all screwed up. Only blues can retrieve the blue onion from that, so we gotta get it from this area. So that'll be the plan. We're gonna do some exploration in the third world. We're gonna do 2 holes, 2 really good holes that I did. Basically, when I streamed the first experience I had with this game back in July, I did a couple of holes, just like sight unseen. And then after that, I did these 2 holes, like, right after, like, off stream. And I was just so floored by them. Like, god damn, this is, like, the coolest boss that I've seen in a Pikmin game. You know, this is, oh my god, the return of a beloved and feared enemy. You know, they brought that back. You know, shit like that. And I definitely want to revisit that here. And, you know, now on stream, show you what's up. I guess let's go with the recommendation. All ice Pikmin. We only have ice of the recommendations right now. There's like a boss fight over there. A weird thing about this map is that the water level drops like in the afternoon, so so there are areas here where you'll be able to do stuff later on that you can't do stuff now in. You know, because we don't have anything that deals with water effectively. What are you doing, dude? Oh, there's something so good about, like... Okay. Well, these guys are not suited for this sort of thing, so let's just leave them alone. Let's just, maybe we should have brought some reds. Recommendation be damned. Maybe we should have brought some reds who can, you know, fight enemies good. But a big part of the game is, like, exploring these worlds, which are larger than ever. You can see that there's bases scattered all around, so once you, like, the hell is this? Owachi, can you dig? Okay, yeah. There are bases scattered around, so as you're exploring, you're, like, finding more new places to, like, Owachi! You dumbass! There's new places to, like, venture out from to set up as new home bases and such. And, it's really sublime to explore these worlds and collect all the bullshit that these worlds contain, you know, and deal with the enemies as you go. I should move. Let me see. What's a good place for me? Oh, that's not low enough. That'll do. Nothing over here in this part of the screen. What is this? Seafloor Resort. That one's alright, but we're not going in that one. So you explore, you find new bases, you sort of empty the world of enemies and, other such things. And it's just very, 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 very satisfying. And the more I played the game, the more I feel like, yeah, this is, I think, my favorite of the Pikmin. It kind of is the complete package, having both a sort of throwback to Pikmin 2 style, like nighttime, or sorry, caves mode. There's the night sections, which are a really nice change of pace. There's Olimar's thing, which is spoilers. Don't listen for a second if you don't want to hear. But it's sort of a throwback to Pikmin 1 in a really nice way. Sort of a throwback to Pikmin 1, which is very, very nice. You can get all 8, all 8? I don't know how many there are. You can collect all the types of Pikmin now, including ones that, you know, were just in 2, just in 3, etc., which is unprecedented. There's never been... Well, I say it's unprecedented. In Pikmin 3, they limited it to 5 on account of they couldn't do like 100, right? They couldn't continue just to add more and more and more Pikmin types. So they pulled back and just kept it to 3. Or just kept it to 4 with 2 new ones and the 3 originals. This game is great insofar as like, oh, it lets you have everything and doesn't leave a single thing off the table. Hey, sick, it didn't die. I like these mini boss fights that, you know, you can do out in the world that, get you a base. Like, that's a really smart way to have a boss that feels, like, meaningful without it being at the bottom of the cave. You know, keeping the challenge of fighting a guy in the daytime, which is, you do have to deal with the bullshit of, you do have to deal with it, you know? Up there are the blue Pikmin. And over here is a cave that was really close to where I was looking, you know, back when I did that original stream. The below-grade discotheque, which we will definitely go in after I get the blue onion. I think this is a game that I would love to replay from scratch, like, every few years, just in its entirety, 100%. Oh, and check this out, check this out. Oh. You know that thing I just got? I like to map it to the thing. I say the thing I just got. The, idler's alert. I like to map that to clicking the left stick, and when you hit the button, everyone who's idle just, like, comes running to where you clicked. So it's gonna be a little delayed, you know, they're gonna come to where you were, not to necessarily, perhaps, to where you are. How do I get this out? Thought you could do this. Like, I mean, I guess I'll say I was never here with, I came here with blue Pikmin originally. But it kind of makes sense that you'd be able to do this, right? Maybe there's a way to, like, drain it somewhere. Let's try this again. But with enough ices to freeze over the water. The ice Pikmin, I'll say, are a delightful addition to the game. Yeah, I'd love to, dude. They are just a delightful addition to the game. The way that they freeze water makes for paths of, like, allows you to make paths for Pikmin over water in a way that doesn't involve blues. Which is just a new way to navigate the world, basically. A new way to, like, navigate and to open up the world. Did it drain? Dang it. You would have thought that would also drain. Makes for a new way to, like, navigate the world and to, like, get your Pikmin over water features. Other than just, like, you know, dealing with it or, otherwise. I'm not sure if the pass is safe, so I'm gonna hold off on sending them. Must be a way to get this onion, right? But I really don't see how you would. I'm just gonna get these guys on this. Get all these resources. Okay. Path was not safe. Path was very not safe. You know what? We can try out this feature that the game has to rewind 3 minutes. We'll do that. Just to show it off. Just to show it off. It's a good feature. Quality of life. If you are, like, you know, scared of losing Pikmin for some reason, which, I do think you just need to, get used to it, you know? You're gonna lose Pikmin sometimes. How do we drain this lake? We need blues to get the blue onion. What is this? I don't get it. You think if we kill these guys, they'll die? Hang on, I'm gonna release these guys. I'm gonna, like, run in and, kick these guys' asses. Bomb rock. What? I have bomb rocks. Is there a faster way to get these guys, killed? Try one more bomb rock real fast. Does killing these guys drain the water? Maybe the daytime drains the water if it's not frozen. Because it was frozen last time. No. Hang on, let me Google. Let me Google real fast because I don't understand. Blue onion serene shores. Google has, like, an automatically pulled answer to it, but it's not the answer. It's not the part of the article that answers the question, so it's kind of useless. Okay, sun speckled terrace. You'll need ice Pikmin. Freeze the lake. Gather all your Pikmin. Wait, what? Freeze the lake with your ice Pikmin. And use the rest of your squad to build the wall on the left side of the lake. Oh, that's, right. No, that's, Serene Shores. This article. Blue onion in Serene Shores. You'll need blue onion, but they can be obtained in the caves in the Blossoming Arcadia. Oh, you're supposed to get some. Oachi with super buff and level 1 dig, level 3 dive can also be used to retrieve the onion. No, it can't. Oachi can't climb. Oachi can't climb. That's not how it is. Let's see what Samurai Gamers has to say. Blue Pikmin. Pikmin 4. I guess I'll say, you know, there are some complexities to how you get, like, the onions, how you get, like, a reliable way of getting certain colors of Pikmin, as you can kind of see, you know. You can do it right sometimes and save yourself the trouble, but in other cases, you're going to be, like, struggling to make it work. Okay, whatever. Tell you what, let's just carry on for now. We would need like actual blue Pikmin of our own to do this. So let's go over here and not worry about that so much and go into this here cave, the below grade discotheque, which is pretty damn cool. It's cave time. You know, I'll say, like, there are issues with this game, and one of the biggest ones, I think, is that once it's done, it's done. You know, literally, enemies don't respawn in the open areas, in the outside, so once you kill them, once you've killed every enemy in the outside world, they're just barren wastelands, which is just kind of sad, you know? In the earlier Pikmin games, when enemies came back, it added a sense of, like, it made things scary again. Just wandering around being like, oh crap, Bulbwaxes are back, or not even back in some cases. You'd be like, oh, they're back for the first time ever. Like, what the hell? Oh my god, there's a new enemy and it's a tougher one than I've ever seen in this area. What the hell happened here? We gotta use some dandori here, which is the art of doing things efficiently. That was not so efficient. Wait until after attack. Hey, buddy. If you do that, though, he's dead. Alright, I'm gonna set them to that, and I'm gonna find out what's up with my Pikmin that I sent back. Lovely. Important to have things going on multiple fronts in this game. Though, again, now with the idler's alert, you can definitely, like, be like, hey, everyone, come to me. And you'll just have, like, a whole fucking ton of Pikmin running your way if they're not already on Ochi's back. You know, if they're on Oachi's back, they're not idle. But it is just a hell of a good thing for getting things done. You can also do the thing you could, of course, do in the previous game, which is tell your guys to go here and have them... and have them, like, navigate without you. I will say, of this cave, the best part's at the end, so, you know, forward to that. Caves are just, you know, places to explore, wherein you'll find some good stuff. Everyone get over here. We need some yellows, particularly. Here are our yellows. See how nice that is? Just, everyone fucking come here. It's just so goddamn convenient. I think that might be one of the smarter features that they add to this game, and this game adds a lot. From modes to... It's not just a throwback to Pikmin 2. From having, like, more Pikmin than any previous Pikmin game, to, like, making it so that you first find wild Pikmin, and then later on, usually, unlock their onion to make more, to, like, the massive amount of areas, which are all massively large and have massive cave systems underneath them. You know, it's just the most ambitious a Pikmin game has ever been. The most ambitious a Pikmin game has ever been. And, it's large in scope to the point where it's ridiculous, but also, like, I do find myself at the end going like, ooh, I feel like I'm barely getting started here. I would love more time in this game to, like, really let things, like, soak in, I suppose. And, of course, some of the onions that you get, like, so close to the end, there's barely enough time to, like, make good use out of them, unfortunately. If I were to say criticism of it, I would say that exactly, like, there are onions that you don't have time to use. Can I throw from here? No, okay. There are onions you don't have time to use, and that's a shame. Not to say that you don't get those Pikmin, like, in caves and stuff earlier on. Not to say that you can't make use of them in caves. Well, like, no, absolutely. You can make pretty good use of them. You watch these guys. These guys go over here. No, he hasn't. He's fine. And these are better caves than in Pikmin 2. It's worth noting. I mean, maybe that's obvious because Pikmin 2 is a 15-year-old... It's an older game, you know? But it's worth noting. They are better caves, there's more of them, and they're a lot more unique, you know, per cave. Wachi's over there. I'm wasting my time coming over here the long way, aren't I? I'll also say of Wachi and your rookie, your captain, I think it is super cool the way in which you can control them separately, but if they're together, it's actually still pretty good, you know? That was a problem with Pikmin 3, was that the three captains were great, but the new feature where you can throw a captain meant that when you had your captains together, it was very easy in the heat of battle to, like, accidentally throw a captain instead of a Pikmin, which, you know, is kind of a whole fucking waste because they can't attack anyone no good. You know, all they're going to do is just, like, be out in the middle of danger for no reason, you know, which is just pointless. Whereas here you have two captains who have unique abilities, and when they're combined, they become just like the best possible way to play the game, you know? What the hell? Oh, I sat on the controller. Don't worry about it. Y'all can't see that on account of it's on my TV screen. I don't really use the survey drone that often. But the important thing here is that you get pink Pikmin. Candy Pops, yeah. First time you're seeing those in this file at least. And out comes the pink Pikmin, which are very important. They're very damn good Pikmin. And I'll tell you, every time I ran into Pikmin, like this, new Pikmin type, I definitely, like, went through the cave, like, a half dozen times, just getting enough of them where I could, like, you know, use them without fear, without worry. Which is just lovely. I don't know if there's a path back, but why not send 10 of them to do that, and maybe they'll find a way. Maybe they won't. Whatever. Move the moving walkways that way. Oh, where does that go? Oh, it's just like a loop. Want to send them over there, which will open up a path via this box that'll take us forward. Okay, there was a path back, just like that way, where my thing is looking. My cursor, you know? These guys fell over here. Fantastic. Well, it's not really fantastic, but it's a thing. I guess an interesting thing about these, is that they're not, like, handcrafted anymore. They're very much just, hey, this is the dungeon. You know, it's not randomized in the same way that Pikmin 2 was. Nor is it randomized in any capacity, really. How do we get over there? Oh, I know. Go over here. Go on box. Jump up here. Beautiful. Winged Pikmin. They're fucking good. Another thing about the Ice Pikmin, to go back to new Pikmin types. The Ice Pikmin also are just like an anti-flying enemy specialist, because like any flying enemy that gets frozen, they just drop to the ground and die, which is just really satisfying every time you can do it. I think the Ice Pikmin are just, like, an incredible new type of Pikmin. Definitely, like, I would say better than rocks. I would say they're on the same tier as, like, winged Pikmin and purple Pikmin as far as, like, my preferences and also how much they add to the proceedings. They've done so good with this whole game. Immensely satisfying to go through. And though I do think, like, the end game could be better. Could be, like... Honestly, the one thing I want in this game is, like, a New Game Plus. Just repopulate the worlds with treasures and enemies, make them tougher enemies, and let me just, redo them. It's not so different from the Olimar mode, which we'll see in a bit. But, you know, that for all the levels in the game, not just the first 4. And also with all the Pikmin types that are in the game, not just the original 3. I think that would be an incredible thing. Still a little sick, I think. I don't know. Still coughing. My throat is still a little sore, and my ears are a little out of whack. Which, you know, it's been like 3 weeks since I got sick, so that's weird. But I guess, that's, you know, if it was COVID, then that would be, the way COVID is, I suppose. You know, sort of, sticks around longer than most. Everyone just come here and I'll pick you up. But I'm mostly fine. It's just a little sore throatness in the morning. Honestly, it's not like I haven't had sore throats unrelated to diseases, you know, in my life. Sometimes I just have a sore throat. Maybe it's just a sore throat. And as for the ears, I don't know. I'm hoping they get into whack soon. If you don't have like ear stuff, ear infections with colds, I do usually. Like when I have a cold, it's like basically what it manifests. Ah! What it manifests as is just like, I mean, I'll say a general shittiness. But also just like, air pressure being like weirdly different in one ear versus the other. Sort of like if you're on a plane, you know, and popping your ears. Like that, but it never goes away. Unless you're like wearing, headphones or something of the sort, which seems to help a lot. Earplugs also help, so sometimes I just wear earplugs just in one ear, or, you know, you can wear earplugs and still hear stuff. You know, it doesn't, like, necessarily block 100% of everything out. I hear, you know, my dad's also still sick, so that's interesting. I thought we were done with it, but apparently he still is a little bit. Little worrisome, you know. You hear that shit. Like, oh, crap. It's sticking around? Oh, no, that's, that might not be good. Okay, fire's bad. For me as well. Oh, one more thing I'll say is that there's like a item that lets you control your guys a little more directly, like in Pikmin, 2, 1 and 2. And it's, you don't get it until like until a item that's in the last cave. Which I think is really unfortunate. An unforced error, I'll say. Like, yeah, that really should be attainable in, like, the first area. Honestly. Or, like, you know, before you finish the game, before you 100% the game. Not to say that, like, you know, obviously someone could just, like, leave entire huge swaths of the game for later. That's possible, but, like... probably should be possible to use stuff effectively without doing any of that, that nonsense. Oh, I was supposed to use a water thing to like rinse that out, to like douse that. Okay. Okay, get this, get that. So there's a pink ball thing. We want to go ahead and get that. Neither of us are fireproof, so we can't just wait out and get it with red Pikmin. So I can send the red Pikmin to, like, retrieve some of the stuff, though. Why are not they doing that thing? I wonder if this is like a water fountain. I wonder if this affects non-blue Pikmin in that area negatively. Well, it's on anyway. Turns on, turns off the fire. Yes. But it turns off pretty quick. There we go. Now we can go ahead and get these guys and these things all sorted out. Go over here. Okay, once they retrieve that thing. You like, okay. Help out. I do think the flying Pikmin have really been nerfed in this game. They're a lot less, they're a lot slower. Hey, thank you for the follow. What was that? New Cake J. Thank you, thank you. They're a lot slower in this game. The pink Pikmin. The winged Pikmin, as they're called. But I still love them. I still think they're a great type. Hell yeah. If again, to say what we're doing tonight, in case you didn't read the title. This is a Game of the Year refresher. I'm revisiting a bunch of my favorite games of the year. I started with Tears of the Kingdom, and now doing Pikmin 4. I think Pikmin 4 is going to be my runner-up, is my current impression. But let's see how I feel coming out of tonight. There are, like, little things that are not as hot about this game, but hey, check this shit out. This is perhaps one of the coolest bosses in the game. I particularly, in specific, chose this hole because I wanted to show this boss, which... This boss plays music at you. And makes your Pikmin dance. Makes your Pikmin dance. And there's music. What a fucking inventive boss. I wish that there was like a second one of these somewhere else in the game. You know, in like a really hard dungeon somewhere, perhaps. God, his light show is just so good. Oh my god. I bet that was really loud, by the way. Hope you could still hear me, but if you couldn't, I guess that's the nightclub experience. We'll call it authentic. There's like a guy we need to rescue in addition to the speaker, right? Where the fuck's the guy? Ah, he's over here. That is one of my favorite holes. You know, as holes go. I'd like to show you one more that's like ideal. Unfortunately, we don't have any blues in this file. I was hoping to get the blue onion, but you know, you can't just do that. It's not so simple. Is there a quick way to do that? I don't think so. But what I can do is pull up my clear game file and go into that other hole and do that way. Let's go ahead and do that then. Perhaps we've had enough exploring. I'll say, like, the fact that we couldn't just easily get blues, like, without trying, I think does speak good things about this game. You know, they make getting every type of Pikmin a process in a way that it really wasn't in any previous game. And I think that process makes them more valuable and makes the fact that you don't have them all that much more enticing. You know, it helps, actually, that I can't just get blues in 2 seconds and show you the cool thing. You have to work for it. And, you know, there's just so much in this game to work through. In general, the meatiness is part of the appeal, and the fact that sometimes things aren't easy. Things take time, things take effort, and, you know, you can farm them once you know how, but you gotta work at it. Yeah, so only 3 Pikmin can come out at once. That is a, you know, important thing to know. So those, these guys, this water, definitely can't go in there and get the thing. Definitely not. Yeah. I need to find some blue Pikmin. Need to find them somewhere. Oh, wait a minute, there's a guy still alive, isn't he? You know what I remembered from earlier when this guy killed our dudes? Doesn't get to do it a second time. Let's knock this down. Yes, it will. Oh, shit. Multiple ways to solve problems in this. In a way that I think is just really nice shit. Like, just opens up your options. And I think it's gonna add, like, so much good replay value when you're just in the mood for another run of Pikmin 4. And I think the mood will strike relatively frequently. Like, it'll happen. This game is a goddamn masterpiece, I'll say. I think it's definitely the definitive Pikmin experience. It has everything you want from, like, the best of Pikmin 2, as more types than any previous Pikmin game. It has some of the thrill of Pikmin 1 in a side mode that we'll get to. We haven't even talked about Dandori battles, Dandori challenges, or, you know, or night mode. We should touch on those before... Wait, who's out there? Come on. Where you guys at? Oh, right. They're delivering something or other. They got their resources. Right. Okay. Carry on. You know what? I told you to do that. Oh. Now, I don't have night missions, I think, in this file, so we'll have to go over to the other file to see those. We could... Dandori battles and Dandori challenges also probably worth a look. There's a lot to look at this game. It's sort of the complete package. I will say the nighttime returning to base, a lot less cool than blasting up through the sunset. You know, that is... just a small thing that's not as good, but one thing out of 100, you know? Doesn't quite measure up. I also do think, like, writing-wise, all the characters in this game are imbeciles in a way that I am not that into. I feel like the previous games, you know, gave their player a little more credit as far as, like, intelligence goes, you know, understanding what is going on. This game really does, like, slowly walk you through the process, but once things get going, it is just sublime, and there's, again, just so much to it. In a way that this is, I believe, the best Pikmin experience that you can have. Though I do also recommend 3, and I think 2 and 1 are curiosities in great way. 2 is very meaty and very long, and 1 is just not as long but really goddamn hard. Like, it's a real goddamn challenge. I never used the homesick signal. I thought I would because it calls all Pikmin back to the onion, back to the base, but I end up more just using the my idlers alerts. That turned out to be the way I prefer to do things. Let's see. I know I'm not going to do another day, but let's just look at the skill tree again and go from there. If I were to do another day, I would learn buff level 3 that lets Oachi. I said Boachi because I saw the B in buff. That's why I was thinking that. I'm going to learn Pluck that lets him do the thing. Evan Michael, you never played this? It's great. It's like one of my top 2 games of the year. Pikmin 4 is. I wonder if I can go now. You know what? Let's do that other cave. But I'm going to have to go get the blue onion from somewhere else. Yeah, this is high up for me. This is how I got it in my original file. In my other file, I just used strategy to get it early and not fuck it up. But here, it's a little bit fucked up right now, so I'm not going to be able to just get it normal style. But I can do a thing to make it so that I can, I think, retrieve it here. Or I could go find blue Pikmin and go from there. Oh, hey. The onion got placed back where it started. Good. Okay, shit. That actually makes it so that it can be retrieved without bullshit. Okay. I had, like, gotten it into the water where it could not be actually retrieved, like, back in this file specifically, I mean. Back in, July. And then I switched over to a different file and didn't have that issue the second time. But, yeah, this is gonna be very simple then. I can just do this. That guy didn't freeze. Guys, just go ahead and kill it. Wait, I need you guys. Stop. Also, another thing this game does for the first time, it, like, makes it so that you have to upgrade your, like, you have to upgrade your, like, Pikmin capacity. So over the course of the game, your squad grows, in size. And that's just such a natural thing to put into one of these games. It's sort of a surprise that they never came up with it before, you know? You go like, oh god, that just makes so much sense. Like, yeah, it does make sense that, when you think about it, it does make sense that way. Hey, there we go, blue Pikmin. Let's make enough where we can go into, that dungeon that I mentioned. Not sure what's a good amount. I guess 50 would be a good amount to go into a dungeon with. We're probably not going to make 50, but let's just start making some of these guys. Wait a minute. Okay, you know what? We'll start with the ones. We'll get some ice Pikmin to help. Again, I think it's good that they make it so that, you know, raising each Pikmin type is a little bit of work. And getting up an army of a size takes a little bit more than just, you know, happening into it. The fact that you have to work for these, and specifically go out of your way to do it right, I do think makes it the reward oh so sweeter, you know, makes it sweeter. Okay, you guys, come with me. Also go ahead and grab these. Grab some of these. We're gonna go back to the other world, and we're going to do the other cave that I mentioned earlier. That is very, very cool. Get those, okay, are they gonna freeze the lake? Can those guys climb the wall, the ice Pikmin? Oh crap, I didn't know you could just idler call them and make them climb a wall. Huh. That's nice. It's not exactly useful because they can't carry things through water, but, you know, good on them for not immediately, like, for being able to go there. Didn't know that was an option. We need a bunch more. That's what we need. Start plucking, boy. This world might be tapped, actually. Like I said, a problem with the game that I do admit fully is that after you finish off a world, there's no more enemies that spawn in it, which does make some of the later onions that you get relatively useless if, like, oh, the onions let you raise an army by, like, feeding them enemies from the world. What's that? There's 0 enemies left in the world? Wait. Then what's the use of the onion, then? I guess you can always have these things. These things always respawn. These guys here, these flowers. But, I don't know. I'd rather fight enemies than fight flowers to raise my army. You know? That is just a scotch more fun. That said, it's more of an endgame complaint, you know? It's a complaint for after when you've done, like, 20 hours of the game. 20, 30 hours of the game. And you can just restart, I guess. You could just restart. And that might be just as good. Alright. Get some of these guys. How many we got now? Around 33? I think this world is tapped, so let's end day. And then we'll go over to the other world that we were in earlier. And we'll go into that cave I wanted to show y'all. And after that, sort of thinking now how much more Pikmin 4 we have to see. We gotta see a nighttime. We gotta see a Dandori challenge. We gotta see a Dandori battle, just for reference. There's a lot in this game. There's so many different modes. They're all really well done. And we gotta see Olimar's mode. She says that's interesting. It's not so interesting to me. I guess there is the question of, like, how comprehensive should these looks be? And I'll say, well, for my runner-up game, probably should be, like, reasonably comprehensive. Ready to explore. How close are we to getting the next level, I wonder? Like, will this cave push us over? It's possible. We got like 1,000 left. This cave could push us over. The one that I want to show y'all. Did I say hello, as well as responding to the message of Evan Michael? Hello, Evan Michael. How you doing? I'm just going to pull out some blues. We have a limit of 50 of them. Let's just, you know, get some corpses real fast and grow our dudes. Get some food for our blues to feast upon. Do some quick nectar business as well. Get them big, you know. Well, that's a crab. Go over there and move the base so that it'll be close to where we want to go. Wachi really does swim really slow before you upgrade him. I am noticing this now as I play this older file before I upgraded Wachi. In which I haven't upgraded Owachi swimming ability. Good upgrades in this game. Again, does so much shit right. So much shit for the first time in the series. I'll say that all the previous Pikmin games have also had, like, side modes and extra stuff. This game integrates most of that into the campaign really well. Even, like, weird side modes are kind of integrated into the campaign insofar as they are presented in a similar manner to the stuff that you're doing normally. You know, you access it in the single player without leaving the actual game that you are playing. Kill this guy real fast. This will probably get us up to 50, and that'll be enough for now. I'll say with the lower, like, Pikmin limits that you have to raise each time, it's much easier to reach, like, your maximum allowable Pikmin squad in each color and just, like, stop raising Pikmin, you know? Which I guess is good considering that there's not an infinite supply of enemies in the game, so you might as well save some for later. Or even, like, you know, you could kill them and not just immediately move to, eat them. In this game, unlike others, corpses stick around, so you can just save your food. Which I do think is a little silly. You know, I think it makes sense at night that enemies, just eat your food on you. You know, like, why wouldn't they? Of course they would. Get some Dandori as we're doing stuff, you know. Task our different Pikmin with different tasks. this game is all about, like, just operating on as many fronts as possible. You know, while something's getting done, doing something on another front, using as, you know, sometimes using multiple captains to that effect, to that end. Is that guy on fire? Our dog's on fire. There's one of those purple fellows over there. I'm gonna set these guys to doing the bridge. And let's kill this guy real fast. In the meantime, a purple derple, whatever the fuck. They all have names. I think the biology part of Pikmin, where there's all these cool species, is very cool as well. Summon all my guys real fast. Hey, buddies, come this way. Get that sponge. I can't help myself. I said we're gonna go in the hole, and we are, but... Oh, we should probably kill this guy because they're not using the bridge. Don't want them to get killed by that fella. Meanwhile, take these guys up here. Can I do this? No, I need yellows. I need yellows or Owachi. Well, I don't have to get that. I mean, maybe over the next few days, maybe I'll, like, continue playing this file. You know, why not? I will say, in this December doldrum, I have find myself looking at the games that I have and going like, yeah, I don't really know what to play right now. Really, I should just be okay with doing some good old-fashioned Game of the Year revisiting and just replay some of my favorite games of the year. When there's nothing else coming out new, that is just a genuinely good idea. Here's the pit I wanted to show y'all. The engulfed castle. You can only have blue Pikmin coming into here because it's underwater. For reasons. When I saw this, playing this on, after finishing the first play session that I did, which was on stream, and then playing this off stream, I was like, God damn, if I had happened into this on stream, that would have been the best possible thing, because god damn, it's cool. Like, if you don't know, there's some cool shit in here. What's up? Well, there's all these enemies that are fire-based. You only have blue Pikmin that don't know how to deal with fire, so, you know, you're already off to a disadvantage here. You can deal with this fire with with blues or Owachi or whatever. But you have to be, like, good about it. You have to be strategic. You have to be willing to pull them off when it starts to flame. And also, you might lose some of their tops, you know? I guess you could go into this dungeon with nothing. Looking at, like, some of these guys that are around. Are you guys gonna be fine? No, you're not! You're really not. Jesus. How the fuck do we beat these guys? We don't have... They're constantly on fire. A Bullblax, even better. I don't have Glow Pikmin yet, so that's off the table. Don't have Glow Pikmin. Owachi is not fireproof. I'm not fireproof either. Is this dungeon just like, not feasible without those fire upgrades? It's possible. I guess that would be like an interesting way to encourage that stuff, you know. Make sure that you're upgrading in this, because some dungeons, not every dungeon has to be possible without the proper investment, you know, without the proper resistances. Guys fell from the ceiling, and I was scared, but it was just a guy, just a little guy, no problem. A really cool trick, you know, sending you into a cave with just what you have on your back. You know, with just specifically a type of Pikmin that is, not quite suited to this sort of thing. Can I lure this guy into the water? Eat shit! Yes, I can. Okay, that's how we gotta fight them. Now, obviously, for those who have played Pikmin 2, and also maybe Pikmin 4, I hope everyone who played Pikmin 2 bought Pikmin 4 on launch day. But if you didn't, and you know this cave, you know the cave from Pikmin 2. This is basically version 2.0. Hey, Fauntleroy, how's it going? Have you ever played Pikmin? Fauntleroy? This is just a normal cave. Nothing much going on. I'm sure nothing's about to happen. You ever played a Pikmin? Well, I'll say, a lot of these caves in Pikmin 4 sort of feel like, you know, sequels, successors to caves in Pikmin 2. You know, like, oh my god, they brought back the idea of this existent cave, and they did it even better. You know, this one's less evil. I'll say, generally, this cave is less evil than the one that it was inspired by. I'll also say, for what it's worth, there are new ones as well. There are new ideas here, in addition to the old ideas. And also some, like, improvements. Like, you can see this area is all green, whereas this area is all, like, rough and gravelly. There's a reason for that. And what is the reason? Smart game design is the reason. Come on, buddy. Buddy, come into the water. But here's the thing. If you didn't know, this is the water wraith. This is the thing of nightmares. For people who played Pikmin 2, like, it was the most nightmarish cave in the game. And I'll say, having played Pikmin 2 this year, as well, I replayed Pikmin 2 this year. I'll say that cave was nightmarish for other reasons as well, like, not just you being chased by this guy who steamrolls your fucking Pikmin, but also there were bombs falling all the time in that cave, there was poison gas, there was other annoying things. Rocks in that cave, sometimes just rocks fell on you and you died, and just what to do about that? Get away, back off. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna let this guy kill him. Guy! Kill the guy for me, come on! Fiery Bullblack's here. He just killed that guy for us, fantastic. But, we do have to get around. You can see now, these green places, they're free of, they're places where the guy cannot go because these overhangs sort of block his path. So, we are safe if we go there. I don't want to take this corpse home. Come over here. Where are you going? Turn! Turn! Okay, 12 Pikmin died. That's fine. I'll take it. Let's just go to the next sub-level. That's right. We don't need that corpse. Corpses are optional. When I saw this cave, it was like, okay, crap. They're bringing this back. When I saw this, I in my head, I said, like, anything could come back. If they brought back the Titan Weevil, I wouldn't be surprised. Spoilers. They didn't. But, you know, this sort of shit, it just, like, shows you that, like, fucking anything's possible, you know? Like, anything from the previous games is on the table. Your nightmares are back. It has the look of a Pikmin 2 cave, you know, a lot of the same, like, geometry, a lot of the same spaces, which is just, nostalgic in a cool way, you know? It makes me go, like, God damn, I know this space. In the way that, like, if... What's, like, a good example of that? Like, in another game. Like, when you go back to Spiral Mountain in Banjo-Tooie. Or when you go back to Spiral Mountain in Nuts and Bolts. It's like, oh crap, this is the space I know. Except this isn't literally the space I know. It's just very uncannily similar. Like if you played Hades 2 and the rooms were just, like, allowed to look exactly the same sometimes as a treat. And you were like, ooh, I know this shape of room. This is just like the room where I fought like that other guy. Like this whole like arrangement here, straight out of Pikmin 2. Like this space is straight out of Pikmin 2. It's like Pikmin 2's dungeons were like modular and like randomized, and this game matches it extremely, extremely well. Let's kill this guy. Okay. Oh, actually, okay, he'll be fine. I think when guys die, they just sort of have to recover for a while. He'll be fine. You know, this isn't a mission where we need, like, all of our guys, like, at peak condition here. Or nothing. I'm sure we'll be fine, like, on our own for a second. I'll say, as for like other like caves that are like this, or like different, there are a lot of like caves that harken back to the originals. I feel like I gravitate more to like the ones that are all new. Like there is the one that's like this but for fire Pikmin that I thought was neat. It's sort of like a fire and ice cave. That one's really cool. The final cave is, of course, very cool. There's a lot of good caves in this game. This one might be in my top 5, though, just for the audacity of bring back the Wraith and doing it this well, you know, and also making it less of a nightmare. That I think helps a bit. There you are, Wachi. You're fine. I probably should have invested in a heal thing for him so that he could heal and not die. Another thing you get later is like a literal just treasure detector that just shows you where things are. You know, so you don't have to just rely on the radar. Just, you know, geigering, you know, and intuit it from there. It would just tell you, like, oh, it's right here. And you could just figure out, like, oh, I gotta throw my guys over there and they'll dig it up. Here you can figure it out, but it takes a little more thinking, you know? Go this way. Okay. That's no good, but at least, hey, bright side, they're stuck in a place where they cannot be crushed. I did intend on doing more games this year versus last year where we did 5 over the course of a very long stream. So I think maybe we'll have to pick up the pace for the later games. Oh well. I'm fine with that. And I think that there are some games that'll be really quick to show. Like, again, this is a Game of the Year recap, Game of the Year refresher. There'll be some games that are really quick to show, like Vemba, for instance. We probably need to see like 5 minutes of Vemba, because it's like an hour-long game. I also do think it'll be hard to show that much of Sea of Stars, considering I've 100%ed it. I've done everything in that game. All we can do is like do a little combat for fun, and maybe run around some areas that I've already explored. A Space for the Unbound is also going to be hard because it's all story-based, and I finished it. So, you know, I need a save, like, middle of the game to go back to, which I don't have. So some of those will be more like, hey, here's a game, here's what I think about it. I like it a lot. Very positive on it, you know. Here's a game, I like it a lot, I'm very positive on it. We gotta move on now because there's not that much I can say, actually. Okay, I'm releasing the iron fences, which means that these guys can proceed, which means that they are now vulnerable to this dude. And also, fire, guys, stop that! Pull back, pull back! Good job, Awachi. Woohoo, no! Okay, it's just a clam, it's just an enemy. I don't need that. Where are my guys anyway? I have no idea where anyone is. Isn't there like a whole big group that's supposed to be escorting like an item? Awachi! If you're crushed, it's not a big deal. How about you deal with it? A lot of guys died, but I'll tell you, this is nothing compared to the original version of this in Pikmin 2. That's not a treasure, right? That's just an enemy? The shell? Yeah, that's just a corpse. It's just a corpse. I really like in this game as well how there's all these like castaways that you're rescuing. A doctor who lives for discovering weird cases, Yanni. And you know, they're all like random sorts and unlock like weird side missions. I think that's a really cute idea and expands the range of what you can find in dungeons on the surface of the planet in a fun way, you know. The previous game added fruit. Awachi! The previous game added fruit. No, actually, yeah, added fruit. The game before that added treasures. And the game before that had ship parts. And this game has all of that. And also, well, kind of fruits are kind of treasures, you know. Has all of that in some way, in some capacity, plus a new thing that's just as flavorful. Which is really cool. Jesus, there's a lot of sublevels to this thing. We got 2 more proper ones left. we could at any point just say like, oh, I think we got the idea, and you know, I guess I don't have to 100% this dungeon. I'll say that on a technical level, but on a I love Pikmin 4 level, I have to 100% this dungeon, because that's what you do when you play Pikmin 4. You 100%. How about we focus on non-corpses? Corpses, second priority. Our first priority, just get treasure and, you know, survive. Our guy's back. Perfect. Another base there. Kind of gonna be a hard base to defend, considering that it's in an open area. So our guys could get rocked if we do there, but yeah. I'll say also, rescuing the doctor means that we can do the nighttime mode in this file. However, it'll be the first one, and the first one's kind of a tutorial. Let's show one of the later nighttime things, just so we can see, like, the heights to which they get. Rather than just, like, the most basic form of them. One. Owachi, go ahead and do those things, and I will get this puzzle piece. Let's move the base. They're all really close, so I might as well grab them. Bastard, bastard. These guys are a good fit for the dungeon that has Roly Fucker in it, you know? They grab items, they make it harder to get things back. They make a lot of sense for this particular dungeon, you know? Might be able to do this floor before the guy falls. That's probably the best possible way to get around his reign of terror, you know, to make sure we are... Is there a guy missing? Make sure we're getting out of here, like, ideally before he drops down and starts causing trouble. There we go. For a second, I was wondering if I needed to go find a yellow candy pop bud or something. Switch some guys over to a different color, but I don't think that's the case. I think it's just, just the thing. Hey, we got through that floor before the guy fell. That is nice. Where's the exit? It is. Down we go. Ooh. Ooh. Now, I will say, of these games, I do have an order on my list. And we have been going through it so far. And I'll say, like, Mario Wonder is next on my list. I will say, though, some games will require us to switch consoles, and that's, probably want to keep that to a minimum. You know, because it takes a little bit more time to take the thing down, put it back up, etc. You know? Hey, it's poison guys. These guys just make sense as a new enemy type. Enemies that you know, encourage you to have white Pikmin in particular. Smart design. Smart addition, and I love their design. Makes the white Pikmin a little bit more valuable that they have enemies that they're specialized against. You know? Not that they're like the most valuable Pikmin type in the game, or close to it, but they're good, and I like to have them. I mean, I like white Pikmin to begin with, I'll say. But I guess there was some poison enemies, like, there was one of those, the spider guys, that was poisonous in Pikmin 2, but now there's a lot more of them, and they're almost more of a genre of enemy that you have to consider. We probably want to swarm them rather than, you know, tossing on them. Better way to do. Okay, what can we do over here? We're gonna have to switch. Oh no! I think that was only a few of them. Also, it opens up a path to, this thing. Well, not the best path in the world. Okay, now there's a path. Surely. Oh, well. Yeah, we're gonna need to find some, white Pikmin here. Whack! I forgot about that guy. You'll be fine, Oichi. I'll see you later. God! No! Oh, I had an emergency kit, huh? I don't think I ever used that in my actual playthrough. That's the first time I've seen that trigger, so new to me. This guy's pretty scary when you don't have anything that's, you know, specialized with poison. Great enemy. Jeez. Okay. There's another one to grab. I'm all out of dudes, so I'm gonna use the idle thing to send them to get some guys coming my way. Go ahead and get that delivered. Let's knock down this wall. There's the exit over there. I need to go reawaken Owachi. Also, this wall is going to come down. These guys are going to need direction. Ah! This is why you don't let Owachi die, preferably. I'll say. Hey, we can see the next level if we wanted to. I mean, we could see the next level. We could see all the levels because I have a clear game file. And I do want to show some later stuff when we look at nighttime and stuff. Maybe there's not poison. Maybe there's not white Pikmin here. Where's my guys? Are they safe? These are the questions I'm asking myself as this guy comes down. Well, they're... Wait. I changed my mind. Come here. This is the safe zone. Oh, hey, cool, good. Fantastic. We just need to, Owachi, come back to life. Thank you, buddy. We just need to get to the end, and... there is that pile of goodies. Ah! I can't ignore a pile of goodies. I'm just gonna have 15 guys grab that. Tell you what, Owachi, you stick by the exits and be ready to pop out as soon as these 15 are cashed in, okay? Wait. Okay, go. That looks safe. It looks safe right now. Okay. Oh. Now, of course, the original one of these was much more hellish. It had, like, 12, 10 stories of this. This just has 5. And the last story is, the final sublevel is just a boss. It's just, like, actually fighting him with, hey, check this out. It's purple Pikmin time. And because this game is really good about, like, letting you just go right down to any sublevel that you please, you can just replay this last sublevel over and over again to just, like, get as many purples as you want. It kind of trivializes having to, you know, the fact that you can't just get the purple onion that easily. It's really hard to get the purple onion. But you can get as many purples as you want at any time in the game. Regardless of that, keep that in mind, you know, hey, like, it's actually fine. It's actually good. You don't have to worry that much with this cave. It's just, hey, here's the perfect place. You come here, you pop these guys in the flowers, and you exit out the door. If you don't know purples, they're 10 times the weight of a regular Pikmin, and they're 10 times as strong. And also, they can damage the water wraith for reasons unknown. It's because they're heavy or something. They make, like, impact things that make this fucker tangible. Then he goes into a vulnerable state where he just is, runs around. I think it's a metaphor for humanity. This guy is a total metaphor. Was in the original Pikmin 2 as well, in his first appearance. It'd be cool to know more about him, I'll say. But you don't really need to, he's just a weird ghost that, terrorizes you for a while. And then he dies when you kill him. And he had Wave Race in him. Fucking great. I'll say, of people who've never played Pikmin before, I know that Trebucket got into Pikmin for the first time this year, played the demo of Pikmin 4, and, you know, sort of fell in love with it. And, yeah, it's a hell of a game. It's the kind of game that's very easy to fall in love with. And I would recommend it based on that. Try the demo. If this is where you're at, if you haven't played it, you know, didn't buy it for some reason, like, yes, try the demo. Hell of a game. Playing this again, I feel I feel that is well deserved as number 2, even over Wonder, which is phenomenal, you know. Wait, what? Not all treasures were collected? Oh, there's one more here? Okay, shit. Buried or something? Buried treasure is harder to find when you're like, you know, always riding on Owachi. One of the downsides to riding on Owachi, I guess. Again, I don't really need to do this, but, I might continue playing this file at some point. I wouldn't mind, like, a second playthrough of this game. It is phenomenal after all, and I do think in the years to come, I will play it like, I will play this game again. Even before they remaster it, probably. That's Pikmin. Crap. We spent a lot of time on Pikmin and Tears of the Kingdom, the 2 best games of the year. I'll say we probably don't have to spend that much time with Mario. Also, we're not kind of not done with Pikmin. We still have to look at a few things that are side things that are great, because there's amazing side things in this game that are fucking cool. And seeing those things again will remind us how fucking cool they are and help to justify its place on the list. So, and you know, justify is maybe the wrong word. Help to make the place on the list feel all that more earned. Hey, we ended up here. I'm just going to, really quick, like, open a path back. And I think I would like to grab the, can I grab that, that watermelon right now? I think I would like to grab that watermelon, and then I will end the day, and that'll be fine. It's hard for me to walk away from a day without spending as much time as humanly possible, and as much effort as humanly possible, but, I'm gonna do it. We got other games to look at. Maybe we should do a second stream of this, and not try to rush, you know, through games that are obviously, like, some of the best games of the year, and deserve, like, some time in the spotlight. You know, maybe what if I didn't try to do it all in one stream, but instead took my time and did what felt right. That's a ridiculous idea. It's the week before Christmas. I got things to do next week and this weekend. I gotta build a PC tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, maybe. Probably more like Saturday. I gotta build a PC on Saturday. Don't have time to play whatever games didn't make the cut for tonight. We'll do some sort of, like, lightning round type thing at the end where I just go like, okay, here's Like a Dragon. It's good. It's climactic. I've gotten to the point where the side quests are like this, and that to me sort of takes it out of contention. But it is really cool when it's really good, so I could see that for number 10. All the number 10 games. Probably more of a... I maybe could cover them in like a sentence or two, rather than a 2-hour revisit. Is that doing them justice? No, it's not. Is that fine for the purposes of a stream? Probably. I think this base is closer, so they should come to this one. again, a thing that I must mention as far as Game of the Year type stuff. The innovation of a movable base really just makes for worlds that are like multiple times larger than they've ever been before, that are just so fun to explore. And there's also more of them in this game than there's ever been in a single Pikmin game before. Like, well, actually, I think Pikmin 3 had like 6 areas or 5 areas or so. I think it was 5 areas, wasn't it? So, yeah, this one has like 1 area more, plus the underground, plus the night mode. They do so damn well. Put it in, put it in, put it in, guys. Come on, let's go. Okay, day end. Woo! Caves are long, it turns out. Showing 2 of my favorite caves perhaps was too much. Maybe I should have just stuck with maybe I should have just stuck with the first one, but then again, or the second one, but then again, the first one was like an original cave that wasn't based on a Pikmin 2 cave, so it is important to remember that it has both. Ones that are throwbacks and ones that are original ideas, and it does both about as well as you could, you know? I'll say that first cave, the highlight is the boss. The rest of the cave is just pretty good. Like a thumbs up 3-4 star cave, but that boss is fantastic, is the thing. We got some Hell of Treasure. I'm just gonna skip all this shit. It's banal, it's not that interesting, you know? We got Yanni. What Yanni means is we can do the nighttime stuff now.
You okay?
They do a bunch of text. So, is another world unlocked? I forget how this works. So they go through a bunch of text and they realize like how to do stuff. And the answer is the nighttime mode. So I guess then yeah, you don't get the last level in the before credits until you do some night expeditions. Yeah, we'll not do that now. Alright, that is a little bit of just exploring and cave stuff in a file that's not completed. I want to do a little bit, though, in this clear game file. Specifically want to show off a few things that are cool. This will be more of a, like, look at this is great. Look at this is great thing. Versus a, like, a long thing. You know, I'm gonna try to rush through it. I'm not gonna like necessarily do a full Dandori battle. It'll just be like, let's talk about Dandori battles. Let's talk about this. Let's look at this mode. Let's just poke the head in. And hey, spoilers. First off, there's this whole like Trial of the Leaf stage thing, which is sort of like the ultimate form of the Dandori battles, which are, you know, little challenge stages that are timed and have objectives in it. These ones have different objectives. It's not always just like get treasure. In this case, you have to not only get treasure in these 2 cases, like, and this is really interesting because this is how you get the purple onion and the white onion, is that you do the trial stages that have them, the white key and the purple key. And there's also ones here for like killing enemies, collecting all the treasures, reach the sage leaf. Some nice final hard ass things. We'll just poke the head in here and look at it. Because like, you remember how that last level, that last cave was a nightmare, but not as much of a nightmare as the like one in Pikmin 2? Well, They did make one that's a nightmare. Where basically, in 5 minutes, you have to get a purple onion back to base while being pursued. While being pursued by... You heard him. While being sued by the Crusher Man. Like, he's over there. He's a total fucker. He's gonna fuck up your shit. Like, goddamn, man. Like, this took me, I'll say a couple tries to get through. You know, it's hard, man. Like, it's easy enough. Oh, wait, it's not easy enough. That's a weighs fucking 100. You need purple Pikmin to even get it to move. And while being assailed by this fucker on a timer, that takes 50. You're gonna need purple. Jesus Christ. To even move the goddamn thing, you need like either purple Pikmin or Oachi, who is maximally upgraded. You know. Hey, here's a... I was about to say, here's a good example of the cool thing of Ice Pikmin, that they can freeze a guy in midair and cause him to fall, but yeah, you don't get to see that. Anyway, I just wanted to show this and illustrate total fucking nightmare. I'll also say you get some great upgrades by the end of the game that make this easier, like Ochi being able to carry 100 weight, for example. But it's still a goddamn nightmare, and you can see we've already nearly used up half our time just barely getting the thing to even move. You have to approach this thing with a lot of strategy and a lot of thought, and I'm not going to do that right now. I just wanted to show it off. There is also, speaking of cool ass things, get me out of here. We're done. Pitch more than just pebbles. As you get more co-op points, you receive items to exist ever players. I can't speak to that. You know, if I were a certain someone on a certain podcast, I might say like, oh, the co-op mode is terrible. You know, all you do is throw rocks. Should that count against Pikmin 2 or Pikmin 4? I don't believe so. You know, like, obviously. I don't believe a bad co-op mode counts against the game as well at all, if it's not the way that you're supposed to play it. Little Mario Wonder preview, perhaps, of the things we might say when Mario Wonder comes up. I don't care about that mode at all. I don't think it's sucking matters a bit. Speaking of cool things, Shipwreck Tale is fucking cool. Again, spoilers. I guess I don't want to undo any of my progress accidentally, but I'll say this is a whole, like, elaborate Pikmin 1 style mode where you have to collect 30 parts in 15 days. And you only get, like, the first 3 Pikmin types, and this only covers, like, 4 of the 6 levels in the game. But it's all overworld, it's all daytime, it's all, like, you know, classic Pikmin style, except you get, like, Oachi, or you get Moss, the Oachi for Olimar. You get spoilers for the story of the game. Olimar and Oachi and Moss, they are sort of the evil guys that were running around earlier in the game. They had been, like, Pikminified, Mossified, whatever. Whole thing. Anyway, this is just an amazing mode, just going through it and collecting parts and like, trying to do it efficiently while, you know, while just, like, fighting the clock, fighting the timer, which is lower than ever, but also since you're able to do much more than you could in previous games, why don't we just rewind a day? I don't know, just for sake of example. Which, by the way, hey, this is Hero's Hideaway. It's fucking the 4th level of the game. It's fucking cool. It's a house. I'm not gonna fucking undo my whole progress. If I were to unlock it in a new file, I'd replay it again. But I'm not gonna... I don't like the idea of losing my progress here. Let's see, where are the last parts that we got up here? And, fuck. Wait, what? Where's the last one? It must be something where, like, you get that one, and then and then you just, you know, the last thing appears somewhere. Like the final boss of the game or something. Anyway, this is a whole house. Cute idea for a level. This game rules. Also, hey, you get like, I forgot about this upgrade. One of the things you get last in this game is like a charge upgrade that makes it so it just, your Oachi charge, your Moss charge, never ends. How do I get up there? Ah. There we go. We'll just do a go here. They changed some things about the levels and how they're, like, navigated, and that threw me off in this mode. Incredible reuse of the previous games. I only wish that this had, like, I would love to death a mode that was like a version of this, but that had the other Pikmin types as well. Maybe was more of a 30-day affair, and maybe like more ship parts as well, and had the other Pikmin types, and also the other 2 levels that aren't included in the Shipwreck Tale. That would be absolutely incredible. You know, if they ever want DLC ideas, like, do this again. Reuse the same 6 levels, but rework, like, the enemies and the treasure placements, and make it like a hard mode. And, you know, you could even do, like, a similar progression of, like, unlocking Pikmin types again. Except this time, make it so that purples and whites get their onions, like, really fast. That would be, I think, fun. Because you kind of don't have that much time to use them as a result of how this game, you know, trickles them out. I guess, you know, you do get those types not too early in the game, but you have to, like, do underground stuff to raise up an army of them, which is, you know, not ever as good. So, where's the final treasure? I'm not sure where that final treasure is. Well, I guess I could use my radar. Like, it's going off. It's not those pots. Is it over here? Doesn't matter. Hey, I'm just saying this mode is amazing, and I would highly recommend it. You know, like, just the idea of a higher difficulty mode. Like I said, a higher difficulty mode is something this game needs, and it does have it in this mode, which is amazing. But I would also like a second higher difficulty mode that was just like a basic New Game Plus, where I got to use the Ice Pikmin and the other Pikmin types I like so much. You know, Rock Pikmin. Rock Pikmin kind of get a short shrift in this, being so late in the game, and, you know, not being as remarkable. They don't have as many enemies that they are specifically designed to deal with anymore, but I still like them. I still like all the Pikmin types. I think, it's good. Hey, we should look at Dandori Battle real fast. Dandori Battle is a 2-player mode where you do like where like there's bullshit. We'll do the Rock Pikmin. We haven't seen the Rock Pikmin yet in this revisit. Basically, it's like a chaotic mode where you're just trying to out collect items than your enemy, and there's random items, and also the screen is divided vertically. I'm actually on the left, so I'll move over there for like, you know, ease of understanding. I'll tell you, this is maybe my least favorite part of the game. I just, I'll be honest, I just didn't dig this part as much. Thank you for the follow, Rotting Labelle. I didn't dig this part as much. It's random, and like the split screen part of it really just rubs me the wrong way. It's just hard to like adjust. And I'll say, especially if ever you play this game handheld, oh my god, split screen on a handheld, it's unnatural. You don't have that much screen real estate to begin with, and they're using it for just you know, and they're using it for this. Oh my god, no. Not ideal. Not ideal. I need to get some of these. Again, we're just showing things here. Let's Dandori battles, not my thing, but they are a thing in the game. And I know some people really like them. More for me, more appealing to me were the Dandori challenges, which are like timed treasure hunting activities. Let's go into one of those that I didn't platinum and try to platinum it real fast. Let's do that. I platinumed a lot of them. I'll say I 100%ed this game, but I did not get platinums in Dandori, nor challenges versus matches, nor the Way of the Leaf. Let's see now. We'll do the first one. I bet I can do the first one really easily, considering I've done the later ones that are like 5. Maybe we should do a later one. This is the one that I did in like multiple times, really, because I you know, because I played the demo on stream that had this in it. I also played, I guess the demo is the one time it was on stream that I played it, but I have played it, like, since I did play through the first part of the game, like, multiple times, I have played this Dandori perhaps most of all, which I guess is sort of a bad sign that in my clear file I didn't, like, well, I didn't perfect it because I just didn't, and, having done it multiple times, I wasn't in the mood to do it again. Also now, shit, Owachi is more than capable now of killing just about anyone that need be. We're gonna do this one, like, actually. I like this mode a lot. I like this mode a lot, and I think it is worthy of 3 more minutes, yes. All right. All right. Actually, Owachi, you dig. You're good at digging. Owachi can handle that. Oh. Owachi will go and get that biscuit as well. Meanwhile, there's nothing in here, right? Oh, hey, Pikmin. It's great being on Owachi for a lot of this game, but it's also good just, you know, just being a guy running around. That is just the way Pikmin was meant to be played, or at least originally. And I think it's damn good. Okay, Iwachi didn't do the thing because he got distracted, but yeah, go ahead and do Cookie. I think we're just about done. We gotta get this and also that. Anyone free, come my way. Ah, Wachi. Is that the last thing? Might be. I really love all these challenges. Honestly, I should go back and try to 100% them, you know? Get platinum in everything that I haven't gotten platinum in, because they're good. They're fun. This game has so much, and, like the other game, it takes a while to show off all the things what it has. There's just one more thing. One more thing. As far as, like, one last thing to show, and then we will go to the next game. I guess it is par with the previous Game of the Year stream I did last year, where I did 5 games in 10 hours, that the first 2 games took 2 hours each to, like, you know, get a good taste of. These are big games. Some of the games coming up are small. Like, Vemba should take 5 minutes. So, we got some good. We gotta show Night Expeditions. We gotta look at that. Because they're cool, they're a nice change of pace, and also they're the only place where you get, we'll see the second last level, and we'll do a line of logs. The second to last level is pretty cool. The Glow Pikmin. We haven't even seen any Glow Pikmin for this whole 2-hour span. Didn't use any Glow Seeds. In fact, in that first file, I didn't have Glow Seeds. I'll say, as like a replacement for Bulbmin, as like, you know, reinforcements that you can deploy just by flinging them out. I think it's really cool to have them as a resource, as an item that you collect in this mode and can deploy elsewhere. I will say it sometimes fucks up my cheesing strategy of leaving all my Pikmin behind and going as a solo commander to, like, kill enemies. Like, in the last dungeon in the game, that was a problem that I had. That I, couldn't do that quite as efficiently, because as soon as I switch... No, let me just, dismount and show a thing. Which is that, the Glow Pikmin always zoom over to the active commander. So, as a result, you can fight on 2 fronts in this mode by having your commanders be split up, and you don't have to worry about Pikmin management. You just use what Pikmin you have on hand, and you're good. The whole flow of the nighttime is to spend as much time, like, branching out and getting as many Pikmin as you can, like, to start. And then once you start to be assailed, to hunker down and get a little more defensive. That said, you know, they do also... Oh, this is... Jump. Okay, crap. The Glow Pikmin are invulnerable to, like, every type of attack that there is, so you can just use them pretty freely. They are weaker than any other Pikmin type in the game, but in this mode that doesn't really matter because you get a full army of them like that. Yikes! I think in this mode, Owachi is sort of not as good because, well, Owachi can't do like a big Super Saiyan attack mode thing that your rookie can do. But the charge is also in itself good, so, you know, jot that down. How are things going on the Olimar front? I'm sorry, the rookie front. Oh, hell. Big guys turn into big piles of stuff, so, you know, they will get you more Glowmen. Owachi get them. Oh my god! Fuck, it's a big fucker! It's a big, Emperor Bullblacks. Okay, you know what, it's... Ah! Okay, I forgot about that. It's not as scary as it was in Pikmin 2. Or, in Pikmin 1. Actually, it was not scary at all in Pikmin 2. It does have a new, it does have a new mode, which is just like crying out really loud and scaring all your guys to death. Well, okay. Okay, how are you doing on this front, guy? Oh god! That's a big guy. Oh, there's also like a, you can like, unlock, like, decoy luminals that can, help you defend. I didn't do any of that, though, so that's just not a thing in this. Owachi. Wow, good looking out, Owachi. You're doing good against these guys. I guess this is a max level Owachi. He's strong, you know, capable. What are we doing all the way over here? We probably want to get closer to the thing. Okay, get some more over here. Guess that was from an enemy I killed. In the later levels, especially, I think this mode is very good. I think this mode is very fun. I think it's a great change of pace from, the rest of the campaign, where you don't really need to worry about strategy so much as just do combat really, really well. And that's really good as a change of pace. This game has so many good things in it that are good as changes of pace, though, for what it's worth. Like, this is but one of them, really. Just a couple of slugs left. I can see where they are, but I don't know where they're going. Towards Owachi, or towards, what's his name? I'll say as far as the scariest enemies in this mode, it's gotta be the Smoky Prags. Those guys are fucking nightmares. Those guys are... You really have to, like, venture out and try to break their eggs before they hatch to properly take care of them. Oh. That was fun. Pikmin 4, hell of a game. Top tier. It's my runner-up, and everything it does is phenomenal. There's like one miss in there for me, and that is the Dandori battle mode. But I love everything else from Dandori challenges to the Way of the Sage to Olimar's thing to how big the worlds are, how many Pikmin types you get under your command. It's phenomenal. Also, I will say the final boss is good in this one as well. Just like in Zelda. We're not going to go fight it, though. That's silly. We shouldn't do that every time. That's a bad idea. A bad way to approach this. Let's do as many... Let's go to the next game. We're 4 hours in. Jesus Christ. I think now we have seen enough of this game. Though we will also note that there is the whole talky element of it, where you have to talk to all your guys, and they can be a little... and the start is really slow. That is a problem with the game. I think that does not prevent it from being number 2, just for how sublime it otherwise is. Third game. I did set the game to Pikmin, right? Yes, I remember to do that at the top. The third game. And my current choice for the third on my Game of the Year list. Mario Wonder. Now, I don't think we need to spend 2 hours here, I'll say. This is a phenomenal game. We just need to spend, like, a little bit. We just need to play some levels and have a reasonably good time. I will say, I 100%ed it, by the way. I make a habit of, like, going back and clipping up old streams. Let's try Luigi, why not? I make a habit of going back and clipping up old streams, going up through, like, watching them, rewatching them, and trying to find as many things that can be clipped and make good clippable moments as possible. Just so that on Twitch, if anyone does a Twitch shout-out, they're likely to get a relevant, relatively recent clip. And recently, I'm really behind, by the way. I'm like 2 months behind, and 2 months ago, this game came out. So I recently went through and watched all my first reactions to this whole game, and it was phenomenal. It was very fun to watch myself just see the piranha plants for the first time, which, yeah, we're gonna do that.
Here we go.
I'll say, by the way, as far as badges, I think they're great as well. If there is a clear favorite for me, and that is the boosting spin jump. It is just a double jump, basically, and with a little bit of a spin on it. A little bit of a spin. Little bit of a spin on it, you know, not much of one, but a little bit of one. But it feels so good. It has such a good game feel. It's lets you save yourself from fucked up scenarios, and yeah, it's just the most reliable in any circumstance. Here's probably the most famous Wonder effect. The singing guys. Very Disney, this crap. I don't think we're going to do like a whole play through the whole thing in this case, by the way. I remember this game very well. It's only been 2 months since I played it. And also, we gotta start booking here. Even if this is number 3. And I think it is. Even if this is number 3, we gotta get booking. I have some ones in mind that we should play, though. We should play the hardest 2 levels in the game. We should play some of the last levels in the game.
You don't see that every day. Whoa.
Here's what I'm thinking. Step 1. Just a random smattering of levels. Just gonna play a random smattering of really good, excellent levels. Some of the favorites that I can think of, like off of the top of the dome. And we'll look through the list as well to help. Some of the most outstanding Wonder effects, that sort of thing. Second thing, go through the finale, the final couple of levels. We'll just do that like real quick like. And then the final special levels. The Piranha Plant one, and so on. Spoilers. This is a Game of the Year, year-end stream. Spoilers are on the table. Let's go to the second world. And you know what? What was the spin jump? This is not in the second world, but spin jump. Give me a spin jump challenge. Oh, you know what? No, even better, even better. Jet Run. Jet Run's a good one. I really like all the Jet Run mini challenges. And I really love, another thing I love about this game. Have we started talking about the things I love about this game? We should. One thing I love about this game is how it has a good variety of short and long levels. You know, levels like this that are just a nice little challenge where you go through a bunch of stuff and learn to use a badge effectively. And it has like puzzle levels that are like oddly collaborative, where like people use standees to communicate like, hey, look over here. Here's what you need to be looking. And it's really cool. I'll say also that the whole like standee system, I wasn't sure initially how I was gonna feel about it. I sort of thought it would be more of a feel like sort of a handicap or sort of like a easy button. But I didn't end up feeling that way at all. I ended up feeling more like, oh, this just makes the game more fun if I don't have to necessarily retry from the start every time. You know? And I definitely ended up like using that a lot more than I was initially thinking I would. You know, initially I was thinking like, oh, I'm going to just play the game as if it's a regular game, and I die, and wasn't too long before I said, whatever. Let's just have fun with this.
Bye-bye.
The jet run is really fun. I hope it's used in many a speedrun, and I can't wait to see levels that are just like routes through levels that are just optimized for jet run. That'll be the day. Another good level to do. Let's go to Fungi Mines. And I'll say I've played like most of this game on stream. Like the first 2 sessions I did of this game, I got through like the first 4 worlds plus a little bit of this one, like most of this one. So only World 6 and 7, the Bowser world area, and the special zone are the ones that I really haven't done on stream at all. We'll see the grappling vine later, so we don't need to necessarily do it. I thought that the break time levels were weird. I don't really get those, I will say. The break time levels. They're just like little bonus games. They're alright. They're not as good as the, I guess I appreciate the variety in that. Let's go Light Switch Mansion. That has a really good wonder effect. I didn't see this one until after I finished the game, so it was kind of funny. Until I did the special world level that has, by sheer coincidence, one of the things from this level, one of the wonder effects from this level. Spoilers, but in some later parts of the game, some wonder effects are sort of repeated in a fun way. It's good. I don't think we need to show off any of the puzzle stuff, because I've explained why it was good, and also, I've already solved the puzzle, so it's not gonna be... All I can do is go in there and help someone who needs help. You know, I can't, solve it for the first time myself now, can I? Need to get the Wonder Seed, so I'm in a little bit cautious here, because I don't want to miss it. It's a good Wonder Seed and all. I guess we can talk power-ups as far as, like, those go. I think they're great. It's interesting not to have, like, a flight power-up in this one, but I think it makes sense with how, Dang it. I think it makes sense with how there's, I think it makes sense with how there's flight abilities on your and like double jumps and stuff on your, like, badge system, so instead, those sort of serve that function for this game. I think that's really nice. The elephant is just inspired. I really like the melee attack and the side uses that it has, like breaking blocks and stuff. I think it's neat. I think the drill attack was kind of a disappointment compared to the equivalent in Mario Maker 2. You know, like, the Mario Maker spike helmet is a lot more powerful. It can kill a lot more guys. It can kill a lot more guys. You know, like for instance, the boos. The boos can be killed with the spike helmet in Mario Maker. This looks like... I think this way is the way to get to the actual thing. That looks like a way to the ending. Yeah, okay, this looks like Wonder Seed o'clock. There we go. I think that the spike helmet, it's cool. I do like to dig a lot, and the enemies that can be killed from below, I like to kill them from below. Admittedly, when you have a melee attack item already, killing enemies from below is just like a melee attack, but automatic and with limitations, you know? On technical terms, this is cool, by the way. I like King Boo. I like to see him again. I had heard before the game came out he was in it, so I wasn't surprised to see him. But I didn't realize he was just a Wonder Seed. I thought he was going to be a boss fight. I guess that's something we should touch on as far as things about this game. The boss fights, or the lack thereof, you know? Really good level there. I like the singing Boo. I mean, it doesn't really have as much impact as the Piranha Plants, being the second one of those, but I like to see King Boo. So there's that. The bubble is probably the best ability. The way that it makes platforms feels really good, as does jumping off them. And of course, it can kill enemies. Just about anything that a Fire Flower can do, but with a slightly more limited range, which I think is the perfect trade-off for that. I think the bubble is balanced, it's fair, it's fun, it's a goddamn good one. Find one that hasn't been played on stream. I guess, as far as like that goes, you're just talking like there's a couple worlds, specifically. The Poplin Rescue isn't really a level. Oh, there's these ones. The like, enemy fighting ones. The KO arenas. I thought these were a cool thing as well. This game has a lot of cool little level types that make for a very, like, distinct thing. Oh, and also we can check out the items like, hey, here. It's the Fire Flower. Good as always. The Bubble. Lets you attack, but at a limited range, but also you can jump off, which is fun. There's the good old Elephant. Absorbs water for goofs sometimes, it's not really important. But also can melee attack, and can do things with blocks, like hit blocks better. Drill, kills from below, can dig. Let's do this as an elephant. Oh, well. Okay. This one is less about, power-ups than, other ones of these, I guess. Which, hey, good. You know, hey, variety. It's good. Yeah, this one also doesn't really matter what your power-up is. Those guys are fun. Okay. Door fellas. If the doors could be taken out with these guys, you know, maybe with the drill, maybe that would be like something that buffed the drill's power up a bit. I think the drill needs a buff. That's what I think. Slight buff for the drill, I think, would have helped a little bit. I bet I'm gonna see it in a speed run and be like, oh wow, actually drill is really good if you use it right. What am I kidding? They're not gonna. There's probably not that many cases where they switch from it, or switch from the bubble. Bubble's gotta be the way. 9 times out of 10. Outside of very specific circumstances. Favorite world? I feel like it's too soon to say such things, and honestly, I don't know that I have a favorite world in other Mario games. Like in Mario Odyssey, favorite game of all time. One of the 2 favorite games of all time. Do I have a favorite world in that? New Donk, probably. I don't know. I could see New Donk. Bowser's Castle has like a huge impact. It's kind of, you know, linear in the first time you do it, but it's really fucking cool. Linear. Let's go to Shining Falls and do, let's see. We'll show off a search party. We'll show off a search party real fast.
Here we go.
It's an empty park, but this is maybe one of the earlier ones. It's cool that there's still people playing, and you can still see people in every fucking level. It's good that the game is as good as that, where you can expect that. So yeah, you can see here you can put, you know, your standees down on particular things to make it so that you can show players like, hey, invisible block here. Helps them to figure it out, you know? Feel like I missed an invisible block, but that's fine. Right? It might not be fine. I'll say this one, it's very easy to get ahead of yourself and perhaps, possibly, accidentally miss one of the Wonder Coins because you weren't. You see, there you go. There's one. That can be a problem, but I do think this is a very original type of puzzle level where just, you know, where it's collaborative in a way, and you can, you know, put your standee there to help other players figure it out. That's just, frankly, brilliant, you know? It's inspired. There's another example of that. I remember this, I think that particular block took me forever to find. It's underwater, for God's sakes, you know? And someone just put that there, and, you could tell where it is just by looking at it. I'm nearly using my new PC, which I, you know, earlier put off to the side a little bit as a kickstand. I should stop that. New PC. Get out of foot range for me. The bonus thing is weird. I don't really care the bonus things, the bonus level where you get coins. That's silliness. I guess that's fun, but it's just, there's just one design for it. It's just a little, you know, challenge that you're fine like missing, if you like. I really like these shell guys, these snails. If I were to say like what my favorite new enemy in the game is, I would say these snails that don't have a name would be my first gut instinct. There might be something else if I'm thinking about it, but I think these guys are great. I want them I want there to be a new Paper Mario that is like 1,000 Year Door style, and I want them to be in that. I want a partner of that. I think that would be like my #1 pick for like Paper Mario, for like enemy to Paper Mario-ify. This game feels great, plays great, looks great, is stylish. Each level has like stuff to discover. There's an amazing variety of them. While I don't think it's a perfect game, there are issues which we will have to see. We will see, like, in a bit, I guess. I think it is definitely one of the best 2D platformers since, like, Tropical Freeze. And I might say it's on that same level as Tropical Freeze. If I were to say, I would probably put Tropical Freeze just above it, but mostly that's just because the boss fights are actually good in Tropical Freeze, and they're not great here. You know, that I would feel like that would be the dividing line. In a lot of ways, the Wonder Seeds are a better marketable version of the way the Tropical Freeze levels would have fun climaxes that, like, really were surprising and weird. You know, this is like that, but you get an item and they're very marketable, and each level has one guaranteed. Like, clearly a better way to do that, and definitely more marketable. But pound for pound, some of Tropical Freeze twists and turns and cinematic set-piece climaxes are just as hot as this, if you get right down to it. Let's aim to play one level from each of these worlds. One level from each of these worlds. From World 1, I'm going to play the Palace, because we need to talk about boss fights. And the Palace of World 1 is kind of the best minor boss fight against a certain someone, which sort of ends up encompassing a lot of the game. A lot of the, all the boss fights other than the last one sort of fall into that. I like these skull Goombas a lot. These guys are fun. And if you hit them once, they lose their mask, and then you can hit them again. That's just a good design right there, I think. I didn't know if you hit, like, a block with multiple coins in it as an elephant, they end up all coming up. I also didn't know if you jump on a skull guy as elephant, that just cracks the skull immediately. That's fun. Good touches there. We don't have to get every wonder effect we see. We probably should. This one doesn't change much. It just makes things fall for a bit. All the pipes start to fall. Pretty good twist. But there was no one around to save us. One thing that I found surprising... Let's go the other way, fuck it. You understand, things are falling. It's not exactly the hottest one. I guess even if you do, there are gonna be enemies falling, which is... even if you don't get the thing, there's similarities to what you do instead, I suppose. And here's how they normally work. You step on them once, and then they lose their skull. That's a good design. That's another enemy I would love to see in a Paper Mario game. Just like that. No changes. That is, in fact, ideal. Can you hit these things as small? Yes, you can. Hell of a game, charming from start to finish, and just about every level has something, you know? I do think that there are, like, the ship levels. Here's, like, one of my major criticisms. Here's Bowser Jr. He goes left, he goes right, you jump over him. This is the exact boss battle that we've seen in, like, every Super Mario Bros. 2D game since Super Mario Bros. 3. Since 1988. Before I was born. They have been doing boss fights exactly like this. With, oh, here's some small twist on it. You know, people do this in Mario Maker even, because there's like a dozen different kinds of enemies that you can use for this in Mario Maker, specifically. You can use Bowser Jr., you can use any of 7 Koopalings, and people do. And I'll say, people make better make better boss fights than this. For a boss fight of this sort, this is kind of low tier. As impressive as an effect as this is, and how as hard as I understand this was to set up and get working, there's sort of some interesting stuff about how this level works, which I think is interesting. But I do think that they needed to do like actual honest-to-God bosses that weren't the same thing every time. Like in a game that is filled with so much imagination, this is first draft. This is just unimaginative. Even if it does have a wonder effect, like, look, all boss fights in the last 10 years of this sort have had some sort of twist on them, you know? It's normal, it's vanilla, it's expected, even. I like the Condarts. That's another enemy that I think are really cool. Let's do the Condarts level in Fluff Puff Peaks. That'll be our Fluff Puff level. And we'll do the... I guess we did 2 levels from World 1. Whatever, it's a very important world, don't worry about it. I like these guys, they just like fly at you as soon as you pass under them. Like a faster thwomp, but also smaller. They're fun. And they do a lot with them in this level, and, you know, a couple other levels in which they appear. I feel like we've done a lot already, and we don't need to see, like, a whole world's worth. Perhaps just the last level? We don't need to see that much more of this game. I feel like we filled up already. Honestly. It's an immaculate 2D Mario. The best that they've made in like, literally 20 years since wait, what? I missed the Wonder Effect. We gotta see the Wonder Effect. The Wonder Effect here is good. The best version of this that they've made since, like... Could it be down a pipe? I thought it was... Can't be down a pipe. Ah, no, it's up here. Good hiding spot. Best version of a 2D platformer they've made since, not counting Mario Maker. Since Mario World itself, I think it's immaculate. It's currently my pick for number 3. I do think there are issues with it, like the boss fight thing. There's the boss fight thing. There's also some levels are not good. Like, look. The ship levels are just ship levels. They're slow moving, and they all have the same wonder effect, which is kind of a bummer. You know, and they also have the same boss fight, which is a second boss fight that's in the game, but it's kind of just avoiding some stuff and hitting a button. You know? There are issues with the game, but it is delightful. It delayed me at every turn. I think it is a game that swings for the fences and hits, like, mostly home runs. And, like, a couple singles and a couple strikes. We did a Shining Falls. Ninja Jump Party. That's a cool one. Some levels are just pure Wonder Seed. You can only proceed on them if you do a Wonder Seed. Feel like that's just a good way of designing it, you know? And also means that these levels are going to be wacky no matter what you do. This one, you're encouraged to jump on the beat. And if you do... That Luigi? That is Luigi. I didn't know he did that. Huh. A thing I like about this level also is the aesthetics of a Switch Palace. You know? Sora has a big Switch Palace vibe to it, you know? Like, look, this is kind of a Switch Palace. Like from Mario World. I like stuff that, you know, harkens back to stuff. We could have done the on-off level from this world as well. That level is also pretty cool. I like the on-offs to see them, you know, etc. There are really good levels in this game, folks. One level from the overworld, and then we'll do some of the hardest levels in the game. Like, I'm gonna stick with my favorite. And I'm going to do, from the Pedal Isles. Where's the races? I want to do a race. The race is a swimming one. No, here's a spelunking one. Okay. I guess we could do some swimming. There'll be some swinging in that one of those hardest levels of all. In there. We can do swimming in that. I like this what was I gonna say? I like the kick. Makes the swimming levels more fun. I still would prefer a regular level to a swimming level. I just think that it is a good design. One thing I wish this game has, and I think a thing that would maybe help it in like the Tropical Freeze matchup as far as greatest games of all time goes, it doesn't have a time trials mode. I would love a time trials mode. I think that would be so interesting to go for gold medals on every level and to, like, you know, to go for gold medals on every level and to, like, it'd be so fun, I think, to go for gold medals on every level and try to see, like, what badge is the fastest in each case. You know, is it always going to be the non-stop run badge? Is it going to be the badge that lets you run fast? Does a double jump or some other thing help out, like, more of the time? Like, that sort of experimentation on these levels, I think, would be really fun. And I think it is a missed opportunity that they don't have that. That's another criticism. There are some criticism of this game. I'll say one more, which is that the local multiplayer, the co-op, does not seem good. You probably shouldn't play it that way. The new crown system is not a good idea. I'll say it is always inadvisable in any of these games to play them co-op, to play them locally. You should play them alone, single player, and enjoy the stages mostly how they were meant to be played. You know, in a normal, sophisticated fashion. In a controlled way. Let's do a little bit of these levels. And also the last special levels. Let's see, there's Missile Meg Mayhem, High Voltage Gauntlet, Evade the Seeker Bills, and the Knucklefest. Knucklefest is a good name. Let's do Missile Meg. I like these guys a lot. I think they're really cool. Missile Meg. Also, hey, an opportunity to see this one that we haven't seen that much this stream. I suppose we also haven't seen the drill that much. That's sort of the problem about the drill, you know, even when you have it, there's a lot of cases where it's hard to use in context, you know? Like, say if I wanted to hit this guy with the drill, I'm below him, so... Or... Okay, I could hit that one with the drill, but why would I exactly? You know? I guess the drill would be handy for, like, getting through these guys, except they would kill them, and I don't need to kill them. I need to ride them. This is cool, riding all these platforms, having them fall after they start to be jumped upon. Let's go through the whole fucking world, whatever. No, 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 don't say things. We can't spend that time. This game is fun though, I'll say. Every level I think I could spend more time. I would love to do a full replay of it and to, you know, play. I will say, as far as like additional criticisms, this is a cool part. These whole things. This whole like you know. But okay. This whole situation over here. I'll say another criticism with this game that I love their colored exhaust. It's cool. Another criticism that's easy to have of the game. I lost my train of thought there. Shit, I totally lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, I was gonna talk about characters. Yoshi and Nabbit. I tried playing as those two. As like I did a second playthrough. Like any percent, didn't do it 100% this time. And I tried playing as Yoshi. And boy howdy, not being able to use the power-ups drains a lot of fun and the like variety out of the game. Makes it a lot less fun if you're not like switching power-ups and stuff frequently. And I'll say it's the kind of thing that would probably only be good for a kid, but as I have heard before, right? Like the kid will probably be annoyed that they can't become an elephant, you know? It's probably more for the parent who is like chauffeuring the kid around and allowing them to take priority and ride their Yoshi while being an elephant. But also that said, like if they do that, like they're playing the co-op mode, which sucks and blows. So again, not recommended. Play a single player, and I bet the kids also will be. I bet that's a bummer for the kids. Let's do the final level. Because the final level is pretty cool. It's a whole big thing. And it ends, and it has just like a good variety of all the wonder effects that have been in the game thus far. It's sort of like a collage. As is several of the other levels that we're gonna see as this final stretch of like checking out the hardest levels in the game. As I say things that are criticisms of this game, part of me does wonder, oh, look at that, that's the skeleton. I know this skeleton becomes a dragon. I had not seen the level where the skeleton became a dragon before I played this level, so this was all new to me. First time I played it, if you're wondering. As I point out criticisms with this game, I can't help but wonder, does my current pick for number 4, Sea of Stars, does that beat Mario Wonder? Oh, that sounds like such sacrilege, but maybe it's true. Maybe it's true. As like a big platformer head, I would like it not to be true, but there's a lot wrong with this game, and not a lot wrong with Sea of Stars by comparison. Like, we'll see it later, but Sea of Stars, that's an immaculate game. I love this. Just best of. This was the first time I saw the Ghost Man. This is the first time I saw King Boo in this game. I did not see that level originally, where he's from. I'll continue to shout out things that I didn't know about before I played this level, I guess. I think I saw this one before. By the way, if you're wondering what we're going to do next, what the next game is, it's not going to be Sea of Stars. We're not going to just continue going in order. Instead, we're going to just focus on Switch games for now and finish out the set of them. Then we're going to do a quick lightning round, including a quick lightning round where I go through some games that are like, you know, we don't need to take such elaborate looks at, but just need to revisit, like, briefly for, like, number 10 consideration, let's say. Also, some of the looks will be brief because it's hard to show some of these games off. Here we are, we're at the final boss, which, hey, pretty cool Bowser fight, I'll say. I'm just gonna skip. It uses that, like, timed jump thing from that other level, but makes it into a super attack. And makes you deal with Bowser in this way. It's cool. One of the cooler Bowsers that they've had. I guess a question then would be like, well, what about... How would you compare to, say, the Bowser boss fight at the end of Odyssey? Because that is another one of the best Bowser boss fights there's ever been. I would say... I love the Bowser boss fights in Odyssey a lot. I think this might be more flavorful, even than that. That said, the twist at the end of the Bowser boss fight where you have to, you know, do a thing at the end of Odyssey, that is like a top fucking notch. And I would say that part is better than this. That part is better than this, but overall, maybe I would give the nod to this, just for, like, you know, being out of the blue is a big thing that this thing has that the other one doesn't. You know, the other one is set up throughout the course of the game, whereas this one just happens, and it's just like, hey, check this shit out. We got a brand new thing for you. Whereas the other one is like, hey, we're gonna do Bowser boss fights throughout, and here's the formula. Okay? Okay? You got it. This one maybe is a bit long, like I could use a little faster pacing, I guess. But it's so original, so cool. The music aspect, honestly, I wonder if originally if the music stuff was going to be a bigger through line. Like, was the music the starting point of this game? Or was the music like was just an idea that they had like along the way? Because it's like weirdly central. from being like the second levels Wonder Seed to the one of the biggest bonus levels, they knew that the music was like their biggest flex that they had in this game. They knew what they had. I think also that's a great thing about this game, by the way. They knew what was good about it. They knew, like, yeah, this rules, lean into this. It's fucking cool, lean into that, etc., etc. They knew what to lean into. They knew what to lean away from. With the only exception of, like, boss fights and, like, some stuff that is just, like, so played out that they really should have given it a break in this. Like, it was time to not have airships. Or if you did have airships, have them not be auto-scrollers. High fucking time. Ooh. Final phase, let's go. And then we'll do like the hard levels. You know, the actual hard ones, the challenges. I'll also say, by the way, the credits in this, fantastic. We're not going to do those, though, but... God, the credits in this game are so good. Like, you play through them. We'll just show some of it. You basically have to, like, grab these guys and try to mark up their names. And, like, a barrage of wonder effects come at you. It's just the perfect way to cap up this game. One of the best credit sequences I've ever seen in a video game. This does help its case, remembering that this exists. You can't get hurt in this. I assume, like, my spin is still equipped and all. Yep. Bubbles. This is just so good. I can't skip it. It's just a... Hey, honestly, this could have been the whole refresher, just playing through the credits. But I had to, like, playing through the last level of the credits and, the couple of really hard levels. It really gives you a taste of, like, so many different wonder effects you see along the way, actually, come to think of it. We need to think more critically about the next games. If there's, like, a shortcut to... If there's, like, a shortcut like this to getting the full experience again and refreshing, we ought to take it rather than going more the long way. Ooh. I guess we can also use, like, my high score as like a way to estimate how farther there is to go in this. Like, we're just at 200, so probably, like, around halfway. That's fine. I can do this. Obviously, I can do this. It's fucking free. It's easy. I'm just saying Won't take too much time out from other games. I'll say, you know, this will be a long stream. You know, fully aware of that. Just how it goes. I'm gonna try to save as much time as possible. I would like to get this done in one. Maybe it would make more sense to have like an Xbox, have like a Nintendo Switch best games of all time, and then an Xbox one that's like, you know, the games that are on Xbox. That'd be a way to divide it. The fire versions. That'd be a way to divide it. Nintendo Switch Edition and Xbox Edition. At some point, we also gotta look at I could see that as a Sunday stream, assuming my setup is like ready to go. Thank you for the follow. Who was that? I can't pause this. I can't pause this. Your name is very small on my preview monitor. I want to get a high score. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Again, this here is a Game of the Year recap. Jeez, am I about to tie my high score? No, I'm about to get 2 under my high score. Wow. Just off. Wow. Thank you for the follow. Arc Spoiled. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Currently, Mario Wonder is sitting at number 3 for me. As a Mario Maker streamer, I'll say, as a Mario Maker 2 streamer, as my main stream game. Kind of makes sense for a 2D platformer like this, that's as immaculate as this, to be number 3, but it does have issues, like I said, with the boss fights, with the airships, with the other things. There's stuff that holds it back for me. But there's also so much joy, so much originality. Game of the Year is tough. There's so much to weigh. We're going to do 2 more here in Mario Wonder, and then we're going to move on. We're going to do the Piranha Plant finale, and then we're going to do the Special Courses finale. Should we do the Piranha Plant finale? It almost feels like, at this point, it's sort of redundant after credits. Because the credits, the credits and they already had Piranha Plants already. And this is also a reprise of a lot of stuff. It's fine, whatever. Let's not worry about it. Let's try to get through it in 1. Maybe 2 streams. Maybe 2 streams would be, like, better for my, mental health and all. I got things to do, I got things to do tomorrow morning, so I don't know if I can really justify, like, the, you know, a all-night stream, you know? Like, I don't know I want this to go 10 hours long, even. Like last year's did. And last year, we didn't see every game. You know, I just sort of did the top 5, I think, is what I did. And maybe like a, maybe like a little bit of each game that was under that or something, I don't know. I looked at that VOD and tried to see like what I did. And it looked like 5 games. I will say the one thing that complicates things about, like, splitting it up by, like, Xbox versus Switch. First off, there is, Pizza Tower, which is on PC. Did we just do that in one try? One try, let's go! Fuck yeah! That's right, one try! The hard thing is that Pizza Tower is on PC, so that's not Xbox and that's not Switch, so sort of falls into the other category there, don't it? I'll think about it. I'm gonna think about it. We're 5 hours in. We got 1 level to do here. We've seen 3 games. Yeah, we might need to make like a tough decision here. I'll say this. We do another stream. We will start with Pizza Tower next time. You know what? I got things in the morning to do. I really cannot be up all night. I gotta be up at 10 for a call in 9 hours. I mean, I could be up all night and then I would just go into the call awake and then I could sleep after the call. That'd work.
Here we go.
I could do that. But also I could have a normal light stream tonight. You know, I'm starting to get the feeling like we wouldn't get to all the games that I wanted to look at anyhow. I'll say this, we do a second stream. It starts with Pizza Tower so that it's easy to do. Because, I'll be honest, I did not set up Pizza Tower. I probably should have done beforehand because I would have to set up like the capturing of it and the sound capture of it and hope that it all worked. And I don't know if it's the kind of game where it uses its sound settings based on like what you have when you launch the game, or if it's the kind where it uses what the current Windows setting is, and that affects how I can get the. Oh right, there's 2 of these. There's this final level. And there's 1 more. Okay, two more levels here. Let's try to do this in 1 try again. This part's fun. Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. Let's aim to do a Sunday stream. Sunday, Christmas Eve. Night. Freebie. Hey, hey. Haha. Eat shit. Lucky. How about... Almost want to do a Saturday stream, but I also want to build my PC on Saturday. I got a new PC and I want to build it. Let's do it on Fuck. Hey. Okay, how about this? Saturday. Saturday in like the afternoon time. We'll do this. We'll do the Xbox Game Pass stream. And then I'll aim to build my PC like Sunday, Christmas Eve. That's fine. I mean, I would like to have that PC built like sooner rather than later, but I don't really need it to be. That's just me looking at that and going like, man, I cannot wait to have that new PC up and running. It's gonna be so good. 1 try again. I used standees though. In any case, I'll take it. Where's the hearts coming from? Maybe that's not an intentional thing, the heart. That's just, you know, finishing the level at the same time. Perfect. 1 more of these, and then we will go to a couple more Switch games. And then next time we'll start with Pizza Tower and do a number of Xbox games. The list of Xbox games are as follows. Sea of Stars. Cocoon. Vemba. Armored Core 6. Alan Wake 2. Diablo 4. Like a Dragon Gaiden. Man Erased His Name. Those ones are kind of in the... You know what? We'll do PlayStation as well here tonight. We'll do PlayStation as well because those are just 2 games I want to talk about briefly and say something along the lines of, yeah, I don't think these make my top. I don't think these are number 10, but they are worth considering. I should probably mention Humanity and Spider-Man 2. Just out of sake of completeness. I do think I kind of was colder on Spider-Man than a lot of people. I didn't love the story that much, and I found the story missions to be, on the whole, very, very overlong. But with the current competition for number 10, I could see it. I could see it. Maybe if I were to get back into it. I think it's at least worth mentioning my feelings on it. And, you know, playing a little bit of it. Like 10 minutes of it. And we'll play about 10 minutes of each of those games at the end. Just to, you know, make sure we're being complete about this. My top 3. My current top 3. Sea of Stars. Feels like it's sort of gaining some ground right now against Mario Wonder, I will say. I think this level is really cool, how it goes through all the different power-ups you've used throughout the game. All the different badges. That's just so novel. Are we gonna get through this in one try as well? I'll tell you, I don't think I've done this level in one try before, but anything's possible. I like this part especially. Yeah, not one try, no. I like this part especially. I like all these parts. This whole level is a goddamn good level. And I love how it just has, this game has like 4 different versions of a final level. You know, 3 different versions of a final level, a final challenge level. It's like, okay, here you have your badge challenge, you have your Wonder Effect final challenge, and here you have like a final... And here's like a final, shit. And here you have like the badge challenge, you know? It really... It's immaculate. This game's immaculate. Hello. Thank you for the follow. Inclusive Arma. A lot of people like, I guess as I'm playing the best games of the year, I'm getting more random folk come by than normal. Hello, new folk. Let me tell you what I'm up to. I'm playing my favorite games of the year and trying to do them, like, give them justice, you know? This is to get them fresh in my memory and to help me put together a top 10 list, which I like to do at the end of the year. A lot of people like to do it, not just streamers and other content creators. No, I created a top 10 list for like 10 years before I became a streamer, let me say. And even if I were to stop being a streamer, which that's a weird way to frame, hey, let me tell you who I am. Even if I were to stop, I would do a top 10. I'm a Mario Maker streamer. I stream Mario Maker. I also do playthroughs, such things. Friday is Mario Maker Day. 6 p.m. Central is usually when those streams are. Look for it tomorrow if you're interested in that sort of thing. Viewer levels, all that. Good crap. Tonight we've looked at 3 Switch games. Tears of the Kingdom, Pikmin 4, and Mario Wonder, which are currently looking like the favorites for my 1, 2, and 3. I'm thinking I'm gonna do another stream where I do like the Xbox and PC games that I've played this year, which is mostly just Xbox games and also Pizza Tower. Because we've been going for 5 hours and yikes! Hey, pulled it out. We've been going for 5 hours and yeah, we probably need to be thinking about mid-air spin. Best badge. We need to be thinking about, you know, sleeping. I should have started this earlier. Instead, I decided to watch Dr. Stone, the last episode of that season. I like to talk about anime sometimes as I do stream stuff. Not tonight. Tonight is all business, but tomorrow I will talk about, you know, all the anime that's ended this week that I have watched. The grapple ability is cool. I feel like it's a lot less useful than I was hoping for, but it's a cool one. I think they definitely did the right thing putting that in trailers ahead of time and showing people like, oh wow, badges can get pretty out there. I think this is the most out there badge by like a mile. It's kind of a shame that it's not more useful, but you know, I do think it's really cool, and I'm glad they put it in the game. And the levels that are designed around it, it looks really good. By the way, check this out. Pro tip. Hit the X button to do an emote, and you can see where you are. Heh. Ooh. You do go off screen a little bit, so it's not that easy, but yeah. I think we died like twice there. Once or twice. Pretty good. That's pretty good. This level is hard. Took me a lot of times the first try, I'll say. But, yeah. Well, doesn't that fill you with good feelings? I'll say this game has a number of issues, but it is damn good and definitely, for sure, top 5 on my list. I'll say that without reservation. There's no way 3 other games were to pull ahead of Mario Wonder. Pikmin and Tears of the Kingdom, those are definitely 1 and 2. I'm pretty much locked in on those 2, I will say. What's next? What do we want to do? Well, like I said, I got a number of games here written down on my phone that I've been considering. I think we're going to just do Switch games and PlayStation games tonight. So, that only leaves a few that are like top tier games here for like full consideration. One game that's going to be pretty high on my list, I think honestly, top 5, that is obscure, and honestly, probably the most obscure game that I'm even considering. Is that true? Cocoon is pretty well known. Sea of Stars is pretty well known. Vemba is very well known. Chants of Sennaar, I think, is just a mite bit more well known than this game, which is, let me find it. I played it this year, so it shouldn't be that far down. And I'm not sure if there's a good way to show this, because it's a story game, and I think I have one save. It is a space for the Unbound. It's not showing up on... What the hell? It's not showing up on the Twitch. A space for the Unbound. Oh, there it is. 48 people are viewing it right now. Someone's playing through A Space for the Unbound on Twitch? Okay. Sure. It's a great game. Oh, hey, new updates. Wonder what that does. I hope it adds some sort of mode that lets me show y'all what's cool about it. I guess I could start a new file. I might need to make another account to do that. But if all else fails, I can show you the intro. And if I could run around and maybe look for collectibles or something, that'd be good. That'd be fine. A Space for the Unbound. Let me tell you what it is. Because this is an obscure game. I almost didn't hear about it. I heard about it on a podcast near the start of the year. And I realized, like, oh, that sounds really fun. That sounds up my alley. And I played it. and it was good. It's sort of an adventure game wherein you're a guy, you're in like the Philippines, and you have a girlfriend, and it's kind of a whole thing. Let me see. Oh, I do have some slots. Oh, look at this. I actually have saved in Chapter 3, Chapter 4, and Chapter 6. Okay, shit. You know what? Let's do this right. This is one of my top 5 games. I'm going to show you it from the start. And then we'll jump around a little bit. This is Game of the Year, refresher. Spoilers abound. It was a cold night. The South Star Princess was weak and the cat was worried. Meow, princess. Mew looks sick. Are Mew okay? The princess looked up to the night and thought, it's time to say goodbye. Oh no. I have something for you, my dearest friend. A parting gift. I'll show you my last miracle. Something shone brightly in the palm of her hand. It was the miracle. The cat was stunned, in awe, but it cried too. Oh, meow, princess, please don't. I can't let Mew go. The cat meowed. I think this game was written in English. This isn't like a Japanese game that was translated and then they had to come up with a new cat pun other than nya. No, this is originally in English, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe in Filipino language. Could have been in Filipino, but it's not a Japanese game, I think. Who made a space for the Unbound? Let me check that. Thank you for being my friend. Snap, I can't. A space. Me neither. If you Google a space for the Unbound, people also ask, is a space for the Unbound worth playing? Yes. It's in my game of the year. It's a contender for the top 5. I think it is likely to get top 5. I really like it a lot. Oh, hang on here. Google said, I was worried for a second because Google's quick fact says 2022, but then I went to Wikipedia. It was released on January 19th, 2023. Fuck you, Google. Stop trying to lie to me. God damn it. Imagine if we found out it came out last year. That would invalidate it immediately for the purposes of 2023 Game of the Year. I can't have a 2022 game on my list. Google, why you suck so much shit? Google sucks shit these days, Jesus. Everyone knows this. You Google something, it gives you the wrong answer, it sucks! What the hell? Get better. Mojiken Studio. Where is Mojiken Studio located? Let me look at development. How's the audio, by the way? Let me see. Let me pull it down. Dimas at a young age wanted to create a game set in an Indonesian school. Indonesia. It's in Indonesia. Sort of a high school thing. Inspired by the concept of an anime pilgrimage. That's interesting. I think that Mojiken Studio might be Indonesian in nature. Might be from Indonesia. Where developed? Where developed? Mojiken Studios. Okay, Mojiken Studio. Where is... Okay, yeah, based out of Indonesia. Right, so this is an Indonesian game. Okay. Not sure, maybe English is pretty common. Maybe they wrote it in English to start. Or maybe they translated to English. Either way, it's fantastic, and I really like it writing-wise. There's a yellow flower. Left behind and alone, the cat hugged the flower. Oh, princess, the world doesn't deserve you. That's right, this is a children's story. This cute little girl is telling the story to Mr. Co-writer here. Can't wait to read it. He's being a good, you know, slightly older friend, someone to look up to, and also, you know, someone to be like, hey, you know, you're doing good. I see you. Your stories are good. Tell me your stories. Hey, little girl, you know, grow up with wonder in your eyes and hope in your soul. She would have become a comet and destroyed the planet and, you know, done a whole thing, but that'd be a brutal way, so fuck that. Too violent, doesn't fit, yeah. By the way, where did you get the idea for the comet? She saw a comet up in the night sky, that's where she got the idea. Aw, jeez. I wish I was awake last night. I'm always awake last night. I can't believe it ends like this. What a sad fate for the South Star Princess. There's more of it. Yes, there'll be an epilogue. Final story about the cat's final adventure. She can't think of anything. Mine went blank. Get some fresh air, yeah. So you sort of run around in this game and do some adventure game ass shit. It looks very nice. I like the style a lot. You talk to people. You know, you do other stuff. And there's sort of a Psychonauts type aspect to this game where you enter people's minds, sorta, and sort of do some adventure game stuff in there to alter their fate or otherwise change their crap. And this game goes some great places with that. Like, I'm gonna jump ahead to later in, and you're gonna see some shit. You know, it's all very meaningful as well. Like, it has a lot of heart. There's, like, you know, a central mystery. Like, we're gonna go through this whole phase. Yeah, we can run by tapping. We got the magic red book. Run by tapping, run over here. Magic red book, here you go. This is what you're looking for? The magic red book, you found it. Go on, try to use the book. Afraid. Oh, you help me. You see it? You just have to open the book. When you see a dancing flower. When you see a dancing flower above someone's head, open the magic book. Just open it up. And there's the magic flower, so we can dive. Here's the thing. We go into people's minds, and we can do stuff in them. You know, and like in Psychonauts, that can be used for bad things or good things, or it can be weird. It can have some fucked up stuff. You can see here, there's a weird looking locked door. There's a pile of leaves in which is a key. We can talk to her. She says, I'm scared. I'm afraid to find out what's lied. What if it's bad? People will think, oh, weirdo. Never finished anything before. This final chapter, will I be able to? The imaginary people who laugh at her. It was a warm, bright night. The glowing South Star Princess turned into stardust and was scattered to the skies above, but her light stayed within a single yellow flower. And those will always pop, and a thing will happen. We get like a page, which is a collectible. One thing I do wish the game did. At the end of the game, there is not like an opportunity. There's not quite an opportunity to like go searching through the world for like optional collectibles and the like. And, you know, you sort of have to do a state of no return save like well before the end. Which I do think is a shame. Here you go, paper idea. Should I tell this story? Could I finish it? Yes. Yes, please do. We should come up with a cool name for when you use the red space dive. Yeah, space dive, that's it. It was already in the UI. Decide what the chapter will be. It's gonna be the big blue star. When the South Star Princess died, her final wish was to go back there, the place where she belongs. And the cat will escort her back. Mr. Co-writer's insight is, as always, very helpful. You're the one who came up with the Star Stories thing in the first place. We made it together. Well, hooray! We need a spaceship. The Star Princess and the cat will explore the spaces together with the new spaceship. I've already built the spaceship myself. You cross the river? That's dangerous. Oh yeah, the river, you don't want to cross it. It's too dangerous. She's still here, though. Something with the magical power to propel through space. The magic wand. Her father, there's a whole thing. We will go get it for her. Don't worry, we'll do some adventure game stuff to get up there. This will be a good chunk. The cat Bosk will show you the way, yeah? This will be a good example of, like, what exactly this game entails, like, as far as puzzle solving goes. And also, it'll end on a pretty cool moment, so let's go through this first prologue chapter, wherein we will, little buddy? You can pet the cats. I like this whole look that it has with the red and the red shading on the somewhat, I want to say, pastel color scheme. It all looks really good. And it uses it to do some amazing things. I say it uses it. There's some really good looking stuff in this game. Stuff that makes you go like, oh god, wow. You know, really leaves an impact. But also at the, you know, it's just a very mellow and thoughtful adventure game at the same time. You know. I'm gonna scratch myself. If I had one criticism, perhaps, it can take a while to get around from one place to another. Could use a fast travel system, but I understand sometimes there's like stuff in between you and that place that you're going that needs to happen. I guess maybe there's reasons why. And also, I don't exactly mind, like, going through this beautiful world that much, you know? What's up, dude? The Comet of Doom has come. I've heard about the comet. I didn't know it was a Comet of Doom. Phony preacher, you know? As all towns have. You can talk to everyone. You probably don't need to. I'll say I do think there were some moments in here that I got frustrated and had trouble figuring out what the next step was. It is an adventure game. That's Kieran Kong Beat. It's a mixtape this guy recorded. Not everyone appreciate Kieran Kong, especially these days, but, you know, brought over by colonials and then perfected by us locals. It's soothing, an accompaniment for people looking to relax and escape the world for a while. That's interesting. Yeah. Was this game nominated for games for progress or whatever? You know, the non-American Game Award, basically, for a game that is set not in America or something of the sort. Probably should have been. It's very good in that respect. What the fuck? This isn't something that y'all can understand, but I am seeing someone I shouldn't see right now. Maybe we'll talk about that later. Also, I guess y'all wouldn't know. Spoilers. This, you know, I was about to bring up the spoilers thing, but this is a spoilers. This is already a spoiler-heavy stream. We played the ending of Zelda, for God's sakes. That's a character who shouldn't exist right now, I don't think. Okay. I feel like they put her in there to throw a loop, to just confuse people who played the game before. Because she should not be, right? Am I misunderstanding the plot? Misremembering the plot? What's wrong? She's been afraid of going to school. Things aren't going well with his boss. He's a little stressed and... yeah. She locked herself in her room and refused to talk. I don't know what to do. I don't know why she's scared of going to school, but... yeah. You can share your problems with me. There's some serious stuff going on as far as like with some characters, you know, and like what their deals are, what their traumas are, and the game explores them and delves into them and deals with them in a great way. I don't know that we need to read every line. This is not a Let's Play. This is a revisit. This is me telling you, like, oh, look at these vibes. And later on, we're going to go a little deeper and give you, like, an idea of where it goes from here. Thank you for the follow. Gripping Rapasso. A lot of people coming by for my Game of the Year, not refresher stream. This game is high on my list of games. Oh, that person was a bot. That person was an advertiser. Ignore that. Just did the ban thing real fast. Okay, so what we need here is a ladder. We need to find a ladder. We need to take a ladder. We need to bring it here. Simple. But how do we do that? That thing is... yeah. Here's the ladder. If we try to take it, that guy says, hey, what the fuck? Buddy! I hope that you don't cause me any trouble. No one touches my ladder. Can't you see I'm busy? You see a flower over their head, you can do something to solve adventure game puzzles, you know? I'll try talking to him first, you know? It's probably the best idea. You know? I'll give him the cassette. Okay, we've exhausted all options. It's time to go inside his head, which surely cannot end badly. I think this one's pretty simple. Close the windows in his mind. Make him not see the sunlight. So you can see here, some of these are like multi-step. We're like, okay, I need to turn off all the lights. Turn off the thing. Strange clock. Talk to this guy. He stayed awake to see the comet. And he's been staying awake by keeping busy, but he wants to sleep. Bright lights. And he needs some he needs some of that sweet music, which, hey, we just got this cassette. We're gonna put it into the cassette player of his mind. A baton? Should I resort to violence? Yes. It's time to resort to violence. Good night, dude. So we just solved that puzzle. Simple enough. Game has a lot of stuff like that, where you're running around using the magic book to go inside people's heads and solve a quick puzzle-roo. Puzzle-roo? That's a weird thing to say. Well, solve a quick puzzle dealy. Alright, go into little girl's room. I will say she is much younger than us. This is not a romantic relationship at all. This is just a regular relationship wherein, you know, this guy is being nice to her. You better get the fuck out of there right now. You're skipping school, open the fucking door. He said freaking. But he might as well have said fucking. I guess she just climbs out without a ladder. Because clearly the door is locked. She left it that way. I would like to take this ladder back to the guy. But that is not in the cards. That is not an option. You can't be nice in this. We gotta go back. Some of these water splashes seem loud to me. It's fine. I'm sure I'm louder. If I'm not louder, please tell me. Game has some nice vibes, some really good, like, solid-ass pixel art. Again! What are you doing? You should... Okay. Foreshadowing. Foreshadowing. That's foreshadowing back there. I love it a lot. And it goes... This is important for it to being top 5, by the way. Important bit. It goes places. It goes some incredible places. There's also parts that are not so adventure gamey, where like, oh, there's like a little bit of gameplay here. Where there'll be like a little bit of gameplay, like, oh, it's suddenly a little bit of a rhythm game for a second. So it has this sort of minigame, that sort of minigame, etc. And that helps to break things up just a little bit. I would say, though, the most important thing is the going places. I guess the question... I don't think this is above wonder. I think that's off the table. But it could be better than... But Cocoon could be better than it. That's perhaps like the two that are vying for this slot. Cocoon and this at number 5. I could see Pizza Tower also being in that in that ballpark. Pizza Tower is also really good. But again, this game goes places. It's time for a place. Hey. She can't swim. He can't swim either. Got the magic wand that she made. Her little fun little rod, but lightning strikes and what happens? Is she gonna be okay? Ah! Damn it. No, this is not gonna work, dude. Atma! Your main character is called Atma. Oh, jeez. Ah, shit. Fuck. We're trying to save her, but, this don't look so good for us, honestly. This is not a good scene for us in particular. We have a story to finish. So this is how it starts. You're drowning. Going through this, like, very elaborate little entry. Entry, that's not the right word. This introduction. Seeing some beautiful images. I'm gonna move up to the upper left for this. I've been in the upper... in that spot of the screen for a while now. passing by chairs and boxes, that sort of thing. You know, things of your life. Through the world itself. What could it mean? Well, get ready for the hook. Well, for like the actual opening. You fall into the hands of a very well-drawn woman who is... You don't know. Who is this character, you ask? Her pixel art is big. I like seeing pixel art that big with that few colors. It looks good. It's a stylish look. I like it. Evocative. And, charming. A space for the Unbound. Prologue, Atma, end. I got slots. Yeah, sure. We'll just put that in there. We'll show off the start of Chapter 1, and then I think let's bounce around a bit. Let's just skip forward. Here's how Chapter 1 starts. You ready? Chapter 1 starts, and you're looking at this, the girl, the mysterious girl from that scene. And you're like, hey, where are you? You're at school. School? What? I guess he was also skipping school if she was. Maybe they were both, like, were school skippers. Don't tell me you lost your memory. You remember who I am, right? You're the girl in my dream. The girl of your dreams, you mean? Well... That's why you're dating me, haha. Hey, you're blushing. It's Rhea. Forgetting your girlfriend's name right after you've opened your eyes. We don't know this girl. We don't know this person. I gotta move because I'm covering text. Yes. Oh, girlfriend. What the hell? Really wild dream. I love this style. I love the red as a shadow color. All the color choices here are immaculate. It's high for me. This is definitely high. It's somewhere between 5 and 7, I think. I don't think it beats Sea of Stars. I don't think it beats Mario Wonder. I don't think it beats either of the top two. You know, Tears of the Kingdom, Pikmin 4. But Cocoon, Pizza Tower, and It basically vying for those 3 slots. You filled the sky, and you had this awful smile. I like the smile myself. I actually like the smile, so, you know, jot that down. She's nice. We like her. Thank you, Rhea. Mr. Agoog? I don't know if I'm saying some of these names right, I'll say. I don't know Indonesian pronunciation. Atma seems pretty straightforward to pronounce. Pronounce, that's not how you say that. Make sure you fill out this form. We got a form to fill out. What is the future plan consultation? About the grades, subjects, universities? Whatever, don't care. I'm so in trouble. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do tomorrow. How do I know what I'm going to do after I graduate? You'll figure it out. You know, if you don't drown or something, you know. I don't remember how this ended. If you know. You know. It ends in a big fucking thing. I don't remember, like, where it ends out as far as, like, Atma, as far as, like, Rhea, as far as, like, where they go. I remember it being good. I remember being very satisfied by its exploration of the topics and other such things. I like these camera angles that it's doing just for fun. That's charming. This almost looks like Papers, Please. This like presentation has a real Papers, Please vibe. What if we change this into this? Atma and Rhea's epic bucket list. Yes, write down everything. And here we will find, like, some of our main quests going forward, as well as some side quests as well. We will watch a movie. I'll move over here. I'm blocking the girl. Her, like, lovely smile. I want to collect all 5 different letters of Yo-Man. Yeah. You get a grand prize? It's like a bike? No. I think the thing is that they didn't send out, like, the N, or there's, like, one N that exists out there, so you can never complete all 5 different letters. It's like in Gum, basically. Have a pet cat. Their fur, their purr, teeny tiny paws. Cats are the best. I like dogs. I can purr. There's some nice faces, too, like they're emoting and stuff as they all talk, and it all looks very good, very stylized. I want to pet the fluffiest animal known to man. I'm not sure what the fluffiest animal is, but maybe I need to pet all the animals in town and find the fluffiest ones. Yes, I believe that is it. That is a quest to pet every different cat that's out there. Eat an entire Black Forest gâteau. The biggest one, yes. Okay. Beat the Future Fighters high score. Favorite arcade game. Good luck with that. I think I did that. That's one of the side things that you can do. That's sort of a, like, not adventure game thing. Throw a party. Listen to music and bawl my eyes out. It's not about the crying. It's about the music. I don't think I've ever bawled my eyes out at a movie, book, or other media. Music would have to be pretty goddamn good to make me cry. Like, goddamn. Like, what the fuck? You need some really killer context for that. It has to be like, feel like the closest I would get to crying would be like, end of Fast and the Furious 7, where like it's just a tribute to the guy what is dead, you know, the actual actor who plays the character Brian in the shows. My name is Brian, so that is a confusing thing for me to say, but y'all don't know me, so, well, you'll know, some of y'all know me, but you don't know my name, so it's not as weird. Fuck, what's his name? Paul Walker, he's dead. And the Furious 7 is sort of ends with a tribute to him that really feels heartfelt. And I guess since the series is ending, he'll be the only one who gets, like, memorialized in that way. You know, all the rest of them are gonna see it to the end, which, got, you know, like, I hope I didn't just jinx them and cause, you know, no one tell me that someone has already died while I've been streaming, let's say. That can't happen. No, they're all fine. They're all going to be fine. The movie will be completed, and it'll be very good. It might already be finished filming. Weird way to jinx a man. Weird reason to jinx a man. Collect 20 bottle caps. I think you need different ones is the thing. So that's why it's a challenge. But also there's only one in the whole game. Find precious treasure is the next one. I'll move so you can see. Not that it's that hard to see. It'd be great if we could present this list. Well, we're almost done with high school. It feels like when high school ends, the whole world might go with it. Foreshadowing. Whatever, dude. What if we do something from the list right now? Hell yeah. I like the through line of like getting these like fun bucket list things done. It makes for some silly like main quests where it's like, okay, I'm delving into this guy's mind so I can go on a date with my girlfriend. Okay, that's a good idea. And then when things like hit the wall, it's like, oh god, this was all completely avoidable, and oh, it's going some places as a result of this fun stuff we did. But also, we're still gonna go keep on doing that fun stuff. We still got this bucket list of achievements, and we do want to check them off. It's good. It's a good way to frame that stuff and make that interesting. As I say more about it, I like it more and more. You know, it's reminding me why it was the first game that I you know, reviewed as I have a favorite list on backlog.com. And if a game is good enough, I add to the favorites list. And this game was the first one that got added to the favorites list this year because it's good. Let's walk around town for a bit. Get an idea of like what happens. Here's another character. There's a lot of good characters in this, and a lot of the arcs, each chapter sort of deals with a different character, kinda, in a way, and like what their deal is, what their traumas are, what their concerns are, how they go about things, and it's compelling stuff. It's well written. It's good. Hey, it's my book. Yeah, it's the red book. In my dream, the name is on the cover. Atma and Rhea. Wait. Only brought that, didn't bring the book. Maybe someone else dropped it. Good music. I like this music. Saying you don't own this book, it has your name on it. Maybe short-term memory loss. Crashing into a girl much weaker than you shouldn't cause any trouble. You're either delusional or you're lying. She's apologetic. We're in the same class, dude. What? Okay. Apparently I'm still always asleep. Something's going on here. That is weird. Hey, classmate, you... May I know your name? Marin. That's Marin. Atma. Oh, we said, hey, I am shown that I don't know your name, but also I don't know your name. Yeah, a great place to see the map, your inventory, your collectibles, and the tails, which you collect as you go through the game and you do... Okay, I'll tell you. As you go through the game, every one of these, like, every one of these bucket list entries that you complete, you get a page. And you can get all of them, potentially, and have the complete story. And it sort of, you know, the complete story almost... The chapters sort of connect to the story that, was told. It's neat. It's a neat thing. So as the game goes on, I'll say, you know, the goals, the adventures, they get more complicated. You get more like, you have to do more to proceed. Like here, you need to find another way to leave school. There's like a hole in a wall somewhere that we can use. I think I know where it is. because we need to follow Rhea and leave and go hang out in town. You're a nice looking character. Comic books are literature, that's true, sure. I mean, I don't personally feel that strong about comic books, but whatever. Oh, right, there's like some... There's like some light stealth stuff sometimes. And this, you know, kind of makes sense in some of the, like, in some of the Shadow Realms. There's parts where, like, there's security in people's minds. And you gotta, like, watch out for them and duck behind a thing. I do remember that getting a little tedious. Now that I revisit it and, you know, see it again once more. I got a cola thing. Hiking club. Hey, how you doing? Can I lay down and read books in the mountains? No, absolutely not. We don't have mountains here, so... I mean, I like to walk sometimes. I wouldn't mind, like, a nice stroll through some mountains. When I went to Japan once, I, you know... Oh, also, hey, you named the cats. You know, stealth stuff, you know... Point down, you know. Cats, naming them? Oh, point up. That's cool. You'd be like, hello, Dio. You get like a choice of names. As I play this part, where, oh, you get to a place and, oh, not only do you have to do adventure stuff, but the adventure stuff that you need is, requires you to pass through some stealth sections. This part is, you could have left this out and it'd be better. Feel like with this stealth section, it has, maybe dropped from a number 5 to number 6 or 7. Oh no. Oh no. Well, we gotta look at some of the later parts. We gotta jump ahead and look at where this all fucking goes, because it needs some points right now, this game does. Yeah, Morin. Oh, is rope enough? You think rope is enough, or would we need more? I mean, I don't know what more there is to find in this, this area. There's not that many places to go. Library, the classroom, that's it. I'll just check the classroom. We'll get out of here, and then we'll, jump forward a bit and see, like, some more exciting stuff. How about? I guess with the collectibles, I was never, like, really encouraged to, like, track them down. And also the fact is, like, once you get into the story, it really pulls you through. You know, you really feel, like, compelled to just keep on trucking. And... okay, good. The teacher's gone. Sweet. Yes, I agree. It would be inconvenient if you had to keep on dodging. Also, there's people here, and everyone's cool with it. it goes some great places, and escalates in a fun way, and I do think it has the quality of a page turner, where you just find yourself like, man, I need to see where this goes, what happens next, what's up with this character, what's up with that character. Shit is going all sorts of ways. There's people outside. Other than me. Other people are clearly like, hey, what's up? Haha, I won't tell, I don't care. This cool guy. Security guard. There's a lot of people outside who haven't gone to class. Hello? Skipping school is all about the thrill. Took too long. How long have you been waiting? Why don't we buy some cat food? Where can we buy cat food? Karunia Jijaya's general store. Check there first. Don't have money. Why don't you check your pockets? I told you I don't have any. Wait a minute. What's up with this? Something weird's going on. I still have some money. Moral of the story? Always listen to your girlfriend. That's a good lesson. The moral of the story is something weird what happened, and then the facts of the scene changed a little bit. That'll be important later. So there's more. Hey, what are you guys up to? So there's a whole big city. Chili balls. Manta soda. Hey, what are you doing out here? I guess you can just leave whenever you want. And the people being sticklers are weird. Looks like everyone else managed to get out of school. Or maybe it's just like lunchtime or something. Oh, I don't think we know her yet, do we? That's not Maya. That's not Marin. Sorry. Whoops. I don't remember names. She's another character who is cool. That gets a lot of like attention in a later chapter. Lulu. She's great. All these characters are great. They look great. They're well drawn and all. Very stylish game. Good vibes. I'll say good vibes. I mean, right now, good vibes. Later, we'll get some vibes that are more contentious. More like, wild. You're wearing our school uniform, but you've never seen me before. That's interesting. Never seen you either. I'm Lulu, Lusky Otstavania, president of the student council last year. Doesn't ring a bell, everyone knows me. She snaps, it's good. We like it. Something weird is going on. You would think we'd recognize these people. Hey, buddy. Yes. Let's feed this cat, and like I said, we're revisiting games that I loved. I would like to jump forward a little bit. It turns out I have several saves. We can probably see like some random cool cutscene or something. Or at the very least, jump ahead to the places this game goes, because I did say it goes places, and those places are part of why it's under consideration for Game of the Year for me. You know, pretty high on the list, etc. I think it is good to see those things, especially because seeing the stealth sections really did take it down a notch. You know, in my estimation. Like, oh, right, stealth sections. Cocoon doesn't have those. Well, actually, Cocoon kind of does have some amount of stuff that is a little stealthy, but it's different. It's actually fun. It's not just stopping. So you need to do some adventure game puzzling to deal with this dog. Oh, well, actually, it's just gonna be... Okay, that doesn't work. Yes, adventure game puzzling. Required to deal with dog. Now, I'll say, we haven't gotten any, like, dives in this part of the game yet. But there are absolutely dives in this part of the game. You absolutely do go into people's minds and, you know, do things. And I will say, that has an effect. Well, I would save, but... Why not? Why not save? Okay. Spoiler time. It's time to jump ahead, like, past the start. I'm gonna jump ahead and try to remember, like, good things from later. I have saves from Chapter 4s, 5, 6, and, just from, I guess I have saves at every chapter. So, let's see what was going on after Chapter 3. Now, after Chapters 1 and 2, there was a lot of weird stuff that happened. I think in Chapter 2 or 1, there was a whole thing with the theater, and it all went out of control. People were, like, out of their minds. Turns out, going into people's minds and changing what they think can have negative side effects. And the whole theater was, like, a whole fucking... Or was that later? I forget. Maybe it was we had to do some stuff to get into the theater, and then weird stuff happened later that was theater adjacent. I thought, though, it almost plays out... You know what it plays out like? You know what it plays out like? It kind of plays out like a Mega Man Battle Network level, where you do some adventure gaming in town, and then you get to, like, a climax of the stage, where it's like, oh, Heat Man has been causing fires, except it's like, oh, a paranormal event is happening. Everyone near the cinema has lost their damn mind. What the hell is going on? Did you cause this? Quite possibly. Whoops. Whoopsie doopsie. That was maybe me. That could have been me. That could have been me. Anyway, in later parts of the game, sometimes you get, like, companions who, like, run around and help you with the diving and stuff. What were we doing? Find Rhea. Right. Oh, and we did a bunch of evidence finding. Okay. We basically did a bunch of, like, mind stuff to, like, figure out a... We found 3 evidences, and then we went into Mr. Agog's mind and set him straight. Then, in this chapter at least, anyway, we eavesdropped, we met the botanist, we found 3 evidences for Madame Puspa. There's a lot in this game that you do. And, you know, either to get these bucket list things done, which you can see a number of them have been done, or to, you know, fix the things that you caused doing, like, dives for no reason. Let's just see where we're at in the story. This is probably, I think, like the end of Chapter 3, if my guess is right. Or it's where I ended a session, and it felt like, yeah, this is probably the end, so... Probably something pretty cool, like, on the periphery here. Again, a thing I'll say is I don't think I ever got a good... I wonder if I can go to the arcade and play the arcade games right now. and show off like an example of some other gameplay. Apparently you did some net cafe stuff. Some phase in the game. That was a whole thing. That guy's dressed up as a duck. There's a building that burned down. I do think it's cool to have a game set in Indonesia. You know, you see like you see a place that you've not seen before. You know, like yeah, I've never seen Indonesia in much fiction at all, honestly. Okay, here's what the arcade machine is like. Future Fighter. Quick game, yeah. And this is very similar to what some of the action scenes are like, where you need to fight someone. It basically plays out like this, where you have to enter in commands with, you know, in a row. And then you have to do like a meter thing to block. Not complicated. It's just like a little mini game. I guess I'll say like, I do think there are parts of the game that make more interesting use than you see right here, you know? This seems rather rudimentary, and it is. But I do think it goes some pretty cool places by the end. With, like, variations upon this, twists upon this, and other things. I think this part right here is a lot more successful than the stealth stuff. But it isn't like the most extremely good thing. No, I wanna quit. Game over. Game over. Probably faster to wait. No. Can I get out of this, please? I'm not sure if back to main menu means, of the game or in general. So I'm gonna lose. All right. I think that's fine. Again, they do some interesting things with that basic like conceit by the end, and I think it works as like a compliment to the adventure gamery. Let's see how this ended. How this chapter ended. Try to see, hopefully, something cool. This guy is, sort of out of his mind. Have you seen Rhea? Oh, he forgot his daughter. Or he has some other issues going on. Oh, you know what? By now, it's clear that, like, not only are you delving into mines, not only is that a weird thing that you maybe shouldn't be doing, but also Rhea can, change reality. And in so doing, brainwash people into thinking that the changed reality was always the case. And it seems to break some people. You don't remember your son? Uncle Booty, your son is Eric. Eric Priamabodo. Oh. Something happened to Eric. I just remembered something. There was some fucked up shit with Eric. He was like a bully. He was like a real fucker. And Rhea at a certain point just said, like, you know what? Fuck Eric. He's no longer in the story. He's gone. Fuck him. Dead. Dead. Didn't exist. Never existed. Yeah. Fuck him. And that causes this knock-on effect, because it turns out when you remove someone's son from reality, it really confuses them. Throws them for a fucking loop. I don't need such a petulant child. He loves you. Some real good shit in this game. Each arc really hits upon some great ideas. Ooh, ooh. Oh God. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, are they literally uncles, or is it like a... Wait, why are you jumping into her? Oh, right. Hulu has like a whole different thing where when you space dive into her, she pulls the other person in, and she sort of does like a courtroom scene where it's like, aha, present your testimony, present your evidence. They mix it up in a fun way during this chapter. This is good. I am remembering that this game mixes it up, you know, from chapter to chapter, and that keeps the adventure game stuff from getting too stale. You know, like, all of a sudden you have this weird swan court, and you're taking people to mine court in this, like, very preppy student's mind, former student president ass motherfucker. Like, it's good. And then it ends with this whole, like, angry fucker that you have to fight. Like I said, hey. In this case, it introduces, or... I'm not sure if this is the first time, but there's like double taps now. This might be the double time. The first time. This is the sort of thing that this game would do. Just introduce something just by having it appear and saying, figure it out. Figure out what it's supposed to do. And it's pretty intuitive, you know? Alright, now time to space dive within a space dive. This is a good idea. Layers within layers. Inception. Good movie. Eric, where are you? This is more of a cutscene. Basically him remembering his son. Being a little delinquent. And him being like, you know, hard on him. They're a bad influence. Would you kill it to kill you to stay out of my life? Whatever. What the fuck? Eric, come back here. First, if he has another line. No. I told you not to play with your ball. Look what you've done. Clean this up right away. Don't step on the sharp shards. He's just worried about his son. This looks like a younger version. And it's really interesting insofar as, like, you know, through that chapter where this guy was, like, a big deal. He was a real asshole. He was a real bully. He was a real dick. And then Rhea gets rid of him and it's like, okay. Okay, I guess you could just do that. Murder is okay if it's Rhea. It's not murder. He never existed. He's just gone. Written out of the story. Okay, well, whatever you call it. Yeah. And the knock-on effects of that are really good, and it explores, like, yeah, I guess there are people who cared about this dude. For whom him disappearing would be sad. Would be very sad. Would be a real thing. And then Rhea came to him and said, hello, uncle. I think it's, everyone just calls each other uncle. It's like a friendly term. Not, my son is missing. I know he sailed him home, but this is unusual. Have you seen him around? No, I wrote him out of the story. He's gone. Why don't you ask him? Lulu let him join the committee last year? This again. People keep repeating this memory. If he was busy with the festival, it might keep him straight and narrow. Thought you were a smart girl, sensible. But you can't even be bothered to ask him to join your committee. Why should I ask him? Fuck him. The world is better out without him, isn't it? He's been nothing but a thorn in your side. And mine. Why are you talking to him like that? He's my son. Are you... You know something. Kid, where's my son? What did you do? She uses her powers and... Ah! Ooh, wow. I'll make my own fireworks. That's right, she was trying to make fireworks. Through this whole, like, chunk of the game. She was trying to buy fireworks. And he was too freaked out to, sell. Ginger candy. Yeah, there's some weird connection between Lulu and Aya. Or, Rhea. I said Aya? I'm a bad father. Uncle, you're not. Rhea's out of line. Who are you? Where's my son? That's another through line, is that people keep forgetting Lulu. I'm Rhea, I'm not Lulu. It's a very neat thread with this very good character, who is like, sort of a detective character in this, you know, actively pursuing the mystery. And she just keeps on getting forgotten until, you know, it is time for her to exit the story. This might be now. No one remembers me. I remember you. Well, that's not true. I just met you. I'm just this weird delusional girl. Do I exist at all? Oh, crap! This isn't my world. That's the only reason. This game goes some good places. Some really strong stuff in here. This is gonna be high on my list, but I'll admit it is hard to say why. How high. So at this point, you've never been past the door. You know, you've only been in the courtroom when you go into her. But now it's time to, like, delve farther past, like, the part of her that wants to judge others or, like, help with the mystery. And more into the part of her that's behind the scenes. And there's some puzzle stuff in this game, like, built around stuff like that, where you're moving items around, doing adventure game stuff to progress through people's, minds. This might be more of a thing. Yeah, I do believe this is, a whole endeavor, I will say. So you do a bunch of, like, puzzle solving, you solve her, and then there's probably, like, a big dramatic finale to this, whole arc. Maybe Rhea comes by, she does a thing. Whatever the case, when I was playing it the first time, I was just constantly in a state of wanting to see what happened next. You know? Is there like another whole area to the left or something? Sometimes there's a whole another area to the left. What am I doing wrong here? This actually looks pretty simple. Let's just try to, like, force through it real fast. And then, see next cutscene. Ah, large orb here, small orb there. There we go. That's dead simple. All you need. Take this one away. And hello. Let's talk through your problems. Why did everyone forget about you? Am I real? I've lost my crown. Lost her crown? This place. What are those creepy things? I think I'm gonna need one of these orbs back. I'm gonna need the large orb. Thank you very much. Go ahead and place that down there, and let's proceed to the side. I said this one was going to be hard to show, but it's actually incredibly easy. You just play a random chunk of the game, and, you know, it's good. It's a good chunk of the game. Oh, right here. Okay, I think each of these has something to do with, like, the thing you get from each of the previous things. Madame Puspa. Madame Puspa. Medallion? This is, like, a very simple, like, okay, remember which arc was which. Which story beat was which. And, well, it's been too long. I think Lilyflower was him. And, well, that's nothing. Make sure there's no engraving on the ones that are not visible at all. Like this one. No. Does the dog Chushoy go somewhere? I bet I just have these mixed up. Like I said, it's been too long. The medallion belongs to him. He's like a military guy. That's right. That's right. Again, I'm just picking up a random save and trying to see some good cutscenes again. Hey, you're the queen. You're the queen crown. Have your confidence. I don't need you to remind me. I'm Lulu, but why? Why did she need to do this? To me, to everyone, why did she? Rhea. Yeah, that's the million-dollar question of this game at this point. And this is like halfway done, you know. You're nowhere near the ending at this point. The mystery is only getting thicker. And I think that, well, there was a certain point in this game where I was just pulled through the last 2 or 3 chapters, just on and on and on and on, just page turner like. I couldn't put it down. It was fascinating and exciting, and I was just constantly wondering, like, what's up? Uh-oh. Yeah, there's something up with another character here. Check this shit out. Remember this character from the intro? She's doing something. And also, there's this weird fucked up cat thing. Boss, the cat in the dream. Why are you here? You have no clue what's happened. Can you distinguish reality from fantasy? No. It is time the world has ended. The whole planet will crumble into dust. That's from a draft of the storybook. It's a prophecy. I am the harbinger of the apocalypse. The world must end to be saved. What the fuck? Who is Nirmala? Why do I keep seeing her in my dream? Why does she... No. Now's not the time for those questions. Some fucked up shit happens in this game. I forgot that happened. She became a giant bird. And teleported. Though, where's Rhea, though? Hey, Rhea. Wait, Admiral? Apparently, Admiral died yeah, Admiral died in a crash. And now Admiral is here and he's talking to us. That's normal. It's normal when cats are talking to you and are alive after they're supposed to be dead. This game is good. Ugh. I really enjoyed all these plot developments the first time. And, yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Feel like this has been a hearty chunk of, like, mid-chapter 3. Where does Bosco want us to go? This does not seem like the end, perhaps, of chapter 3. These chapters are meaty. There's a lot to them, and it's kind of surprising. And, you know, I guess it's part of why I just pulled through it. Like, I constantly felt like I was near something. You know, coming up on a conclusion, an answer. And eventually there were such things. Is this the right way or the wrong way? I can always trust the cat. Know the way. I will say, one thing I don't like is navigating this world. It can be a little awkward to figure out, like, where the fuck you're going. The cat will show you the way, but cat's slow. Let's see what happens here, and then we'll jump forward some more, and then forward some more, and then forward some more. Let's just not spend too much time in any particular save, you know. This one... Yeah, that's right, the bird. You forgot about the bird? That's Lulu. Not just the festival, all of it. The entire school. The people. The town. All of it is part of your deception. Your plot to steal my identity. To steal my life. I don't think she's wrong. The giant bird. That Rhea, she's a dreamer, not a liar. She weaves stories from the lives of people around her. She doesn't shove them down their throats. You made these people your puppets with that freaky power of yours. All the side characters in your story, with you at the center. It's in the wrong hands. You controlled everyone around you, destroyed the people who wouldn't play along. Like Eric. You're a coward, afraid of the real world. So you built up this messed up one to rule over instead, with power you don't deserve. There's things going on. There's themes here with, like, you know, you think about how it starts, right? With a bunch of stuff about a character who is, you know, afraid to go out into the world, afraid to share her stories, who just, like, you know, comes up with stories to amuse her friends. You know, what few she has, or what one she has. Rhea! Don't delete her. What the hell? Lulu's great. She's one of the best characters. Oh no. Each arc kind of goes like this. You think this is funny? That's fucked up. Rhea. I've really been looking for you. I feel like we already established what happened to Eric. He's gone. He's gone. He's not dead. He never existed. The chaos in town. What's up? I love this town. The transgressor is the power from the sky. Whatever it is, it's ruining the perfect trap. Why are you using your power this way? I've given them this power, so I will use it to fulfill our dreams. If you use your power so much, your body will I forget what that setup was. What's going on with the festival? The festival is a party. She's putting on a festival because we said so earlier that we should do that. This game is well written. I really enjoy all its themes. Rhea! Why did you kill me? Remember, imperfection is important, yes. That's reality. And then she dies. Lulu's cool. I was bummed out when this happened. Like, Eric was a prick. Like, yeah, sure, get rid of him, fine. But Lulu, she's our like partner, our like partner that's actually our girlfriend, who is our girlfriend. You know, all of a sudden, you know, she's like our partner in crime in a way that even Rhea hasn't been. Well, maybe she was in the first 2 chapters. I don't know. Let's see what happens when you space 5 your girlfriend. Like, what's it like in there? I guess I'll say... This book, Atma, no. No, no, no. Oh yeah, she destroys it. Shit. She's like, what the fuck? You been doing this shit? I didn't know you were doing adventure game puzzles. That's a dangerous book. Who gave it to you? Little girl in my dreams. You seem sad. It's a dark portent. It belongs to the transgressor. That'd be the other girl then. You with that book. Little smile. She shifts to a smile. Just really subtly you're there. She's allowed to do magic. Good full screen drawing. I love these full screen drawings in this. Really help drive home, like, the big moments when they happen. Oh, right, there's a big crack in the sky. That's cool. That's a cool thing for the thing, you know, for your game. Well, that's kind of like a firework. Mission accomplished. And that was chapter 3, Lulu. Lulu's so good. And every chapter has, like, a character, I feel like, at the center. No, I'm just replaying an old part. Some more stuff with Namala. She likes fireworks too. Isn't that a fun coincidence? There's some stuff going on. Time to jump ahead further. More spoilers. I guess chapter end, chapter start isn't necessarily like going to be the biggest like sea change necessarily. Though, yeah, you know, we're getting some cutscenes, some extra effort. Marin is going to be a big part, I think, of this chapter 4. Chapter 4 is like Marin's chapter. Eric, I think, had the second one, and I forget who had the first. I guess Atma was literally the first, the prologue. So maybe each chapter, I think each chapter is like dedicated to a character, and you know, you get a good idea about what's up with them. Also, hey, every time a chapter comes by, the end days come a little bit closer. You saw it? Yes. I have a plan, though. Don't worry. It's not safe here. Oh, right. Shit. This starts this early? Chapter 4? There's 6 chapters in the game, and furniture is raining down as of chapter 4? God damn. No wonder the ending was so compelling to me. It just kicks off, like, right away. You know, halfway through the game, it feels like you're in endgame. But there's actually... What the fuck? That looks like me! Looked like me. The base camp is gonna be the... Now you get, like, a little extra gameplay also, by the way. Watching out for falling debris. Clinched it. That is neat. I like this game a ton. The first 3 chapters are just, like, nice and mellow, doing stuff around town. I guess it is weird that, like, after a certain point, the apocalypse starts, and after that, I'm not sure you can do the side quests anymore. Like, what this game maybe needs is a point where you can, right before the end, where you can run around town and do a bunch of side stuff. But, you know, the side stuff isn't, like, the most important thing in the world, so I guess it's not a problem that it doesn't have that. Anyway. So yeah, there's a whole thing where you have to get the book back, and then multiple other arcs. I forget how exactly we go through multiple arcs here. Like, the world is ending. Is the school fair started yet? Is the festival started yet? As I am revisiting this... Okay, what happened to the city? Tell us that. It destabilized the whole universe. Everyone in town behaves strangely. Random objects fall from the starts. And all the stuff we run into. She is also somehow aware of all this stuff. And savvy to it. How do you know? She's like her friend or something, I think. This place looks familiar. I used to go here when I need time on my own, which is where I met Rhea. Stick with memory. Ah, isn't that interesting? I had a long, vivid dream with a kid called, what's-her-face? Nirmala. Dreams are never just dreams. You really are Atma, that's all I have to say. Could you be her? No, I don't think so. What's with the drawings? Magic artifacts. Well, it's the end of the world. I did use the book. How do you know Rhea? Childhood friend. Everything changed when you came. It's too painful, anyway. Don't want us to talk about screw-ups. You're the closest person to her. I'll tell you the whole story. Okay, let's move on. So, the red magical book. There's also... Oh yeah, that's right! She did give us to us! And she pretended that it wasn't her. That's a neat reveal that we now see through its entirety by skipping around a bit. I did try to space dive her, and she confiscated it. Yeah. That was before the apocalypse. It's surprising. I'll say those first 3 chapters are meaty as fuck. You know, as you could see when we look through like the quest log, you could see like, oh, we did like 3 points of evidence for this character and 3 points of evidence for that character. You know, you can just imagine a whole side quest for each of those 3 evidence points where you had to find each piece in different places. You know, it's substantial. And adventure gaming, sometimes you get confused, sometimes there's stealth stuff, but I think I still like it a lot. Ah, the magic wand, yes. Nirmala. This magic wand can open a rift in time, allowing you to dive into the memory of a specific place. That's right, this whole second part of the game, I almost forgot, like, the whole conceit of the second half, which is that you start time traveling. And that's, you know, you could kind of tell that this whole game has like a whole, like, you know, dealing with past traumas and that sort of thing. So being able to, like, go back in time allows them to, like, explore it even better. Yeah, that's right. I'm glad I jumped around. I did the right thing, because I totally forgot about this, and it's important to remember things when you're considering where things go, and why exactly they are beloved, you know? Oh, now we do like this to open a time rift. Cool. Enough dilly-dallying. Go on in there and see what's what. So you time travel, and that, you know, helps you to solve puzzles. You see the past, you get more context for, like, the traumas and stuff that's all been going on in this world. And also you get to return to a place where it's not apocalypse anymore. Ah. Bullshit. I think we're good. I think we're fixed good on this whole chapter. Chapter 4. I'm gonna jump ahead to this other chapter 4 save I have, which apparently is about an hour of playtime ahead of where we are now, so probably pretty far flung as far as, like, stuff will have happened. Okay, we're traveling with her again. You can see here some examples of what messed up people look like. They're dancing, they think this is a party, they're ready for the festival. The world is ending and they think it's a festival time. Like, let's talk to this fella. Move your body, it's festival time. Exactly. Exactly. What did I tell you? There's cars, wreckage. What? You're kind of afraid at school? Are you sure we're ready to proceed? We don't have time to waste, let's go. I guess this is the end of chapter 4, right? What happens at the end of chapter 4? After you've done a lot of problem solving. So, I remember, the basic thrust of chapter 4 is you're traveling and trying to get to the school. And there's so many things in your way. You have to solve this and do that and go back in time. It's all very neat. Oh, right, this thing from earlier, it landed at the school. The arrows stick with magic. Did we get the red book back at any points? So yeah, you sort of go through puzzle on the way, and then you go into like a big like dedicated chunk of plot where it's a little more cinematic, it's a little more on rails, and you just sort of are put through a really big emotional climax. It's like a Mega Man Battle Network climax, but a little more emotionally driven, I'll say. A plane landed on the school, so it's sort of a ruin now. That's cool. And you can go back to the past of the school, back when it was, you know, alive. Yeah, let's go back to the past when it was, you know, not destroyed. It's a good story. It's well told, and it goes through, like, a number of great phases. And the adventure gaming, like, in between the big story moments is great. Oh, I did get the book back as well. So you can see there was a lot of side things. Not side things. A lot of things you had to do to get here. Bottle caps, party, listen to music, pet the fluffiest animal. A lot of that is either optional or it's coming later. So you go around. So this is like a year ago. People are not, they don't like her at this point. Rhea, I think, like, brainwashes everyone to become student body president herself, which, okay. I would simply never do that. I don't care that much about, those things. Anyway, there's puzzles to solve here. Right, because you're back in the time, and you're going even farther in time. I don't think this is the first time that happens. There's a bunch of, like, rifts within rifts, and other such things. You know, puzzles where you're just delving deeper and deeper in time, as well as deeper and deeper into mines and other such things. It's cool. This game is very cool. I put in the YouTube thumbnail a picture from, like, really, really late. Oh, this is like Back to the Present. Oh crap! This place isn't looking very good for wares. So there's a chapter 5 and then a chapter 6, and you can see here it was on 420. You can see here I went into chapter 4 on 420 at 1 a.m. I got to chapter 5 around an hour later, and then got to chapter 6 like an hour and a half later, and I was just like, I'm pushing through. This is so near the end, I can feel it. And there's a lot left, even once you've hit this point in the game, it turned out, which was shocking to me, and I just couldn't put it down. Like, you can literally see, like, the saves attest to that. Could not put it down. Let's see what chapter 5 was like. I think I always... In the end, there's nothing you can do. If I'm not even a real person in the first place, then again, spoilers! The real me, the real Atma, is dead? Yeah, drowned, probably. Or was imaginary. What am I even doing here? Things get all metafictional after the chapter 4, chapter 5. I guess chapter 5 is the school chapter, and then chapter 6 is the metafiction chapter, where you're off into Rhea's mind for the final confrontation between, like, powers, and it gets very abstract, and there's some really good imagery, and some really great shit in this final chunk. Her Majesty is waiting. A specimen unbound by the laws of reality. If I want answers, I will have to come closer. I think I understand what's here. This was the end of chapter 5, maybe. So this would be chapter 5 being the school chapter. So chapter 6, this is the middle of that. Let's jump to the end of chapter 6. Again, spoilers! Wait, no. This is the goodbyes chapter. Dang, I don't have, like, one that's right before things all gone to shit. Also, maybe this is still chapter 5. I'm gonna skip the explanations. We're going to skip any answers. We just want to see the big girl who is, I don't know if I saw images of this at any point, but it's cool. They talk. It's good. There's some really goddamn good scenes, you know? Are you real? What happened to Rhea? What happened to the North Star Princess? What happened to the South Star Princess? What have you been doing? You have to get answers for all of these. And then eventually there's a epilogue, which, you know, sort of takes place after that. And, well, you can tell you're playing as a different character, saying goodbye to all the characters in the game. I guess there's no easy place for us to just jump in and see, like, you know, and see, like, the most amazing part of the game, what happened in there. Anyway, there was a really cool part with the final boss, like the final boss, the final area, the final bit was all really good. I remember it pretty clearly, so we're not gonna try to, like, push into that part. That took 2 hours to do a space for the Unbound, it turned out. Maybe we should have just popped in and said, like, this is really good, this is really well done, but I had to push through some amazing stuff. And I'll say I did find some parts I forgot. The time travel I completely forgot. There's stuff here that is fantastic. We are going to now, I'll say, that is all the major, like, top 5 contending games that I have here. But I have a couple more games that I want to consider that I'm going to show more briefly, like. And I mean that for real. Starting with a little game called Warioware Move It. Warioware Move It is the next of the video games. And we're just going to do a little bit of that. We're going to do a little bit of that and be done. And a little bit of a couple other games. This is sort of a faster part of the stream. We're fucking 7 hours in now. Jesus Christ. Yeah, there's no way we could have gotten through the Xbox games. No way. I'm gonna grab my Joy-Cons.
It's all done? All our hard work.
Yo, hurry up and show us.
Oh! These are not quite the right Joy-Cons, but that's fine. Just so long as I get them in the right side.
What's wrong with
Well, they don't have the right color. You see, these ones are colored. This one has yellow. I'm putting the yellow on the one that's purple. Actually, come to think of it, come to notice it. We need more volume. I think that'll do. Warioware, move it. Wait, this is the wrong one, isn't it? This is Get It Together. Where's the other one? My bad. For real this time. Warioware Move It. Yep, see Daisy. Now, for this one, it'll be brief. I just want to do like 1 or 2 of the minigame collections. I just want to do them, and specifically, I'm going to do, you know what I was going to say? We'll do 3. I can do 3 really quickly. These are micro games, you know? They're not that long.
Long ago, a powerful deity bestowed mysterious stones upon humanity. According to
Camera
legend,
controls. Is there a more zoomed out camera that I have as a preset? Kinda. Okay, let me adjust that aim. Okay.
This luxury resort is full of fun activities for guests of
What if I move this out, the microphone, and I stand up for this?
Getaway with the purchase.
Yes, I think this works. I think this kind of works. How is the audio? If I stand up, can you hear me? This'll have to do. Okay. Hand to the side, other side, up a little bit, and up, yeah. Okay. Warioware. Move it. How about that? A little higher. 1 player. Right-handed. Here's what I think. There's 3 really good ones here. Can you hear me? Is it good? Can you hear me? There's 3 really good ones here. There's let's see, Dribble and Spatch, which I think is really interesting in that it introduces buttons. 9 Volt, which is all the Nintendo stuff. And we gotta see Volcano Wario. These 3 are the ones that I would perhaps say are the best 3 in the game. So let's do those, and then we'll go to little F-Zero, let's say. Oh, long stream.
gift giver.
Okay. Warioware. You see what's on screen and you do it. Cool thing about this one, this set of games, is that you have to press buttons, and what buttons you press will make sense for context. Like you can see here, I have to squeeze the shoulder buttons.
Pounce.
For these, I put my... Jesus. For these ones, I put my my new PC tower on the ground right in front of me, so I can do pounce. What? Oh, fuck it. Oh, shit.
What's going on?
I need to be in position, I guess. Ugh.
Archer.
Learn it. Play it.
Come on!
I was so focused on my
Scales.
guitaring.
Spray clean.
There we go.
Nice driving.
Gift giver.
Gift giver.
Lure.
Nice.
Knight.
Knight.
Grab.
There we go.
You got it.
Choo choo.
Clean.
Hold on tight.
Gift giver.
Gift giver.
Take your child's hand.
No. Yes.
Genius.
Choo choo.
Grab and sort.
Okay. Good.
Massage.
These games work really well.
Time.
I'll say. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. There we go. This is probably like the best use of like motion control I've ever seen. Oof. What the hell? I don't think I've seen this one. Best use of motion control I think I've ever seen in a video game. I'm the most impressed by this game by anyone I've seen before. Honestly.
You got this, kid.
Ooh. The standing up is getting...
Massage.
I like how all the characters like rhythmically do this, you know? What am I doing? Massage, okay. Where am I doing it? I was all fucked up. Turning towards the microphone or the TV is getting kind of confusing to me.
Be aware of your surroundings and allow adequate room.
I can't squat like that. Oh. Oh, my ass.
Pounce.
Plug leaks.
Oh.
Choo choo.
Choo choo.
Count them.
Wait. No, I miscounted. I fucked up. I hit the wrong button. Oh. Oh. That's the button one. It's pretty good. Let's look at some Nintendo games then. We're just gonna do one of each. One run through each.
Let's do this.
Choo choo.
Choo choo.
Pass the ring. No problem.
Love struck.
Find the question block. Made it.
I will say I went through all of these Nintendo games. Made sure I saw each one of these. Didn't want to leave any of these on the table. They're all
Don't get caught.
goddamn good. You know, I like to see the Nintendo characters.
You did it! Faster!
Choo choo.
Choo choo.
Escape. Dude!
Hand model.
These ones are weird. I don't like these ones. I think that's the first time I've ever gotten that mini game. That micro game, like,
Hit 3 times.
not fucked up.
You rule!
Fashionista.
Scatter. What?
Ooh.
Gift giver.
Don't move.
I don't think I was moving there.
Increase speed.
Fashionista.
Match colors.
Ah, fuck!
What?
That was not the right color.
Pass through. Easy.
Lifter.
Uppercut. So cool.
Sky stretch.
Hit it. Yeah. Shake your tail. Awesome. Boss time.
Scales.
Reach the goal.
Right. Ah! Fuck! Well,
A break would be nice.
okay, here we go.
Be careful not to get too close to the screen.
Hello, plastic bags. I see you.
Buckle up.
Oh, I'm playing WarioWare. Choo choo.
Pass the ring.
Motion controls. Can you hear me? Good. I'm standing up. Can you hear me while I'm like standing up? Yeah, boy. Can you hear me like this? Is this audible?
Flip it.
I'm probably fine, aren't I?
Unbelievable.
Tug of war.
Hit it twice.
There we go.
You made it.
Hear you fine? Great, perfect. I love that.
Gift giver.
Yeah, it makes more sense to... Fuck! Play this while standing up. It's good. By the way, for those just joining, let me say what we're doing tonight. We're doing a Game of the Year recap type refresher. I am playing as many games as I can within a single stream, which turns out to be just the Nintendo Switch ones tonight, looks like. I have played 4 games so far over 7 hours, and this is the 5th one, WarioWare. There's like 2 others that I want to look at just real quick like.
I knew it.
This one is itself real quick, just a couple of these, and yeah, we gotta do this.
Choo choo.
This one.
Ring the bells.
This one's damn good. This level.
Destroy.
Choo
Choo
choo.
choo.
Outrace.
I like how the crowd gets bigger and bigger with
Lock your
this one.
jaws.
Massage.
Switch.
Oh, it's I thought it was gonna be like rotate. It's a switch. Squat.
Chomp.
I don't think I really jumped there, but okay.
Dance to deflect.
This game's good. This game's good. This game's on the top 10.
Choo choo.
I want this game on my top 10.
Split evenly.
Ah!
Scales.
Dodge.
Hand model.
Okay.
Wing.
We gotta see the... we gotta see the finale of this one at least. This of this the boss level is so good here. We gotta do that.
Big cheese.
Big cheese.
Flip.
Okay.
Choo choo.
Scan.
Squat.
What? I'm gonna sit down. I'm cheating. Haha.
Dance to deflect.
Ooh. Okay.
Squat.
Ha.
Whoa. Okay, you have to actually be squatting for that one.
Match the length.
Ah! Ugh. Jeez. Ooh.
Let the training continue.
Continue from there, or one more try?
Choo-choo.
Outrace.
Squat.
Chomp.
Choo-choo.
Ooh, this one's longer, I think.
Escape.
Oh,
Scales.
scales.
Pick the pair.
Okay. Yeah.
Knight.
Knight.
Stamp postcards.
Ooh, ooh.
Love struck.
Destroy. Dance to deflect.
Ooh. My arms are getting sore. One thing about this game is it doesn't take that much of it to get you soaring, you know? I'm just gonna do this. That's easier than moving my hips.
Massage.
Throw.
Choo-choo.
Extinguish.
Squat.
Squat.
Get it in.
Crocodile.
Crocodile.
Deal evenly.
Fuck.
Choo-choo.
That's a good one.
Stand.
$50. That's expensive.
Scales.
Dodge.
Ooh.
Dance to deflect.
Oh! Let's go.
Love struck.
Match the length.
There we go. That time we got it. We're doing good.
How many guests?
Two.
Archer.
Dangle. Catch.
Ah!
Choo-choo.
Creep forward.
Damn it. Oh. Good tries. We gotta do the boss thing real fast. Just, I'm not... We gotta just do that. Because it's good. Oh. Super Wario Dance Company.
At attention.
Dance.
Ah.
At attention.
Well, let's try level 2. I have not seen level 2.
At attention.
Oh, I can't do another one of those. I'm done. Okay. That's Warioware. Oh. Plastic Bag says, what the fuck? It's good. It's a good game and we like it. Did you enjoy the final minigame there? It's a good finale. It's, I think, one of the best final minigames. I think it's one of the best final minigames a WarioWare has had. There's just like a couple of more games I want to play, like a little bit of. F-Zero 99 is one of those games that is on my list of potential games that could get my number 10 slot. So let's look at that. Let's look at Super Mario RPG and Chants of Sennaar. And we're going to do it all very quickly. No more fucking around for hours on end. F-Zero 99. F-Zero 99. I'll say, of WarioWare, just one last thought on WarioWare. Hell of a game, and a game that I would be... I definitely want to be on my top... a game that I think would be fantastic if it could be on my top 10. Like, that is a game I want on my top 10 very dearly, because it's so fun, so full of energy. It does the motion controls better than any game I've ever seen, and... it's just a delight on every level. I think it's the best WarioWare since WarioWare, the original WarioWare. I want it on my list. I'd like it at number 9, maybe. Number 9, number 10, either way. Wherever it ends up, it's on the list. And I think that's good enough for WarioWare Move It. F-Zero 99. Let's discuss this one. Did I change the game? Yes, I did. Good, okay. F-Zero 99. The whole premise is this, you know, it's that thing where you play and you try to get to be the last person, you know? It's sort of a, survival game where you get into a lobby with 100 pilots, or... does this fill up as fast anymore? I wonder if this fills up as fast anymore. Maybe it fills with computer players, maybe, I don't know. It is currently 3:20 a.m. I'm not sure if those are people. Maybe they, like, combined lobbies or something at a certain point. What does the ice mean? I gotta see this. I don't know this. It's like a special Mute City? That's cool. Must be for the winter season, you know? This the December. And other winter months, maybe. Or maybe just for, you know, Christmas time. I think this game is a lot of fun. I played a fair bit of it. I never got that good. I never got it that good, and you know, as a result, I haven't seen many levels of this game. You know, like, the ones that require you to beat whole cups, I haven't seen those, but I've really enjoyed what time I spent racing on these tracks. My only thoughts going through this, like, as far as negatives go, is I feel like it's a little held back by the quality of the original F-Zero, you know? Like, these are the original tracks, so when they added more, they were just other F-Zero tracks, which some of them are quite similar to the ones that we already have, unfortunately, because they're just like, oh, it's Mute City 2. It's like Mute City, but there's like a loop in the middle of it. That's kind of interesting. It has a fork in the road. Okay, that's not bad. But then there's others that are like, oh, it's like Silence 1. It's like Silence 2, but in the place where it does a bunch of extra turns, it doesn't do any of that. And it's just, you know, finishes. So it's just a little shorter. And it's like, it's not so interesting. Feel like we're doing well, but It seems like it's possible that there's a lot of computer players on the track nowadays. So, you know, I guess keep that in mind. Looks like you can get antlers. I killed someone, I think, right there. Little low. Need to get to the recovery thing. I really like the fourth car. I forget what it's called. That's my preference. The one I like to drive in. I feel like they should add more tracks to this game. Like, more original tracks. That would be what I would want from this game. But also, I don't know if I will ever go back to this game, you know? Maybe my time with it is done, and maybe that's alright. It's fun. It's a good thing. I do, on some level, think that if they did F-Zero X 99, it'd be a lot better, you know? Because F-Zero X is, like, a much better game. But, this is great. This is a lot of fun, and... let's try pro tracks real fast. We'll do pro tracks, and maybe if there's another thing in 4 minutes, we can do that as well. Fire Stingray, that's what I like. Ugh. I'm glad I made the decision midstream to refocus this on just Switch games, because it turns out... yeah, you know what? Doing this intensive of a look into several Game of the Year games, it's a big ask. I think in the future, like next year, definitely throughout the whole month of December, should be like scheduling multiple Game of the Year refresher streams, you know? Like spread it out a little bit. And don't just try to do it the week before Christmas. Like, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. No. I kind of want to do fewer 10-hour streams. This is maybe fixing up to be maybe an 8 or a 9? I don't know. I like this track with the mines. I don't think I erased this one enough. I'll say I think this is the most I have gotten into one of these 99, 30 otherwise games. Like, I really enjoy playing it. It's fun to me. It's good podcast game, you know? It's a good turn your brain off, watch a show game. And, well, those are the types of games that I look for when I'm looking for something to occupy time. You know? Something that's easy to just play some of. I do think it's very hard to, like, necessarily, like, get destroyed. Like, it seems if you're not taking too many risks, you will not get destroyed. But then again, you're boosting, you're gonna get real low, and then who knows, you know? I'm gonna boost. Oh, God. That's maybe not a good idea. If anyone behind me sees I'm smoking, or I crash... that'll be that for that. I like that jump in that course. I'm ranked A-. How about that? So I've never played the first of the last pack. Jeez, whatever this is, I need to see it and try to race it, because it's not going to be, like, rare or something. What is R? Frozen races. You get rewards for doing frozen races. One more. One more. And if the other one is like a, I don't care for the team mode, but the cup mode is okay. I'll do a cup if the thing is a cup, next. I like this game a lot. I could very easily see it as number 10 on my list. I guess I'll do Sand Ocean because it's one I know, but I probably need to play this enough to see the new King map at some point. I say the new King map. The one that I haven't seen before. It can't be that rare since it's one of the first ones, so yeah, really ought to. Really ought to. They did a hell of a job with this, and I'm excited to see what'll come next for 99 games, you know? More of these, Nintendo. Like, I think it's fascinating that Nintendo found a weird niche of like, oh, we're turning all our old games into battle royales. Something that no one else does. You know, there's original battle royales, but based on old games that exist that are like retro in nature, kind of one of a kind. Oh, fuck! Shit! I just realized I'm not maybe in a good corner. You can't quite see all my health. I should move down to the lower, somewhere on the bottom of the screen. Next chance I get. I'm sort of driving right now, so, you know. I like the boost track. The boost track is cool. There's, like, a lot of merit in strategically using it to get over, like, the hardest parts of the stage, which I did not do there. I just sort of, like, you know, blew my wad without thinking. That's not good. You don't want to do that. You always want to think about these things, you know? Wads. Enjoy it, you know? Get your mileage out of it. How you doing, plastic bags? Did I ask that? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a lovely night. What are your games of the year? I'll ask you that. How about that? That's a thing I can ask. I blew it again, didn't I? Just used that without thinking. And maybe this track isn't that weird in its final stretch. That, oh yeah, this is the part that you would love to skip. Like right here, that's the moment to use it. And you get like the most advantage using it strategically. That's a good game. I wouldn't mind this as number 10. I got a couple more Switch games with which to show. Wait. Get up, back out. I accidentally hit A. Quick mini pricks. We'll do a quick mini pricks. I'm gonna do a quick mini pricks, and that'll be the last one. I really like this mini pricks and pricks mode. I've never gotten to the last part of a full pricks. I have gotten to the last part of a mini pricks before, so let's see what we can do here. I've been finishing pretty high, possibly because they're computer players, a lot of these, so maybe it's a softer crowd than normal. I'll talk about the other two games that I want to show tonight. There's Super Mario RPG, which could be number 10. I have found a very pleasant experience, very light, and it's very easy to just like kind of push through every arc, and it's short for an RPG. Like, goddamn, I'm kind of surprised how airy it is. That said, I am in the last part of it, and it has gotten pretty difficult where it is. You know, it has gotten very challenging. If I had to say, by the way, going back to F-Zero, If I had to say a criticism with this game, I feel like I've seen the same 3 courses like 100 times. Mute City 1, Big Blue, the ones that they had at the start. People vote for them pretty often. I feel like maybe on some level they should mess with the rarity a bit and make it so that you see, I don't know, a greater like variety of courses. It's very common to like, you know, we've done 3 races. We've done 3 races and we've seen Mute City twice, you know? That shit is common, you know? I'll say of Super Mario RPG, I have skipped through a lot, so I am a little underleveled, and I'm not sure how hard the end of the game is going to be for me. Holy shit, we're in 4th. But I'll load up my save where I am in that, and we can, like, you know, bounce around a bit, I guess. Just, like, do some Bowser's Castle stuff. I also did leave some extra saves, just in case we wanted to, like, I don't know, see the Cloud, the Birdman arc. I forget. I think that save is, like, right after the bird does his dance thing. That's, like, the most interesting part of the bird chapter, of the sky chapter, is the part where the bird tries to get you, and you, like, dodge him by jumping at the right time. I think I'm just out. I think that save file is just after that, so... Yeah. I'm really low. But here is health. We need to be very judicious and not waste it, or else we'll just be out. I guess this track has a lot of extra ice on it now, which is neat. That's cool. I like that. That's a neat touch. That'd be a cool thing just to do, like, all year round. Like, just constant different variants of each map. Like, I guess, oh, here's the ice version. Here's the summer version. Where it's all water? I don't know. Does that make sense? Water? Are these real people? Well, they have real people names, so I'm gonna say yes, real people. The other Switch game that I want to show, mostly for completion's sake, honestly, is I would like to show like a minute of Chants of Sennaar, which is another game that I could see in my top 10. I will say Chants of Sennaar, I have a lot of issues with. Like, it has some real adventure game logic type shit, where it's really hard to figure out the next thing to do, and it can be weirdly impenetrable. But it is a very fun puzzle adventure game about, like, decoding languages, which is incredibly novel in a way that I could very easily see being a very nice thing to honor at number 10. You know, a very unique game, a very out there game, and I would say a quite good game that people should look at, and I think they should check out. I think it might be a 4 out of 5 because of the adventure game stuff. And like the weird... The fact that sometimes you'll be running around and, you know, you'll run all the way from one side of the map to the other, and it's kind of annoying to do that. There's also some big stealth sequences, which can be a little bit of a bummer, I would say. I didn't love the stealth sequences in, kind of a theme, actually, like any adventure, story-based game, putting in stealth sequences, I am very quick to go like, maybe you could not. More annoying than fun in most cases. Maybe some people feel otherwise, but, you know, the fact that you're just, like, running through the same areas sometimes, or, like, backtracking a lot, and you have to deal with stealth as you do, I just think that's just a not good thing to have in a game, you know? Like, an adventure game already will have you, like, running from this side of the map to that side of the map, trying to figure out what you're supposed to do, And to have to go through stealth sequences on the way from one side of the map to the other is just... bah. But again, the language stuff that game does is rad. Is rad. I think at the end of the day, I will think thoughts like this. Which would I rather be playing more of? F-Zero or Chants of Sennaar? That's a bad example. Chants of Sennaar I already finished. I'm done with it. There's no more of that game to play. And it'll be a very quick checkout, you know. I'll pull up the start, show you how it works, and then I'll pull up an endgame save. I'll say a really interesting thing is that there's like several different languages, and you sort of learn to translate between all of them, you know. You sort of learn one language, and then you're like, okay, now I'm over to this language, and hey, here's like a Rosetta Stone over here. I could very easily see like, these are the same sentences, but in different languages. Okay, so this word means sword, and this word means... soldier. And this is how plurals work in this language. Okay. Okay. Last race here in this here game. I think we're doing pretty damn good. Like, better than I've ever done. I guess things have... I don't think it's necessarily that I've suddenly gotten better. My guess is just, well, my guess would be that these are bots with cleverly disguised names. That look like they are just people. Well, maybe some of them aren't so... They're just normal names, you know, like Megan. I'm guessing these are bots. But either way, I'll take it, you know. I don't really like the Deathwind. Deathwind... Weird idea for a map to me. This game does also have a lot of downtime, but it's one of those good podcast games where you can play it, listen to a podcast, relax, and just like do game after game after game. I'll say again, I think the biggest criticism is that you tend to be always going through the same maps over and over again. And that is even true after they added like a whole bunch of maps. A whole bunch of extra stages, which is a shame. I think that's there should be more diversity and more track stuff. It almost feels like a missed opportunity that there's not. I mean, how hard is it to make a new one of these? But I would also hazard a guess that at this point the game has basically done what it was supposed to do, and now all there's left is to all that's left is to like you know, maybe do a couple more mode updates, and then after a year or so pull it down and say, okay, it's over now, thank you for playing, you know, please look forward to the next of these. Nintendo kind of does that, you know. Not all these 99 games are available anymore. They're sort of like seasonal things. I guess have they said if this is going to be a long-term thing or if this is going to stick around? I wouldn't count on it. I'll say that. As good as this is, as possible as this might be, number 10 on my list, I wouldn't count on this being on around for that much longer. '20th, I'll take it. Now, overall, what was I, though? That's the important part. I think it's like the rank is like added among like all the points are like added up, right? Yeah, so 21, 16, 20. I come up to 17th. That's as high as I've ever done. Very nice. God, that's good. This game's really good. Really, very good. Wait, what the fuck is that? Hang on. Go old school classic race in this 20 pilot race. Okay, one more thing here. I think I heard about this, but I've never tried it. Let's try this out like real quick. One more. And I mean it this time. One more for real. One more for real. Oh, this is like a starting line. Huh. I guess it's hard to tell usually because there's like 100 slots rather than 20. Something more reasonable. Ah. Those will be the bots. Maybe. Mute City 3? There's a Mute City 3? I don't remember a Mute City 3. Mute City 3, is that one of the advanced? Oh, this is probably the track that I hadn't seen yet. The one that's the first one of the third sing. Oh, it's also like it's also like letterbox now. The controls are a lot different now. The first lap you don't get boost. Also, it's like a limited boost. It's not like health-based, like in later F-Zeros. It controls a little different as well. Oh, wow. There's mines? Oh, I like this Mute City a lot. This is a great track. I'm glad we saw it. I'm glad I saw it. I like to see things that are good. This is the one, right? This isn't like some sort of custom jobby, right? There's no like spinning into people in this one, so in the classic rules, so it's just a little bit more of a regular ass race. And you get one boost a lap. Maybe we should wait until the part where there's the rough part, the rough terrain. That's probably the time to use your boosty boost. This is a very fun track. Wow. Oh, we might rank out. We're very close to the dividing line, and yeah, that boost didn't get us a position up. Though we are coming close. 13th, okay. And you know what? 14 is safe. We're probably fine. Probably fine right now. All right, that's pretty fun. That's a good track. I'm glad to have seen that. Is that the real one? Is that really what it is? Or is that like some sort of custom special jobby? If they're adding special custom jobbies, that's great. Okay, no, that's just that is this one. Okay, cool. It looks the same, but it has mines now. That's fun. And like some weird constrained parts. What's next? Super Mario RPG, that's it. Let's keep this brief. Super Mario RPG. Super Mario RPG. Another thing I would be happy with at number 10. How's the volume? Oh, that sounds fine. That sounds fine to me based on my thing. I made some saves here. I made some saves in case I wanted to show an earlier part of the game, or if I finished it, let's say. But I should have made a save right before the bird, like an extra save, so you could see this part again, where you stand on the thing and go like, boop, ba-doop, 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 bop. That's probably one of the more charming little dumb things. But in lieu of that, let's just go into my file where I'm at and play a little bit, and I'll talk about how I feel about it as I, you know, go forward. Here's Bowser's Keep, where I am at. I'm in the final stretch. I am maybe a little underleveled, probably a little underleveled. I am pushing my way through and trying to do as little grinding as possible because the combat in this game is so damn simple. I can't imagine, like, wanting to do some grinding before I you know, did any... I can't imagine, like, spending time grinding, honestly. 2 action courses. 2 others will lead to battle courses. Puzzle courses. Okay. And it's random. Must pass 4 of them to go ahead. Well, shit, let's this seems like a good microcosm. A good sample of the game. Hey, this seems like a great vertical slice here to show and discuss how I'm feeling. We can see a battle and talk how I feel about battles. We can see puzzles. Yeah, what's the puzzle here? We'll take coins, removing them. Whoever takes the last. I want to leave him with 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Wait. 10, 9, 8. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, there we go. I can count! Apparently. Magic buttons. 1 instructions, yes. Oh, I know this. This is pretty common. Oh, but this is this is slightly different. You can only jump on the ones that are up, so that's like a slight kink to the usual, to the puzzle I think I've seen in other games of this sort. Aha! I figured it out just by jumping on stuff. Ball solitaire, what's that? Ball solitaire, I don't really understand. Ball solitaire. How do I do this? Maybe I jump on it and jump on it and walk off? No. Is this like, oh, I got, oh, it's like, checkers. I'm just gonna wing it. You have to punt one over into a spot that's not being occupied. Might be a little tricky. There's definitely gonna be cases where it might end up in a unsolvable spot. Okay, this is fixable. This is not. Oh, wow, it just starts you over. That was 1, right? Let's try 2. Was that 1 or 6? I forget. That's, it's kind of annoying. You have to start it over again, huh? That's the whole thing. Here's what I think about the combat. You mostly just attack, just hit the button with good timing, and that's about it. Kind of wish there was more depth to it, would be my comment. You know, there's sometimes you can do a special move, and you might find out, like, oh, they're immune. Half the time, you know. Which is a bummer, but what are you gonna do? You know, immunities. That stuff happens. I kind of find it to be just very straightforward in a way that is a little bit of a bummer, but then again, it is so light and it is very light, and you can just sort of just play it. And it just by doing your basic attacks and hitting the button with good timing, you can win most fights. And with healing good. This has been my squad for most of it, by the way. Just the Peach and the Bowser and the whole Mario. Feel like that's a good squad. You get like a bunch of damage from Bowser. You get Peach with the heals. And Mario just doing Mario stuff. Can you punch boos? Yes, you can. In fact, it's better to punch a boo than to use any sort of like magic effect. I think these these special moves are pretty well done. They are pretty. I will say, as a remaster, I think this game is fantastic. I think it's a great new version, better version, translation of the original that keeps all the charm that it had. I just also think that I didn't love the original, and, you know, the best translation of it isn't necessarily, like, entirely up my alley, you know? There's a lot of just... I'm just gonna punch a guy. I'm gonna try to split up my damage so that I'm not wasting. Oh no, a guy turned into a thing. Except I'm using an item that stops that, so it's good. Fuck off. I hate it when... God damn it. I hate it when that happens, though. I'll say, in general. I'm out of the juice. I'll use Terrorize, that's fine. I can unfocus my eyes and just, like, play this game while just slowly and surely drifting away. Okay, hey, find the Yoshi. Middle. I shouldn't do that. That's gonna be bad if ever it backfires. If ever I don't find Yoshi. Jesus, another room of fights? Terminable at times, this is. One room, when I was getting to the end of that room, I was like, oh geez, we're almost done here. Fantastic. But there's actually more. I should probably use like an FP item, shouldn't I? Also, by the way, a weird thing. I'm not sure if anyone else picks up on this, but does the battle music sound like sirens at times if you listen to it very closely? I'm gonna pump it up. Doesn't it sound like there's sirens in the background? Sounds to me like there's sirens in the background, which is, every time I hear it, it's just like puts me a little bit on edge. Which, you know, I should be using it more as a podcast, a book game, but sometimes I listen to it, sometimes I play it. How many enemies does this enemy trial have? Also, what happens if you fail this? Do you just return to the lobby, or do you just die? I guess there is a save point, I think, in the lobby, so either way, you would resume from your last save. I think they've done a lot of great quality of life stuff in this remake, as well as preserve the original spirit. And I can only hope that the Paper Mario one that they're doing is half as good as this. You know, is half as faithful, yet also makes improvements where it can in a way that is, like, unoffensive, you know? I would consider a lot of what you could do with one of these to be, you know, you risk offense a lot making a game like this, because it's a goddamn classic and you don't want to fuck with it. I say a game like this even though I'm not as in love with it as most people. I also just mean, you know, in general, the way people feel about it. You ought not to touch. And I think if they had, like, Paper Mario modernized it, you know, done what they did to Paper Mario Color Splash and all in this, I think people would be a lot less happy with it, and it would be a lot less revered, and I probably wouldn't have bought it if it was like a version of it that wasn't this goddamn faithful about everything weird about it. If I were to say a favorite part of the game, I'd probably say Booster. Booster's whole shit was very funny. His whole, like, manner situation, he was very comical, running around like in his his dumbass train. Very funny. I will say this game has a very juvenile sense of humor, you know? It almost feels to me like the Sonic cartoon from the 90s or 80s or whatever, you know, where Sonic loves corn dogs and he's kind of an imbecile. It kind of feels like that. Your party member, your main party member who talks is Mallow, who is like a baby, who is like who doesn't know anything. You know, he's kind of he doesn't have intelligence yet. Jesus Christ, there's a third room? I'm so tired of fighting now. I'm done with fighting. That's the reason why I don't think it's gonna make my top 10, is that I just get... I end up trying to avoid as much fights as possible. And we just happened into the one part of the game. We just happened to have the save be the one part of the game where you cannot actively avoid fights by walking past them. And I'm tired of fighting now. I'm ready to just, you know, see the next part of the game. I think it also doesn't help that AoE is such a rarity in this game. Like, only Bowser and I think Mallow, kinda, but his isn't as good, have any sort of AoE attack. And that just, frustrates the hell out of me, you know? It's time to do my healing move. Occasionally, I have Peach heal everyone when everyone has taken damage. That's about it. And then, also occasionally, maybe Bowser can do like a AoE, but it consumes so much mana, you know. It's simpler to just stay the course and just continue attacking regular style one at a time. There's a weird also I'll say there's a weird amount of attacks that can't be dodged, and some of them are like big AoEs. I don't like that at all. I think that's bad, actually. Nah, let's not do that. We're just gonna carry on. Therapy for Bowser. This better be the fucking end of the course. Jesus Christ. We just went through like 2 hours of Zelda, 2 hours of Pikmin, 1 hour of Mario Wonder, 2 hours of A Space for the Unbound. What else was there? There was Warioware, like 20 minutes of Warioware, like 30 minutes of F-Zero 99, and I am goddamn exhausted with this. Like, maybe it can't have been 10 minutes. It can't have been like 10 minutes, right? Like, how long could it have been? Oh crap, also we don't, there's like no save. Unless, is it doing the autosave thing? Maybe it's doing the autosave thing. Okay, yes, it's doing the autosave thing. Moleville. Might is Dinah's. I don't know who you're talking about. Eggshell. It wasn't an eggshell, it was an egg. Garo! I'm guessing here. Red. Curtains, curtains! Who? Johnny loves what beverage? The shark? Grape juice? Who? 30 minutes. That sounds like the funniest one. Dum-de-da. I don't know what you're talking about. A beetle. Smithy. Krusty? I'm confused about the up and down motion there. That didn't make any sense to me. Let's find a one that's platforming. What? Every time they jump, the platform appears. Interesting challenge. I mean, I think the platforming, the isometric platforming, this is like, you know, it's nice. I don't know. I have no complaints with the platforming challenges in this. Also, it's nice of them to give me 10 tries, 9 tries. This is Mario Brothers. This is Donkey Kong. Cute. Hey, it's Cage Kong. Hey, Cage Kong. What's up? Okay. I guess it saves after you go into a new room. Well, I'm gonna try to do the last platforming one. I want to see the last platforming one, which I guess was number 1. I'm not even gonna... I'm just gonna hit the button. I'm not gonna worry. I'm not gonna count. I don't care. I don't think there's a limit to how many tries you do, so... Whatever. Let's see this platforming, because that's fast. And I definitely will want to do that. And then, I'll say again, I think this is a really, 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 really well-made remake. And I think the best remake of the year, I would say. You know, I would put it above, fuck. I would put it above, Prime Remastered, which I feel is so similar to Prime, there's no real use, like, separating it. I guess we could look at that for 2 seconds as well. Shit, I just thought of another game to pull up for 2 seconds. What the hell is this? Oh, it's like a reverse... weird platforming challenges. I'll say this one is more... I think this is more like my favorite stuff in the game, which is like weird, eccentric challenges that aren't quite minigames, but are close-ish. Oh, this is gonna be like the platform moves and you have to jump on it when it's where you want it. I like this platforming sequence less than the first one, but whatever, it's fine. Between this and the puzzles, which would I rather do? The puzzles are so weird and random, but the enemy encounters, there's so many of them. There's too many of them. If I could get the problem is, if you have to, like, redo the puzzles all from the start, that's really boring a second time. I don't like that. I guess I'd probably just try to do the enemy gauntlets. But, we're 8 hours into the stream. That's enough, Mario. I'm just gonna poke the head in here and leave myself here. Are these battles pretty much the same as before? Yes, it's just regular enemies, terracottas. We could just quickly... We won't do a whole long, super big thing, but I'll pull up from the start of the year, Metroid Prime Remastered. That's a remake from this year that's, pretty good. Metroid Prime Remastered. There we go. I didn't finish this. I've never been the biggest Metroid Prime fan. As a result, I do find myself, like, in the later games. I feel like the problem with Metroid Prime is that the farther you go into it, the bigger the world gets and the more cumbersome it is to just walk around it, and also the less direction you get. I do think there's some really great bits. I think it starts great. I think that, you know, when it's, like, a little bit more directed, that is great. Like, when you go into the Phazon Mines, that whole section is fantastic. I think this remake looks great. I will say, I ended up using the classic original controls. I'm using left and right to look around now on the left stick. And I'm using the directional buttons for all my thing. Reason why is that the modern controls remapped all the things, remapped too much for my taste. And ended up, like, just not being able to adjust to, like, oh, scan visor on the right? What the hell? It's always been on the left. I just played Metroid Prime. I just played, like, something of Metroid Prime relatively recently enough where it's all ingrained, you know? I think I had checked out the Prime 2 randomizer around the time this was about to come out, or right before it was announced. I was doing some Prime 2 randomizer stuff, which serves as a great primer, but also made it so that I was just not in the right state of mind. I'll also say, speaking of states of mind, coming back into here like a year later, I have no idea where I'm supposed to go next. Suffice it to say, the game's good. I don't think it quite reaches... I don't think it quite makes the cut for me. I do think the graphical quality is... the graphical update is substantial, and I think it is, to me anyway, probably the second best remake of the year. I wish that they did this for Metroid Prime 2 and 3. Those ones I like more, personally, just for personal reasons. I reckon, though, if they do it, it won't be something like this. It'll be more like a direct port, with the graphics, like, untouched. But, you know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Metroid Prime sold enough where they, figure, like, okay, let's just do that again, but for, the other two. That would actually be something I'd be way into. I wonder if they did Metroid Prime and then 2 and then 3, if people would be as receptive as 1. You know, maybe people who played it for the first time would get into it. I don't know. Anyway, game's fun. This is a, for once, a short visit rather than a long visit. There's a couple more games here. Actually, there's one, isn't there? Let me check my list. Yeah, Chants of Sennaar is the last Switch game I have on my list here. As a game to consider. Whew. Now, this will be, I think, more of a, let me show you what this game is, rather than a, let me play a chunk of this game, because you can't really replay this game, unfortunately. Unless I could start a new file, which, what would be the point of that? I've translated the languages, I know what they say. But it is worth noting that this game is very unique, very cool, and worthy of your time, you know? You should check it out. Y'all should check it out if you haven't. Let me see if I could start a new game without losing my clear save. Okay, good, there's save slots. We'll just pull up a new game and I'll show you how it starts. And then, you know, how this goes about. It's a very beautiful game. Set in a weird tower. You cannot skip cutscenes. And also, there's kind of just one or two of them. There's not that many of them, let truth be told. This is Chants of Sennaar. It's sort of an adventure game. You sort of, come out of this weird tomb thing, I guess. Don't worry about it. It's not important. I think the volume is maybe a mite bit too high. I'm gonna take it down a scotch. So you might be wondering, like, how much walking there is to do, but, you know, I guess you could compare it to Monument Valley. It's a game that also looks very nice and is nice to look at, where maybe you don't mind a little bit of a walk. I think the developers of this game are hoping that you don't mind a little bit of a walk. Here, when you go close to a thing, you'll see these signs. On these signs are written things. And as you see them, you can sort of put together, like, what you think it means. And you see there's a closed door. And I pull the lever. And when I pull the lever, the door opens. So, you can probably surmise that this one... So this one is open... No. Wait, yes, open. This one means open. This one means close. No, that's not right. That's door. This one means door. And this one means close. It's very cool. And after you figure out something and write it down, a guess, it'll sort of put together like what the translation would be based on your like notes, your what you have put together on overlaid over text in that language. And there's like a whole bunch of languages that you learn over the course of the game this way. Like 5 of them. I don't know if it's a spoiler to say how many, but there's like 5 stages. Open, open, close, open, close, open. Open, open, close. Was it open, open, close, open, open, close? Was it open, open, close, close, open, close? Was it? Oh, open, open, close, open, close, open. You can hit the R button to show like interactable stuff, so that's at least nice, so you won't be like wondering like what the fuck's interactable. Also, whenever you figure things out enough, it'll pull a page up like this in the notebook, and it'll show you like, okay, with what you know, what's open, what means this, what means that, and what means door. And as soon as you lock it in, it'll confirm like, yes, that's open, that's closed, that's door. And from now on, the translations, when you see those words, they're like in a brighter shade of white because they are official. You know, they are confirmed. That's what the words mean. It's a pretty goddamn cool game, and it's really, I think, satisfying to bust through this this whole thing. I wouldn't mind this as my 10th game. You can see there's people now. Oh, by the way, there's people. And they say, he says a thing. And I'll just let you know he's saying hello. That's hello. You didn't need me to tell you that. I think I played this game, so I have some memory here. I think he's saying one of these is I, one of these is you. Could it be I see you? I greet you? No, the greeting is already a thing. You can see that there's sort of a deductive process of like taking in information in the world and going like, what could this mean? Here's my best guess. I'm just gonna put in my best guess. I help you. I help you. I think it's I help you. I will help you, basically, is what he's saying.
Hey.
Or you help me, I'm not sure. That was probably you help me, come to think of it. And now I help you. He's gonna say the reverse, isn't he?
Uh-huh.
You open door. Did I open the door or did he open the door? I might have those mixed up. So it sort of like gives you the clues you need to work out the language. In some cases, I think this is I I think this is you. And this is greetings. Yeah. You, I. Perfect. Or me, more specifically, according to the text on the screen. You open the door. Me. I think that's pass. That's pass. He's gonna walk across. Me pass. Yes, yes. Really fun deductive reasoning game. It sort of reminds me... I say it reminds me. I should say... I saw comparisons of this to like, Obra Dinn. You pass, yes. I saw comparisons between this and Obra Dinn as far as it being games where you deduct and you figure out what's going on and you, like, put together a mystery one step at a time. You help me. Yes, it's gotta be help. Or assist. Or assist. You assist me. Right, okay. Okay. What? If I drain out from here, does that damn, like, come undone? I don't really understand this one. Anyway, let's get through this puzzle. This is not so hard. This is the tutorial. I get that. It's not quite working out like that, buddy. Oh, I know. I could get over there. There's a thing over here. Perfect. Okay, I didn't see that. Anyway, I'll say as far as flaws, stuff like this where it's times it'll take like a lot more time than you like to get something done. You know, like this whole running back and forth. It just gets a little bit tedious, especially if there's like stealth sections that they have in there, especially if there's like you know, big large stealth sections they have in there. And also if you, especially let's say if you don't know where to go and are struggling with it, you know, when you don't know where to go and you're struggling with it, it is just that, it's a struggle. I see. I think I understand how the water works for the first time. I don't think I really got it the first time I played. It drains the water, so it's like flowing water, basically. Goodbye. That's hello and goodbye. It's a standard all-size-fits-all greeting. Again, I'll say, as a game, so you see here, there's stuff where you wouldn't necessarily be able to figure out, like, what it means or what it is. I'll say again, I've played through this, I already know. And maybe we'll just jump forward real quick just to run around and see, like, you know, what some of the different languages look like. I think they are neat. I think the areas this game goes to are all neat. I do have trouble with a lot of the adventure game stuff, to the point where I'm not really sure if this game is a 4 out of 5 or a 5 out of 5. I could see it as number 10 on my Game of the Year list either way, though. It is just really cool. You can see here, okay, here's a first example of some other guys with some other languages. You talk to these guys, and there's just a different cipher entirely. You have no idea. And you sort of have to learn a thing or two about what's up to translate. And now it's, you know, you're sort of free and open to go wherever. But also, you're free and open to go wherever, which means you can't get lost, you can't get turned around. You know, if you're looking for a certain clue, you might not find it immediately. You might not know that, like, oh, there's a boy over here who will, well, that is very pretty, I'll say. This is a Tower of Babel situation. We're climbing the Tower of Babel, essentially. This boy says, you are behind me, basically, I'm pretty sure. Or, I am behind you? Or in front of? I forget. He's saying something to that effect. Can we, like, do hide and seek real fast with him? I think that'll unlock a stealth sequence that can sort of show what that's like. Let's do that, and then we'll, like, pop ahead to the ending and, you know, look at some of the weird areas. Just, like, walk backwards from the top to the bottom. I will say there is some fast travel in this game, but I do feel like I could use a little more fast travel, honestly. A little more fast travel would help a lot in alleviating the, some of the... Hello, kitty. Would help in alleviating, like, some of what it has going on, you know? Some of the slog. As you're not sure where to go, you need to figure out where you need to go to do adventure game stuff, and it's just not obvious, you know? Here's a fast travel. You think I could translate this blindly without remembering, like, what the thing is? And not knowing either language? Oh, right. No, I don't have the ciphers to translate between this language and that. But that's like a whole thing you have to do at for the end game to happen. You have to go translate all those things. And, I will say, slight spoilers. It is pretty cool when you translate those things because it has, like, knock-on effects. Like, when you translate between one set of guys and another, they figure out, like, oh, hey, you're cool? You're cool. And suddenly there's a bunch of guys from, like, one strata hanging out on another strata being, like, cool dudes. Really not sure where that little kid went. Again, problem with this game, the backtracking. When you're not sure where to go, what to do, it can be real goddamn cumbersome. Like, do I need to go all the way back here? Yes, that is exactly where I need to go. You found me, probably. Or you're in front of me. Maybe front and behind, I'm not sure. Hello. There's not that many rooms, but at the same time, it still can get a little bit cumbersome. Okay, now show me the stealth section, my boy. Show me to your stealth section. Me. Not. That's negative. That's a not there. Me not something. Me something. Me pass the shrine by. I'm going into the shrine. That's what he's saying. It's like the temple. It's the monastery. You see that big building? It's the monastery. If you look at the rooftop thing. Okay, I didn't take any notes during that, so... This was found... behind... I'll guess hide. You can sometimes, like, deductive... If you know, like, one of them, you can brute force the rest. You know... I was not paying attention. There we go. Seek, want, find, go past. Perfect. Seek, want. Oh, it was about the one that was seeking, not the one that was hiding. Okay. Sometimes the drawings can be ambiguous. Also, I think I thought that was help, not you seek. It's fun. The language is a great hook, the language thing, and it's pretty goddamn cool. They don't see you or me. You will go past. He's saying that this is a stealth section. And he's showing us very clearly, like, yeah, check this out, stealth. You know? Watch me stealth it up. I think all these parts are pretty tedious. And I'd just rather it had been... I don't need any sort of action if this is the action that you're giving me, you know? And some of these parts can get entirely tedious. Like, there is one... I'll say, slight spoiler, there is one floor of the tower that is, like, entirely action. That is entirely stealth. Where you do not get... And I think that, you know, it is pretty cool once you do get the ability to, like, not do the stealth. But, man, it took me a while to get that all together and to figure it all out. And it was, a hell of a thing. Eh. I guess in this room we're looking for something. Oh, a key. I think it's the key. You found the key. You and me, go. I guess. That'd be a fun way to go about this game. Just never translating shit. And just trying to intuit it without... just based on memory. And I'll say, I guess it's been long enough since I played this game. I got it on a... I played most of it on a flight. Like, I played most of it on a flight, like, This is key. This is God. What's up? I bet that kind of looks like up, but maybe this is up. Some of the glyphs you can tell, like, you know, they're related, you know, like, and also there are rules, right? Like, these are verbs here with the line under them, for instance. And you can figure that out and use it to intuit, like, oh, I understand this about the language. This vertical line seems to be, like, next to pronouns and stuff of that nature. Like, me, you, them, that sort of thing. Objects seem to be somewhere in the middle. And there are these boxes. That's, I think, these are, like, locations that have, like, a box around them. There's like rules to these things that can help you to intuit and figure out, like, what means what. This is a pronoun, so it couldn't be, go up. I think this is looking for the not symbol here. Like, no. Can't be the key. I think this is C. Oh, I think maybe that's up. Maybe that's up. Who remembers? Who remembers? Anyway, you go around this area, you do more puzzle stuff, you figure out the language. Eventually, you go up a floor, rinse, repeat, figure out the new language, and it's pretty fun, pretty good. I do think I have issues with the adventure gaminess of it. I'll just pull up real quick. Slight spoiler time. I'm gonna pull up the ending. I'm gonna pull up the my clear file, which is literally at the ending. Spoilers. Just gonna run back down and some adventure gaminess aside, I think this is a great game. I don't think it's as good as let's say, Obra Dinn, for instance, but it's really cool, and I don't think I've seen a single game that does the language stuff quite this good and makes the whole game about language decoding. And there are some goddamn cool areas that you pass through, like the science area. Let's just, we'll just look at the book. We'll just look at the book at some of these other languages, like there's the last language, there's the scientist language, which is all very circles based. The bard's language is pretty cool. It has like sort of a Arabic flair to it, with forming symbol lines. Some of these also like mix up the word order in interesting ways. You can see here that like again, there are rules here to like certain shapes. Like you see this part going under, I think kind of means like pronouns. Okay, well these ones that look very similar, there's stuff like bard, warrior, the different types of people. It's very cool. It's very cool, and you know what? I don't think we need to see that much spoilers, actually. We don't need to walk through every area. Suffice it to say, it's really cool. Slight spoilers there. Unnecessary. We're nearly 9 hours in. God, it has been a long stream. And we only did the Nintendo Switch games. I'm gonna switch hardware real fast. We're gonna do 2 more really quickly. Just touch on them, say what they are, etc. And we're going to do it on the PlayStation. So this is going to be Nintendo Switch and PlayStation edition, of this thing. We're gonna have to do another stream where we do PC and Xbox. Whatever, can't be helped. Turns out this takes time to do, going through all of the games that I want to look at for Game of the Year purposes, and revisiting them and thinking like, would I be happy with this one as number 10, number 7? What am I thinking? I should just dedicate a whole week to it in the future. Or not, I say that. Just like a whole 2 weeks of streams or something. Rather than try to do it all in one and have it be long. Okay, PlayStation. I'll say not as hot of the year for PlayStation as Switch, Xbox, or even PC, I think. I just didn't connect with these games as much. I will say they are well made. So I guess first let's just have a quick look-see at as Spider-Man. Like 2 seconds. Don't worry about it. You might see a thing or two. I did finish this game. I did find the whole like single player to be, the missions are very long. They're like, each of them is like maybe an hour at least. And I was very frustrated with them by the end. I wouldn't say the story was anything to write home about, but I have heard the side content is good. And in the time I spent with this game, I did at one point actually go and do some side content, and it was good. It was actually a lot better than the story mode stuff, and a lot more just like fast-paced, fun, and lighter in a way that I actually really digged. You know, I'll be honest, if I had spent more time with this game, I could see it as number 10, you know? If I had done like a whole bunch of side stuff, which at this point feels like it's a little bit late for that, you know? But I've heard there's some really cool stuff as far as like, you know, when you say get all the spider bots, there's some stuff in there that is spoilers that I haven't seen, but I heard about on a podcast, on a spoiler cast. I heard that you can, there's like some Into the Spider-Verse stuff, which is pretty damn cool. I would actually like to see that, I think. But, I don't know if I want to just like swing around the city aimlessly looking for stuff. You know? How about a little bit more, volume? We'll do some side stuff here, just for shits and giggles, you know. Because my understanding is that this stuff does seem a little bit faster, a little bit lighter. And I kind of wish I had done more of this stuff, honestly, and not just mainline, but the main line is so long, I kind of felt like I had to, in order to just get it done, you know. Which, maybe I shouldn't feel that way. Maybe I should be okay just, like, focusing on the parts that are more fun. But also, I didn't find out that they were actually more fun until, like, end game. Where the hell is it? Probably on the roof. I'll say the gliding that they added to this game is really good. I kind of, as far as like minutia goes, I kind of miss the impact web a lot. I really like the impact web in Spider-Man, the first Spider-Man game. I was kind of sad that it wasn't in Miles Morales. And I thought that was just because Miles Morales is a different character. But it turns out it's because they thought it was too strong, I guess, and wanted to remove it. Which was kind of a bummer to me. I really liked that, that ability. And, I'll tell you, again, I miss it. I feel like the combat is a lot, generally more frustrating than I like without it.
Maybe I should make some
But also, I didn't get that many upgrades, so maybe the difficulty is just a matter of like, yeah, I need to upgrade stuff more. I will say, like, right before the end, I did upgrade, like, my basic webs so that, when you web someone up now, it, like, propels them into a wall, which is pretty good. Except that I did that right before the final mission, and there's no guys that you can do that to in the final mission, so that was kind of, turns out to be a bit of a waste. What are we doing here? Movable piece requires... What? Oh, okay. Sort of like you pull it up and pull it in directions. That's actually pretty good. Uses the Spider-Man, uses the fact that you're Spider-Man in an interesting way. You sort of have to, like, do it. Interesting. How do I do this? Is this another movable piece, or is this or what? I ask. Oh, you need to pull the triggers. Okay.
Kinda cliche, Uncle A. No way Prowler crawled through those lasers without a fail-safe. Something here has to deactivate that laser field.
How did... Oh, well, he knew. Prowler knows we're Spider-Man, so... He set this up for us, I guess. Where are we going? Okay, there's like multiple paths here. Good. I'll say personally, like, even if the parts that I didn't play, I kind of doubt that this would be the one that I would pull, but I do think it is worth considering. I think it is worth a look. And I do think it is worth confirming that, like, yeah, I do have quibbles with this game. I do think there's stuff here that I would like more if I played it more, if I went into more side stuff, but I do think that I am still confident with my opinion on it, which is that I do think I like the other two games more.
Prowler's first training ground.
Wait, really?
Had to test out my tech somewhere secret.
The gliding is extremely good, though. As far as, like, good game feel, the gliding, ooh, that's good.
Yeah. Except you stole your tech and I got bitten by a radioactive spider.
You know, you still owe me the whole story there. Because I've had a million spider bites. Never ended up walking on walls.
It was a special spider.
Sorry. Spider code.
Fair enough.
Let's see. Any other stuff that we should just do? Can we do like a... Is there like a really good side mission to do? Some guys are fooling around with fireworks. I have only done like a couple of the side mission stuff. I did find Grandpa, which I had heard about. Let's try
Thanks for grabbing this.
the fireworks one. As far as swinging around the city fields, I do think, I'm not gonna lie, you know, I think that the wingsuit is a killer addition. That is probably the thing I like most about this game. Most of the story mode is fighting. And fighting like big groups of guys, and fighting more big groups of guys, and fighting big groups of guys until, you know, an hour has passed, and then you get some cutscenes, and then it's over. And then it's on to the next one, where there's like 100 more groups of guys to fight. Maybe I played this game wrong. You know, maybe I should have just taken my time and still be chewing on it like 3 months later, 2 months later, rather than having gotten it done like in a week or two.
Hey, do either one of you guys have a permit for those?
Was he the police?
Mike! He's still breathing, but I'll get him to a hospital.
I'll web him up.
I knew those fireworks looked shitty. Is he gonna be okay? I think so.
Fireworks looked fine to me,
Just
but
But I'm not taking any chances.
which way are we going?
Spider-Man? Don't worry, I'm taking you to a hospital.
That's a nice, light little mission. A nice little Spider-Man type thing.
Illegal in New York.
We didn't know. They're for our brother.
I guess you can't glide while you are holding a guy either.
He always loved them, so we try to launch a few around his birthday.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
Dang, dude. They just said that their dead brother loved
Wow.
loved fireworks. That's a cool thing to do.
I can still wiggle my toes.
You'll be fine. Or not.
There. The staff here is great. They'll take good care of you.
Switch to the other Spider-Man.
Actually, wait. If those fireworks we bought were sketchy, maybe you should check where we got them from. Some docks north of us between those two bridges.
I think I know which place you mean. I'll take a look.
Can't be that simple. We gotta fight a guy.
Hey, just dropped Mike off. He thought I should check where y'all bought your fireworks from, too.
This will probably be quick. This will probably be a quick fight.
But watch out. I know I saw 2 of them with guns. Like serious guns.
I'll be careful.
That's weird.
Thanks.
I mean, this is America, so it's normal to have guns. Spider-Man should say that. He should say, look, that's, we're in America. It's normal to have guns. Everyone has guns. You don't own a gun? My dad has a lot of guns. Mostly, you know, like, pistols and stuff. Is this how we do stealth?
Hey, guys. I just wanted to warn you about some shady characters selling bad... Yo,
Hey, I like how these are like normal humans, and I can just, you know, pull them up and kick them out into the water. That is nice. I will say, one of the things that is a little frustrating about some of the later parts of the game is there's a lot of areas with, like, superheroes, where they are like super villains who are just, like, immune to all the powerful stuff that Spider-Man has. And as a result, it kind of feels like you're doing less Spider-Man stuff and more just like, you know, my webs are just useless against this kind of enemy, so I'll do everything but webs. I do think a basic part of the gameplay should be always putting guys into walls and webbing them up. Like, that's just the funnest part. And that sort of falls by the wayside in some of the story missions, which, again, overlong. Overlong.
the fireworks. They're lit. The river. I can chuck them.
Nice!
They lit 2 more? Okay, last crate.
Where?
Gotta hurry,
Ah.
or this place is toast.
That's not it. I feel like this side mission is a little more creative than any of the...
Nice.
I mostly webbed up the van there, but whatever.
Birthday, Lex.
Was that you?
That story mission, that side mission was shorter and sweeter and more to the point, and had more variety in it than most of the story missions that I saw. Though the story missions are, I'll say, very impressive. You can also see there's some stuff that appears later in the game. Don't worry about that. That's one of the factions. That's one of the factions. I did barely any invisible stuff in this. How do you switch? Okay, camera. Is it like swipe? Oh, there it is. I pulled up my side quest thing. Show Peter. Peter has the white suit. The Venom abilities are pretty cool. All the abilities you get in this game are pretty cool. And it's kind of nice how you can just keep on pulling them out. I did definitely get really tired by like how non-web based a lot of the combat became by the end, but whatever, it's still fine. We'll do one of the Sandman things real fast, and then we'll bounce out.
So many puns, and I don't even know where to start.
What's the pun? I like how they turned Sandman into a... They had him, like, be able to generate different versions of himself for the intro. That is a fun thing, and they end up using him for this. I'll say I was surprised doing one of these, that it was actually pretty quick and to the point. Wasn't overlong at all. It was actually kind of fun. This is actually kind of fun. Like, that was pretty quick. And you get, like, a skill point and stuff.
To see what's inside the crystal.
A silly memory. Don't worry, I don't care about those.
Maybe I'm being paranoid, but everywhere I go,
Yeah, that's fine.
work, the corner store.
I'll say this, I kind of wish there was just a way to... If there's a way to mark on the map where all the like, Spider-Verse things are, I wouldn't mind just swinging around and collecting all of them. But I don't think there is such a way, so whatever. Do I have fast travel available for any area? I don't think so. I haven't done, like, enough stuff anywhere, sadly. I hear the fast travel is impressive, like it's just, you know, instant. Because they have good technology now. Which is pretty cool.
They're tracking us.
Marco warned us about Kraven and his gang. We should have listened to him.
Hey, there's one. Where'd it go? Oh, I turned into super mode. That's fine. When you're in super mode, you get like... I'll say that I think the super mode is really cool. All your attacks become like really beastly, and that's pretty just fun to look at. I'll say that. If there was a crime, I would love to just like bust out some of those special moves, like really quick, like a crime where there are people to punch, preferably. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. I don't think this will be on my... Okay, that just looks like normal to me, but that's apparently the playable area. Boundary thereof. I guess that is what... That is a thing that you get when you just add like an extra chunk of New York. New York, it kind of sprawls, I guess. It's not just... the downtown. There's also like areas beyond that that continue to be pretty city-like. One last game here. Humanity. I'll say, when I first went into Humanity, I was pretty hot on it. I started out really damn hot on Humanity. I sort of fell off, though, as I went. Further into the game, it does get a little bit bad. Humanity, I'll just play some of the earlier parts. And I'll talk about, like, where it goes. We'll play the first puzzle, and I'll explain what the basic premise is. Is this the first puzzle? I think this is not quite the first puzzle, actually. Hang on. Is this the first puzzle? I guess that's the first puzzle. Yeah, Awakening. Crossroads. I guess they start you off pretty fast, huh? Like, you start off being able to jump, high jump. There must have been tutorials. There must have been tutorials here. They wouldn't start you out like quite this, quite like this. But basically, you got this whole like Lemmings-style mob of humanity, and you sort of have to guide them to the exits. Where's their switch on the top? By doing that, I have opened a passageway. So, but I actually don't want them to go there. I want them to go into the middle, because they can there cross by that guy's path. He is called a Goldie, and one of the big goals of each level is to get the Goldie into the goal. And to make sure that the Goldie doesn't die. The humans, they can die, but the Goldie must not die. It is bad if the Goldie dies. Oh, I need there to be a constant flow of people over the button, actually. Okay, there we go. Got the people. And the door's open. Go ahead and get the people into the door. And here comes the last Goldie. And once you got like a flow of people in there, the level is done and you can't go back in. But you can wait and see if a Goldie ends up in the goal. I will say I think that's an annoying thing about it, which is that it locks you out as soon as the stage is completed, when I would really like sometimes the chance to get more Goldies, like, you know, get more Goldies in there. Goldies in there. I like this waterfall level. I remember this one very well. This one's very cool. This one you only have the ability to turn, but it's pretty straightforward. Oh, also you can, like, zoom over to where your humans are at any time. Sometimes there's puzzles built around, like, you know, using humans or whatever to get to a place that would be otherwise difficult. And, you know, doing a thing from there. Oops. It's a very neat puzzle game. I do think it has issues, and those issues really made me sour on it by the end of the game. Let me explain what said issues were. I need to make sure that these guys are in a holding pattern until such time as I get the other Goldie. I beat the game before, but when you play this game, you always want to be getting Goldies, because that gets you optional things that mess around with the colors of the shapes and colors of your pack of humans, which is you know, important. You can also fast forward, which helps a lot when you're just waiting for guys to walk. I will say one of the problems I have with this game is that I don't think the fast forward is quite enough. There are times when you'll fuck up a puzzle right at the end, and or like for some dumb crap, and you won't be, you'll have to just start over from the start. And you can see, like, to put in a puzzle solution like that, it can take a pretty long time. You know, what this game I think really needs, and it doesn't have, is a rewind button in addition to the fast forward. So you could just, like, you can pause, but you can't do anything while paused, so it's not really as useful. But a rewind would make it so that you could do some stuff. Anyway, I'll say, like, I think the first 2/3 is pretty good, but as it goes on, it just becomes more and more of a drag, and by the end, I was really just pushing through. I'll show you one of the boss fights. I'll show you. These boss fights are pretty cool. You sort of have to do. In this case, these are like 4 separate self-contained puzzles where you have to get these blocks set up where you can get your guys up to here, which, you know, is going to be a trick and a half. Okay, first off, need to do, it's actually easy. Get these things together, push these blocks, and I need to use this mass of humanity to push all these forward. And you can see now there's a path up to here. Doesn't matter if you die or if humans die. It's all good. Next, what we're looking for is a path through this madness here. We drop the rock, we drop the stone, we drop it on the ball, and that does a cool thing. The first orb was destroyed. There's sort of like a sort of weird, eccentric monologue. Don't worry about that. That's, we're choosing not to worry about that here. Don't worry about it. This is a pit where if you go in it, you die. This is not the way. This is not the way. Nor will this be the way. This will be the way, right here. You can't do any directions. Wait. You can't do any directions on this. Oh, I think I know. This is a pushable thing. Right. So we need to, like, push that in. And now, there's, like, multiple ways through. This one will just lead them to a pit, but this one is correct. Need to send them this way. And that sends them into a pit. That's not it. Here, here. Wait. Wait. Oh no, this will go the other way. Okay, I got it. These are good puzzles, you know? I'll say, like, I never played Lemmings. That was sort of before my time, but this is, like, the plutonic ideal of, like, a Lemmings type game. I would say, you know? Where you're guiding guys around, you got, like, this funny pack of dudes, you know, doing stuff. And solving puzzles one step at a time. A real issue with the game, for sure. Again, I think is the lack of, let's see now. How do I get these guys over to here? Oh, I think I know. I need to now reverse this and send these guys over to here. And sending them over this way will send them over here. And then I can push this like this. And fortunately, there's enough guys. Okay, well, they all push in that direction, so it works. To push that down there. So far, this looks great, don't it? Like, this looks like a very easy pick for top, These are jump panels that we can't do nothing about, by the way, if you're wondering. This looks like a pretty easy contender for, like, top 10 of the year, right? Like, God, this is just a really neat little puzzle game, isn't it? Like, wow. Wow. I have issues with it, which we will see if we, like, take a look at some of the later parts of this game. Especially when it comes to retrying, especially when it comes to, like, other such difficulty. A rewind button would make this game 100 times better. I'll say that again. Rewind would make this game so much more of a top 10 contender. You know, if this game did have a rewind and some of the puzzles in it didn't get really laborious by the end. Ah, I see. It's gotta be this, right? No. No, that's not far enough. Those guys are gonna long jump across the thing. I need to get these guys to here without dying. Oh, I know. I got it. Okay, here's how you do it. Yes, and then And then over here, yes, it's so cool to route your pack of guys around, and it's as simple as that to like solve these puzzles. That part, chef's kiss, it's great. The back third though, you'll see. Last of these puzzles, and then we'll skip like real far ahead. We'll see some real late game stuff. Here we always need guys on the Switch, so we'll create a little circle. Okay, wait, do we need... Not sure which ones we need and which ones we don't. Do we need every one of these to be on? Or just like, some of these? Let's set up a cycle there. I'm gonna assume all of these and just see what happens. Oh no, that's not gonna be right. Which one does this go to? The button, yes. I need to turn off this one. Let my people go, you know? And I also need to let this one go. So with these two off, it'll all be good, and they will push the block, and that'll be it. Good puzzles. I really love guiding around this massive humanity. It's good. The plot is weird. It's fun how you're playing like a little glowing dog. That's really neat. This game is very neat and very cool, especially when it starts. Like this first, say, 5-6 trials, they're fun. Fate is puzzles where this introduces puzzles where you have to set things up ahead of time and then you hit the button and everything goes. I really liked this batch of puzzles. That was fun. I think as things get away from that and more towards a whole different thing. Let me show you some of the places where it goes. The first place it goes is the other side. It introduces these others who are trying to stop you from doing your stuff. They are jealous of your guys and the goldies, so they will try to fuck you up. So you want to like get around them and avoid crossing their path. And so far I'll say this one is still good. Like this stuff, there's nothing wrong with this. Sometimes they can blindside you, the others, but they are mostly predictable at this point. And there's nothing wrong with, look, if you fail this one, puzzle like this, you just didn't spend the time truly thinking about how to do it right, you know? You didn't think it through, you just mashed through. But as the plot goes on, it goes from competition to war, and things become a little bit more different. You start getting like weapons, where like instead of it being, where like your line of humanity will be like lapping into another line of humanity, and sometimes like you know, getting guns and other things, and you know, it almost becomes more of a numbers game. We're like, oh, just over time, it so happened that this side won out because I guided some guys over there, and that happened to win the day. You know, it almost feels like these like these parts can be more luck-based, you know, in a way that is kind of a shame. And there are low levels that are where you really feel for the lack of a rewind, where you can be like puzzling for like 5 minutes, and then a Goldie like falls off a cliff or gets shot, or like the others like kill a spawner of your dudes, and it's just like, I gotta start over. I gotta fucking start over. This is like a 5-minute puzzle, and I gotta fucking start over. It's not hard, it's just a little bit finicky to input and to move your guys around just right so that they, you know, strategically shoot down their foes. And, you know... Like, I guess maybe in this case, what if we just turned all our guys, like... and had a whole line of guys coming in? Yes, that worked. Tactics like that, where it becomes a little less about, like, you know, perfectly executed puzzles, and more about, like, oh, I'm gonna do some bullshit, and then it's gonna work out great. You know, I'm gonna try splitting my guys up for a second. Or, oh, I'm gonna bring in some reinforcements. Almost becomes more of a tactics game than a puzzle game. And it's like the messiest tactics game you can imagine. You know, it's like a messy tactics. And they get more involved from that, and they can get longer from that, and some of them are just... There's one level in particular that we gotta find and we gotta show just to... I don't know why these are a different color. Why is this a different color? Let me see. Oh, it's just orange. I like this branch ability that you get. So in this one, there's all these, like, guys that are coming out in a straight line. You need to give them a gun, and then you need to split them up such that they are, like, you know, able to deal with all these guys with swords efficiently. So it becomes a lot less of a very precise puzzle, a lot more of, like, a confused mess that is just, chaotic in nature. Send these guys out this way. We'll try to have like 3 lines here. Let's see if this works. I don't know. We split them like 4 ways, roughly. We should have one like here that sends some down the middle. And some, just right here. This seems like it's a little silliness. You know what? Even better. Have that be a branch, send these guys forward. This will be good. Let's see if this works. We're splitting our guys into several lines. They look a little thin to me, but, they are now attacking from multiple angles at once. And they're losing. They're definitely losing. And it can be hard to tell, like, what exactly you need to do here. Also, in some cases where, you know, you're literally, like, putting down commands and changing them in the moment to, like, in the levels where you're moving around, right? You're changing them so much, the keep commands option when you retry doesn't actually end up saving you any time at all. What you really need is a rewind. That would be indispensable, but you don't got that, and I do think the game really suffers as a result. Okay, let's send guys down the middle, send guys down the outside. This should result in 3 relatively solid lines here, 2 solid lines on the wings. I think that sounds like a good formation to me. Okay, it didn't work. Again, you know, like, are we splitting our lines too much or too little here? Like, a line perpendicular. Oh, you know what? I'm overthinking this, maybe. What we probably need to do right here is, instead of doing it like this, we want to divide these guys as little as possible. So instead, let's just split them once, have them be begunned, and do like have them do like alternating lines here, where like this guy goes like this. They sort of weave in and out, and it should look like this pattern. Yeah, this will be good. We could just do one solid line, honestly, but I like this solution. Wait, how do we know which one the Goldie is going to go into? Okay, we're gonna split them up at the end to go into the different ones. Okay, like this. Ooh. Left, left. Up. Left, left. And then at this point, which one has the guy? Let's see now. Should be this group here, unless they were to get their guy stolen by the other group, which I don't know, seems possible. We'll have the last 2 lines be devoted to rearranging our guys. I'm gonna turn these guys in here. And these guys will... Tell you what, I'll turn these guys in here. Send them out that way. Meanwhile, I'll turn these guys in here to a branch. And then those 2, and that should work. Unless the Goldie ends up on a branch that I don't expect. This one is not bad, I'll say. I like the ones where it's a little more deterministic and a little less like active battleground strategy, you know? Where you're not just, oh god, the Goldie moved. God damn it, the Goldie moved. Which track did he end up on? This is some goddamn RNG. How the hell am I supposed to account for this Goldie? He's everywhere. And also, wow, it takes a while to go through all these back and forth switch tracks, huh? How am I supposed to account for the Goldie if it's just fucking RNG where he ends up? Again, a thing that doesn't quite work with this part of the game is that this feels like RNG, and also it takes like 2 minutes to see your thing come into fruition. The Goldie's on the wrong track. The Goldie's on the wrong goddamn track. This one requires a Goldie to get into it. God damn it. I might as well try that again because it's fucking RNG. If I could, like, send a small amount ahead of the lines to, like, go get the Goldie and make sure he's in a good place, then, yeah. Let me walk ahead of this guy and see which side he ended up on. Ended up on the side that goes on this side, which is the right side. Again, RNG there. That was like a 5-minute solution. Maybe because I did a 5-minute solution, but this is as fast as the fast forward goes. And you just have to wait. And sometimes it's all RNG. And sometimes the others like fuck up your shit. And you just have to retry. And in some cases you're just like running around redoing the things that you've already done because, you know, you sort of have to do some arrows and then change it up after you do some other stuff, and it's not as simple as just set it and forget it, unfortunately. I wish that this game was as simple as set it and forget it, and you always could reliably just do that. Let's go a little forward. There's one I really hated. Let me see if I can find that. Right, there's the dependence thing. Here's what dependence is, and it sort of flips the game on its head with the follow command. You get the follow command, and then it's just, oh, the humans are following you now. Isn't that fun? Well, it's not really a puzzle anymore. Or at any rate, it's not nearly as much as one, unfortunately. It's more just, oh, I'm running here and there, getting guys, stepping on stuff. And a lot more just like, you know, forget about the commands now. You have no commands to save. Like, this is all just you're running around and, you know, you remember the stuff from war. Well, now you're just like directly controlling your troops. And it's, annoying. It might surprise you to learn. Because they're RNG fuckers. They're like often at the whims of just like they're often just totally at the mercy of RNG, and it kind of blows. This whole section of the game really knocked it down several levels for me, and I think is the primary reason it's not on the, it's not gonna be on my thing. Where the hell is the terrible one? There was one that was like the worst thing I've seen. What's escort mission? You got a problem when you have a level called escort mission. But in this case, you got these guys up here. They are going to... Oh, also in this time, it introduces like cases where you can only like howl follow once. So once you get your posse, that's the posse you got. In this case, we need to basically kill those big blue guys ahead of you know, the block. At this point, it's not really a puzzle game. It's just a really crappy strategy game that's really heavy on RNG. And crap, you know. It's like the messiest RTS you've ever seen, basically, at this point. Also, like, the more guys that survive until the end, the more rewards you get in this one, which I do think makes sense. Oh wait, maybe you can't even finish it if you don't have enough to weigh down this platform, actually. Yeah. I don't want to see if you don't... Oh, well, actually, no, that guy would finish. This guy would finish. That would activate the Goldie thing. Yeah. There was one, like, atrociously bad one that I took, like, 12 tries to do, and do perfectly. Let me see if I can find it. Back door. It was like in a later one. What was the gimmick of this level? Oh right, stealth. They added stealth sequences where basically these guys shoot guns, and if your guys cross into the path, they get shot at. Which sucks, it's bad. I love the puzzle game. I really goddamn enjoyed the puzzle game parts, but as you got more and more bad ideas in like the later parts of this game, it just became such trash. I really hated the last 3 parts of this, I'll say. From Dependence to the Yellow Core to Civilization to the Red Core. These parts were poo-poo garbage. And I really didn't enjoy any of them. And even War was on the decline. Even War was like, this is so RNG heavy. I'm just struggling with it. Where the hell is the one I hated? I gotta see the one that I hated. And have that be the last thing we look at. Is it in Civilization? They didn't remove it, did they? It's not in Red Core or something, right? No, the cores are just boss fights. Oh, wait a minute, no. Oh, right, there was a whole... There was like a whole weird, like, thing where... What was the trick here? Oh, you were commanding others. It was just... I'll say I guess I thought these levels were fun. I don't know. These were just like hard versions of the levels earlier. If more of the game had been like this, I would have been happy like going into the late game, but levels like this in the back end were goddamn rarity. This was a nice little mini-arc, sort of a return to form. However brief. But, you know, it was like 5 levels, so... Not exactly the most thrilling return to form. There's also a level creator, I assume it's fine. Air Rescue, Water Tower, Stealth Mission. Ugh. Was it in Civilization? Second go round, cross the stream, switcheroo, cover fire. I can't find the one that I hated. It was... Was it in War? I think it was after you got the ability to, like, control your guys. They didn't patch this and, like, remove bad levels, did they? Or was it Pickup Artist? Oh yeah, it was Pickup Artist. Okay. Let me show you this shit. This is... I'll describe this. This is the worst auto-scroller I've ever seen. You stand on this platform, and you just, you know, sort of maneuver your guys around, and... Might as well restart, because some of my guys fell off because they're fucking dipshits. People were saying that the Pikmin are dipshits. No, these guys are dipshits. They are like the epitome of dipshittery. And you have very little control over them. And this auto-scroll sequence takes so fucking long. And there's like bonuses for bringing all your guys, you know, surviving with as much guys as possible. And, you know... It's just tedious in the worst possible way. This level is the least favorite, and one that really killed me. It took me too many damn tries to get through this one. Just because guys kept falling, I kept losing. They felt like getting stuck on walls, and again, I'll say all this could have been avoided if it had a rewind in addition to a fast forward. Like then, when you made a mistake like this, you got something screwed up, you wouldn't have to just restart the entire level like 5 minutes in or whatever the fuck. You could just, you know, start over in place and or just continue in place and be able to just carry on. Good, okay, you know what? We need 80 to finish. I guess that's the thing, it's not an optional thing. You need 80 to finish it. Period. And like if you let them get like caught up or something and stop circling around like a ding-dong, they'll just be pushed right off, and that'll be the end of 2 minutes of absolute trash. Oh, it's not gonna go right onto the platform. Instead, it's gonna take its sweet time and just take the most circuitous route ever. I did it in one try there, I'll tell you. It took me like 3 or 4 or 5 tries, and I was this close to just going like, okay, I guess maybe I'm not 100%ing this, but I did want to 100% it at this point, and God. I'll say again, even in some of the earlier levels, we'll go back to some of the earlier levels real fast. We'll go back to competition. Maybe not. Even in the earlier levels, there's cases where you're like overriding things and you're like changing up the arrows as you go in order to like guide your guys around. And what that basically means is when you die and you have to restart, you're like starting from scratch practically. Even if you have like the puzzles 95% of the way figured out, you're just struggling to get it back in. What was the gimmick on the second world? Oh, I think the gimmick was these blocks, probably. Yeah, I think the second world maybe introduced the blocks. Blocks are cool. Stuff to move around. This is the game at its best. This is the game at its best right here. When you're just like commanding around a large squad. You can see even here, right? No! Yeah, so I didn't do a thing, so my guy died. You see, now I have to restart, but you know, I would have to like replace this to do this again, you know? And I would have to switch this back. And as a result, you're not saving that much time by keeping commands in a lot of cases, especially as puzzles get more complicated and more involved and you know, more cumbersome and more RNG based. If it had a rewind, I think it would be raised a whole star level, I'll say. Like, I think I would go from a 4 out of 5 to a... Was I at a 4 out of 5 or a 3 out of 5? I forget how I landed on this game. Let me go look in my thing. I don't know if I wrote this down, though, so let me just see. 4 out of 5. Okay, yeah. I think if it had a rewind, honestly, even the later parts would be fixed such that, you know, mistakes could be undone and errors could be accounted for, and it would become a lot less tedious. If it had a rewind, I'll say this. It would be number 10 on my list. But it doesn't, so it doesn't quite make the grade. Still worth consideration. And I'll say, a lot of that game is good. It's a very good 4 out of 5 experience. And, you know, up until, say, War, it's pretty damn solid. And hell, I'll say, War is good. War is definitely a 4 out of 5 part. Dependence and Civilization, those are 1 out of 5 parts. They suck. Maybe if you just stop playing around this point, you'll have a better experience with the game. I had to push through, and I really didn't like anything past here. Sad to say. Kind of a bummer note to end this on, but let me just real quick, like, let's recap. Oh, you can see, hide, there we go. Let's recap here. We played, let's see now, a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 games this stream. More than I had, oh well, 11 games. This one doesn't count. This one was a mistake. I thought it was this one. 11 games this stream. We checked in on, I'll say maybe Metroid Prime was more of a like, oh right, another remake came out this year that I should probably mention. 10, 11 games, something like that. Let's recap one by one. If you're watching the VOD, maybe this is the part where you can just skip to here if you want just my thoughts going through them again. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, immaculate, perfect game. The front runner for Game of the Year for me. It has just so much. It has just so much going for it. It's a fantastic, phenomenal game. The shrines, Did I see something on my phone? No, I didn't. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna do my thing. The shrines, the building, the fuse. The fuse is great. Ascension is great. Rewind is great. They all work together so well. The final boss, that whole section is phenomenal. There's so many great moments, so many amazing discoveries. The depth, killer, incredible. The first area is better than the plateau. I think Breath of the Wild is one of my favorite games. You know, it was high up in the year that it was. Not that high, honestly. It was like number 4, but behind Persona 5, which I love, one of my favorite games of all time, and Mario Odyssey, which is like my favorite game of all time, tied for top 2, you know? So it was a really competitive year, and this blows it the fuck out of the water. I think this is arguably a game of all time contender, even more than Breath of the Wild was in my books. Pikmin 4, phenomenal, has so much to it. The bigger worlds, the all the Pikmin types that you control, which are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the main game, in the main mode, plus glow Pikmin, who you can sort of use as auxiliaries in the main mode if you use an item in a cave. There's so many good stuff they put in, like the whole Dandori challenges, the Olimar thing, the final thing that you unlock after doing said thing. All the caves that are very Pikmin 2, while also being like so much more polished and so much more than just being harkening back to Pikmin 2, but also they do remake and revisit a lot of the ideas in Pikmin 2 caves, and you know, I like every single one of them. I like going in a cave and going like, this is that one. They're doing this again. I can't believe it. The nightmare is back. That's a whole thing. We showed that earlier. It was 2 hours of Pikmin 4. Hell of a game, so much in it. The only thing I don't like is Dandori battles. I personally, there's replaying it again. I don't see any way this is not my runner-up, my second best game of the year. Mario Wonder. Went in this thinking it was number 3, but it is a phenomenal game. It is full of wonderful moments. Just so much they pack into each level as far as like surprising stuff. Really solid, competent design. Really nice new enemies. The power-ups are great. The badges are great. There are issues with it though, in a way that isn't just one thing. The co-op is obviously bad, but that is a don't worry about it situation. Pikmin 4 also has bad co-op, but people don't complain like, oh, I only get to throw rocks. What's up with that? And they're like, no, just don't play that mode. It's simple. It's simple. Don't play that mode. Easy. But the boss fights aren't good other than the last one. There's auto-scrollers that are bad. I think it could really, really, really use a time trial mode. Like, the fact that that's not in there, like, so many other games have just... I don't know how you don't realize that's a thing that a platformer should have in 2023, honestly. I think there are issues with that game, and I am sort of wavering with it between 3, 4, and 5, where it ends up. I could see Sea of Stars passing over it, which again, these are just the Switch and PlayStation games that we did today. Turns out, we didn't have time for the Xbox games. That'll be a future stream. So Sea of Stars, we will see later. This is a 10-hour stream, and we didn't get to everything. God damn. I maybe should have just picked the best stuff, but I think this was more interesting. A Space for the Unbound. Hell of a game. I do think I found things that I forgot about that I didn't like revisiting it, like stealth, like weird adventure game fuckery, other tedious things that get you down. But I also ran across a lot of cool stuff. This game, it's an adventure type game. It goes places. There's like multiple levels of like cool abilities that you use to solve puzzles, such as Psychonauts type stuff, going into people's mind, kinda. It's a little more rudimentary than Psychonauts, obviously. It's an indie game, but it's still Psychonauts style, kinda, more or less. And there's another thing that I completely forgot about, but is pretty killer all the same. It is on that same tier of like, oh wow, this lets them explore the characters, explore their traumas, and get a lot of value out of it. I have to be awake at 10 a.m. in 4 hours. Fun. Maybe I'll just push through and sleep after. WarioWare Move It. This is a solid... I'll say, by the way, all these after this point are solid contenders for number 10. WarioWare Move It. Or, actually, no. WarioWare Move It is absolutely a game I want in my top 10. That is, like, maybe number 9, number 8. But WarioWare Move It, hell of a game. I think it's the most impressive motion controls I've ever seen. It's impressive. It's fun. It's funny. And I really love, like, some of the swings that it takes. Like, dropping the Joy-Cons as, like, a thing that can happen in a motion game. That is just so out of left field. I never saw that coming. And they do some amazing mini games with that, micro games with that. There's also the stuff where buttons are involved, where you have to like press buttons while you're doing all the motion controls. And it's fun. It's demanding and it's frantic and it's good. I like it a lot. It's definitely going to be on the list. That is for sure. It is in that bottom thing. Okay. From here on out, these are the number 10s and on. F-Zero 99, I really like it a lot. My biggest problem with it is that I get the same map over and over and over again too fucking often. But I wouldn't mind this being number 10. I can see it. Super Mario RPG, really fucking good remake of a game that I am not so into. There's a lot about that like exhausts me. The battles just feel very monotonous to me. But also it is very light and breezy, and I am getting through it at a very fast rate. We did end up finding a section where you have to fight like 12 guys in a row, like, because it's a whole door situation in that to look at, because I'm at Bowser's castle and I'm going through it, and that's the part of the game I happen to be at, so maybe not the best place to show how light and breezy it is and how you can run past monsters and how the mini games are kind of okay. And it all looks amazing. It all feels amazing. It's an amazing realization of it's very loyal, I guess. It's very authentic, and I appreciate the hell of it. Metroid Prime Remastered is a really good remake. I didn't use any of the new controls, but I like the way it looks. Next, Chants of Sennaar. Really love the language stuff in this, you know. Decoding different languages, exploring the world, and figuring these things out one step at a time. That is brilliant. It's some real like puzzle, good puzzle shit. You know, it's like Fez, but you actually have to do it, and it's actually doable to decode the language, and it's relevant, and it's the whole game. It's almost like a Return of the Obra Dinn, where you're like puzzling out what things mean, doing deductive reasoning to figure out like, okay, this means open, this means close, gotcha. And there's 5 different languages that you're moving through, so and each area is beautiful in its own way. I could see this as number 10 very easily. But also it has like a bunch of adventure game logic and a bunch of like backtracking that you have to do when you don't know what to do. When you're struggling to figure stuff out and you're just like wandering around, and in some cases having to do stealth as you're wandering around, it can be pretty frustrating. And I do think that puts it on the edge of like a 4 out of 5, 5 out of 5 rating for me. And I think it'd be a very cool number 10, but I don't know genuinely if I like it more than, say, Warioware Move It or some of the other nominees, potential number 10s that maybe we will see next time we do a Game of the Year stream when the Xbox games come up. And finally, we switched over to PlayStation for a second just to cover Spider-Man 2, which I'm not as hot on as most people. I really disliked most of the story missions. But I will say, we did some running around, and I have done some running around in that game. And hey, the open world stuff actually seems really good. Like, if I had gotten more into the open world stuff, I could definitely see that as number 10. But I didn't, so it's not. So, whatever. And I also showed off Humanity, which starts really well. The first 2/3 of that game are fucking great. And if it had stayed that good, and or had a rewind that would help alleviate some of the frustration of retrying puzzles over and over again and having to like lose progress and deal with how long it takes to solve certain puzzles. If it had had a rewind, that would have brought it up a whole star level and put it on the list for sure, but it doesn't have that, so it doesn't get on the list. Also, the last 2 areas of that game suck. They're terrible. I hated them. They're 1 out of 5 areas, and it's lucky for me. It's lucky that most of that game is still very good and comes out on average as a 4 out of 5 in my books. And still worthy of consideration for the list, but I don't think it makes the cut. Oh. We have to do another stream of this because we got the Xbox game and the PC game to do. I will say that next stream will start with the PC game, which is Pizza Tower. Pizza Tower is, I think, in the running for that A Space for the Unbound Cocoon space. You know, like Cocoon, Pizza Tower, and A Space for the Unbound are all fighting for the ranks 5 through 7, basically. And we will see that. We'll see Pizza Tower. We will see Cocoon. We will see Themba. We will see Armored Core 6. We will see Alan Wake 2. We will see Diablo 4. We will see Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. And that's all that's on my list. But maybe we can think of something else to add to that in the moment. That was 10 hours on the dot, including the time it took to set up the stream. But, you know, and to go to the bathroom and stuff before the stream started, you know, and do stream alerts and stuff. It is 6 a.m. It is time to end. This took exactly as long as last year's, except I didn't cover half the games I intended to, so damn it. Here's a schedule. I will say we will have to add another stream to that. And I think after that stream, after that last Game of the Year stream, there will be no streams for like until next Friday. Until next Friday. I'm going to call it right now. I'm not going to do any streams next week, Xmas week, until Friday. And then there will be no streams that following Monday, New Year's Day, until the Thursday of the following week, let's say. Let's say no streams until the Thursday of the following week, because it'll be New Year's week, and I will want a break. I will, however, do a Thursday stream. I will, however, do a Friday stream, because those, and let's say actually a big Thursday stream, the first Thursday of the year. It'll be a big stream where I show off my new PC, and we'll play some PC games or something. Pencil that in. Maybe I'll play something that I couldn't play on my current PC. Again, let me show that again. Ugh. I say I show it again, but what I mean is show the case again, because the rest of it is in boxes in the other room, and also the CPU isn't here yet. Here's what's going in it, if you're wondering. Let me show you that again. I showed that up top, but why not? I'll show it again. You know what? For those who want to see it, just go back in the VOD earlier on. That'd be the best way. It's in the preamble. Oh, It's in the preamble section that I will mark after I upload this VOD and get it all processed and get a thumbnail. Holy hell. Holy fucking hell. Let's send you out. I'll be back at 6 p.m. tomorrow for viewer levels. Thanks, folks, for dropping by. Some folks dropped by. Some folks, left follows on the Twitch here. And I appreciate all of y'all. No one is streaming right now that I am following other than Trihex, who is sleeping. So and another person who may be a little more weedy. Sure, whatever. Weed's fine. I'm okay with weed. I've never had it myself, but whatever. That's a hell of a note to end the game of the year, the first game of the year stream on that covered Switch and PlayStation. But there you go. Think she is playing Fortnite, so that sounds fun. I know her through Andy Havoc, apparently. I think that sounds like a good thing. I'm gonna send y'all over there if anyone's around at this time of night. It's fucking late, y'all, or early, alternatively. I'm gonna send you over there. Bye. I'll see you tomorrow about 12 hours from now for Mario Maker. I probably have no time to do anything other than sleep, eat, watch a few animes, and do some work stuff, for the upcoming job that starts next year. Woo! Hell yeah, dudes. Game of the year. It's a process. Expect the other Game of the Year stream Saturday. I'm going to build my PC on Sunday, I think, and that'll be fun. Okay, bye, folks. Stop all.